Chapter 3:11. This shout alarmed Black Bebe and the Jiang family siblings. The three of them were incomparably vigilant. But as they looked around and didn't discover anything wrong, their complexions darkened. "Brat, are you playing with us?" Black Bebe's eyes were filled with ill intent. White Fong Fong sneered. "Black Bebe, if you dare to speak like that again, do you believe I won't tell my mother that you are plotting against me?" Black Bebe's face stiffened, as if someone were grabbing his neck. He couldn't say a single word. That damned brat, she couldn't even say a single word before using such a powerful move. White Fong Fong proudly puffed out her chest. Just as she was about to say something, she was suddenly hugged by Qin Yu and leapt backwards. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were like this. "White Fong Fong, what does Big Brother Baoyu want to do to me? If he really does that, what should I do? Should I not do anything and just obey him? Will he think I'm not reserved enough? Moreover, I heard that the first time is very painful. If I take a pain-relieving pill ahead of time, he won't laugh at me, right? Black Bebe, you bastard, where did your courage come from? You actually dare to hug my family's little princess in front of me? If you don't want to live, then don't drag me down with you. Jiang Wuhai, Dog Baoyu, your true face has finally been exposed. Ha ha ha, my chance to shine has finally arrived. Miss White, wait for me to save you. Jiang Ziyuan, this person is quite pleasing to the eye, but I never thought he would have such a bad temper. He's so rude and unreasonable, but it's really exciting. Of course, their thoughts were all wrong. Because in the next moment, the ground where White Fong Fong was suddenly shattered and over a dozen black-scaled snakes burst out. If Qin Yu's reaction had been a step slower, White Fong Fong would have already been bitten by these snakes. "Undying demon snake!" Black Bebe cried out. He raised his hand and threw out a bag of powder. It was unknown where he had taken it out, but it exploded in the air, scattering everywhere. "Hurry up and run. Don't just stand there and wait to die." He rushed over to grab White Fong Fong but was mercilessly rejected. The little girl tightly hugged Qin Yu, a look of disdain on her face as if to say that she would have died a long time ago. Black Bebe's lips twitched but he had nothing to say. He couldn't help but admit that he had to thank Qin Yu. Otherwise, if something really happened to his cousin, he would have died miserably. Qin Yu's complexion was heavy. Without a single word, he stomped his feet and shot forwards. The undying demon snake. This was the second time he had seen it. Back then, there was only one, and it was enough to put him in a difficult situation. Today, there were more than a dozen of them. Even though he now had combat strength comparable to a divine soul and his strength had risen several times over, he still felt his scalp tingle. Black Bebe's eyes widened. He didn't think that even though this boy's cultivation wasn't too high, he would still be able to run so fast. He didn't have time to think about it and quickly followed after him. The group of 5 rapidly fled, the angry hisses of the undying demon snakes echoing behind them. But they clearly had some misgivings about the powder that Black Bebe had sprinkled out and didn't chase after them. Unfortunately, the 5 of them were unlucky. Before they could get far, they saw 5 mountain wolves with glistening fur. Their green eyes flashed with a heart-palpitating cruelty in the dark night. Roar! 5 mountain wolves pounced at him. Black Bebe shouted out, "Kill them! Finish them as soon as possible!" He lifted a hand and punched out, instantly erupting with a combat strength that surpassed the strength of 1,000 horses. A mountain wolf across from him was broken in half by this punch, but its powerful vitality allowed it to fall to the ground and struggle to continue attacking. The Jiang family brother and sister were well aware that 5 mountain wolves weren't anything at all. What was truly terrifying were the several dozen undying demon snakes behind them. Without hesitation, they erupted with their strongest combat strength. Jiang Wuhai stood at the front like a mountain, blocking all the attacks. As Jiang Ziyuan waved her palms, a large expanse of green divine light gushed out, and thick vines rushed over, coiling around the mountain wolves. Sharp thorns grew out of the vines and pierced into their bodies. And at this time, Black Bebe had already killed the second mountain wolf. The remaining 3 were howling in pain between the vines. The 3 of them joined forces, easily breaking through the road ahead. But at this time, the undying demon snakes had already caught up. Their hissing filled the ears, causing one's scalp to tingle. Black Bebe turned around, a pained expression on his face. He flipped his hand and took out a lantern. The flames on his fingernails danced in the dark night, seeming as if they would extinguish at any moment. With a flick of his sleeve, the palace lantern was thrown backwards. The lantern was covered in cracks amidst the cracking sounds, and then it suddenly exploded. Between the heavens and earth, endless spiritual strength seemed to be summoned. It crazily surged towards the exposed flame, forming a giant vortex. The flame was like a black hole, crazily swallowing the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth. It rapidly expanded until it turned into a figure of fire. Its face was blurry and it couldn't be seen clearly. But this figure emitted a heaven-shaking annihilation aura. The flame figure lifted its hands and the annihilation aura became even richer. Black Bebe turned and raced away. Hurry and run. Without needing him to say anything, Qin Yu's pupils shrank. The moment the flame figure lifted its hands, he grabbed White Fong Fong and ran far away. Several breaths of time later, there was a loud explosion from behind him. Then, there was a raging shockwave. For several miles, everything was flattened and erased like sand. Qin Yu stuffily coughed. His body sank down, as if he were carrying an entire mountain on his back. He took advantage of the momentum and rolled away, withstanding most of the impact. Black Bebe was distressed. He crawled up from the ground, gnashing his teeth as he roared, "The South Shine Nation officials, those damned idiots! There were over a dozen undying demon snakes, and they didn't even discover us!" Jiang Wuhai and Jiang Ziyuan were also pale, a lingering fear in their hearts. Luckily, Brother Black had a great killing summoning tool in his hands that was able to refine and kill off all the undying demon snake. Otherwise, even if they weren't weak, it would have been hard for them to escape death. This sort of great killing summoning tool was extremely difficult to create and each one was incomparably precious. For them to use it here for no reason at all, it was no wonder that Brother Black was so enraged. Such a terrifying aura spread through the dark night, enough to frighten away all monster beasts that had opened their spiritual wisdom. But things didn't progress like this. Qin Yu grabbed onto White Fong Fong and said, "We're in trouble." In the darkness of the night, a terrifying aura was still reverberating in the air. Cold, cruel eyes slowly appeared in the surrounding darkness. There were so many of them that there were probably hundreds of them. Among them, there were a few particularly large black shadows that emitted a heart-palpitating aura. In such a situation, there was no chance to escape even if they wanted to. Black Bebe sucked in a breath of cold air. His handsome face couldn't help but twitch. Damn it, just what was going on? Where did so many monster beasts come from? Now wasn't the time to worry about face. Black Bebe took out his handphone, a stunned expression on his face. "No signal, there's actually no signal, fuck, are you kidding me? You're a satellite handphone, big brother." He shook it several times and determined that it didn't work. Then, his eyes narrowed and his complexion became even uglier. It was impossible for the South Shine Nation to be lazing around while sweeping through the wilderness. If so, then the massive number of monster beasts that appeared was extremely suspicious. Moreover, the satellite handphone actually didn't have the least bit of signal. Unless his luck was so bad that he stepped into a chaotic magnetic field, there was only one possibility. Someone had secretly tampered with it. "Everyone, check your bodies. Do you have anything on you?" Qin Yu naturally didn't have any problems. The Jiang family siblings also didn't discover anything on their bodies. Black Bebe's complexion turned ugly. "I don't have anything on me either." Everyone's eyes fell on White Fong Fong. This girl's eyes widened. "What are you looking at?" Do you think someone as smart as me would be schemed against by others? I don't have anything on me. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He lifted a hand and pointed at an exquisite gemstone phoenix hairpin on her head. You didn't seem to have this yesterday. Black Bebe's expression turned cold. Cousin, where did you get this from? White Feng Feng hesitated. Yesterday on the side of the road, I saw that it was very beautiful and I liked it, so I bought it. But I don't know the person who sold it to me. He wouldn't harm me, right? Give it to me. Black Bebe received the phoenix hairpin and carefully looked at it. Then, he used some strength in his fingers and crushed the largest gemstone. A light fishy smell immediately wafted out. White Feng Feng cried out in alarm. Black Bebe sniffed twice and his complexion became even uglier. Mystic beast fodder medicine. Jiang Wuhai and Jiang Ziyuan's pupils shrank, shock filling their faces. Brother Black, are you sure you saw correctly? How could they dare? Black Bebe clenched his teeth. How could I not recognize Cleansing Temple's mystic beast fodder medicine? I never thought they would play such a big game. It seems I've underestimated them in the past. He looked up, his eyes faintly red. Cousin, let's ask for help. Even if we cannot escape death today, we must send news back so that my family, uncle, and auntie can take revenge for us. White Feng Feng paled. This little girl had been arrogant and willful since she was a child, resulting in her current temperament. She had never experienced any dangers, much less a life or death calamity. However, due to her status and the upbringing she received since she was a child, she barely managed to maintain her calm. She took out a jade ring from her storage ring that was engraved with countless tiny lines and threw it to the ground. The ring shattered and a golden curtain of light appeared, covering White Feng Feng within. At the same time, a blood-red light shot into the skies with a shrill cry, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Black Bebe squeezed out a smile. I forgot that this treasure that Auntie gave you has extremely powerful defensive abilities. Then, cousin can rest assured. Feng Feng, you stay inside. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to come out. Perhaps it can protect you until Auntie comes to rescue you. He turned around, his expression heavy. He cupped his hands together and said, without accident, the three of you have been implicated by me and my cousin. If you don't die today, I will make sure to compensate you. Now, I ask that the three of you temporarily put down your grudges and join forces with me. Perhaps we might be able to carve out a path to survival. This fellow in this life or death crisis was truly impressive. At the very least, his calm composure was admirable. The Jiang family siblings took a deep breath and slowly nodded. It was impossible to say that they didn't have any resentment in their hearts. But with things having come to this point, it was useless to say anything. They could only grit their teeth and risk their lives. White Feng Feng hid in the golden curtain of light. She suddenly screamed, "No, I cannot let you die." She bit down on her fingertip and touched the golden curtain of light. It was unknown what happened, but her complexion rapidly paled. The golden curtain of light suddenly expanded, covering all five of them. Black Bebe was enraged. White Feng Feng, stop. God's blessing might be able to protect you alone, but if it includes all of us, we won't be able to survive. He lifted a hand and pointed. Look clearly, there are several hundred monster beasts outside. You can't protect everyone. Hurry up and take back the protection of God. White Feng Feng bit her lips. I won't. Stay with me. Father and mother love me the most. Once they receive the news, they will hurry over. Chapter 312. Before White Feng Feng's smile could fade, she was knocked unconscious by a palm strike. Black Bebe bit his fingertip and controlled the protection of God to shrink until it covered her body. Then, he carefully placed her on the ground. He stood up and looked around. I know that my actions will cause the three of you to be dissatisfied, but my cousin's status is not something that you or I can compare with. If she dies, no matter what the reason is, you and I can only be buried with her. And as long as she lives, even if we die today, we can still take revenge." Black Bebe fell silent. He swept his eyes over the approaching monster beasts and bitterly smiled. "In truth, I also don't want to die, but today is just." He shook his head. He placed the mystic beast fodder medicine on White Fengfeng's body. This was the most direct evidence, so he naturally had to keep it. He took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, let's fight to the death." The many monster beasts that had been attracted by the mystic beast fodder medicine didn't immediately attack because they were afraid of each other. But when Black Bebe placed the mystic beast fodder medicine into the protection of God enchantment and isolated its aura, the monster beasts immediately began to riot. Low and deep roars filled the air, their brutality soaring into the heavens. The Jiang family brother and sister had bleak complexions. They knew it would be impossible for them to survive today, but it was impossible for them to force Black Bebe to use the protection of God to protect them. Otherwise, the entire Jiang family would have to withstand the terrifying suppression of the Great Desolate's white family. It seemed that their only choice was to risk their lives in a desperate battle and fight for that slim chance of survival. The three of them revealed bitter expressions. Their eyes filled with despair and then gradually turned to madness. Since they were doomed to die, then they would do their best to drag these monster beasts down with them to the Yellow Springs. Between life and death, one would reveal their weakness and fear. To continue living was the strongest instinct and will of any living being. Thus, whether it was Black Bebe or White Fengfeng, the qualities they displayed left Qin Yu in awe. This was because he didn't know whether or not he would be able to do the same if he were in a similar situation. As for the Jiang family brother and sister, they were extremely intelligent people. Even though they knew they were about to die, they still maintained their rationality and the overall situation. Even if they held grudges in their hearts, it was still commendable. These four people were all so outstanding. If they died here, that would be too much of a pity. Qin Yu turned his head and glanced at the unconscious White Fengfeng. As he thought about how this girl had subconsciously wanted to save everyone just now, he smiled. He stepped forwards, his voice calm. "All of you stay here and guard White Fengfeng." Black Bebe and the Jiang family siblings were startled. Before they could understand the meaning of these words, their mouths fell open in the next moment, incomparably shocked expressions on their faces. Bang! With a dull thumping sound, the ground suddenly exploded. Cracks spread out all around the crater. Qin Yu's figure was like a bolt of lightning as he bolted into the rampaging monster beast horde. He raised his hand, and divine light erupted from his fingers. 5 swords of the 5 elements appeared, spinning around the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a dazzling vortex. Bang! Blood-red flames drilled out from Qin Yu's body, blazing around him. His speed instantly rose by 10 times, and he turned into a bolt of blood-red lightning that shuttled through the monster beast. The great black bear of Crow Plains, with its thick hide and astonishing defense, was sent flying. A horrifying wound tore open on its chest, and blood spurted out. It fell to the ground and twitched a few times. It had been killed in an instant. On the other side was a wild ape that tried to launch a sneak attack. It wielded a huge black staff, and as it slammed it down, the air exploded and the ground quaked. A huge crater opened up, and several of the weaker demon beasts were killed on the spot. But the wild ape's target wasn't here. It vigilantly leapt backwards. In the next moment, a bolt of blood-red lightning shot out and its giant head shot into the skies. The 8-legged black-furred spider screeched like invisible nails that ruthlessly pierced into its brain. At the same time, it spat out a massive amount of pale yellow venom from its poison sac. Several mountain wolves were accidentally contaminated by the venom. They howled in pain as they fell to the ground. As they struggled, their fur began to lose its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, their flesh and blood began to rot, turning into pus that flowed to the ground and corroded it. Countless black holes appeared in the ground. But in the next moment, this terrifying night demon spider froze in place. Its abdomen had been split open, and all sorts of organs mixed with undigested food fell to the ground. Several hundred monster beasts, some of them powerful existences with combat strength at the divine soul realm, were unable to resist the blood-red lightning at all. As the monster beasts howled in pain, fear began to grow within them. The greed and desire in their hearts seemed to be poured over them by a bucket of cold water. There were already some weak monster beasts that fled the battlefield and retreated into the distance. They wanted to leave, but they couldn't help but look towards where White Fong Fong was. Although that smell had already vanished, they knew that it was still there. They hesitated, unwilling to leave. Bang! He lifted a hand and cut down a monster beast that was shaped like a giant crocodile. Then, he drew back. His face was covered in blood-red flames, but at this time, it was pale white. He activated the blood escape art and erupted with his complete cultivation. For a short period of time, he could erupt with an astonishing combat strength. But the consumption of energy was similarly astonishing. Massive swathes of the ground collapsed. Cracks crisscrossed the ground and monster beast corpses fell to the ground. Blood flowed out, pooling into the ground. This scene was like an azure hell, filled with monstrous, killing intent. The monster beast horde had already dispersed. Most of them were watching the situation from afar. Only 5 monster beasts remained here, their cruel eyes locked onto Qin Yu, their chilling intent cold. At this time, those that could still maintain their courage and fighting spirit were naturally powerhouses amongst monster beasts. The 5 monster beasts in front of them all had strength comparable to divine soul. Even if they were only at the early divine soul realm, their strength was still terrifying. Qin Yu's black robes were torn apart. If it weren't for the powerful defensive capabilities of the demon god armor, his entire shoulder would have been smashed to pieces. And the one who did this was one of the ape. It was a giant ape that was 30 feet tall. There was a vertical line of blood between its eyebrows that distinguished it from the wild apes of the vast expanse. Its eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, and from time to time, it would flash with a cunning and cruel light. Suddenly, the ape reared its head back and roared. It pounded its chest with both hands, creating loud thumping sounds that reverberated in the air. The surrounding 4 monster beasts revealed hesitation. But as the ape roared again, awe filled their eyes and they all roared in unison. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. Be careful, that is the blood-eye beheading ape. It wants to borrow the strength of the 4 monster beasts to activate its life's supernatural ability, the beheading bloodlight. Do not let it hit you. Black Bebe loudly warned, his complexion incomparably tense. At this time, the 4 monster beasts had already approached the ape. They roared out loud and billowing monster energy erupted from their bodies. The ape roared and a suction force spread out from its body, sucking in all of the monster energy. Then, the blood-red line between its eyebrows slowly opened. Scarlet red, as if a 10,000-mile sea of blood had opened up. An endless aura of slaughter and annihilation erupted from within. The 4 monster beasts shivered, fear in their eyes. It was clear they dreaded this ape's life's supernatural ability. The ape's eyes locked onto Qin Yu. It bared its fangs and sneered. Then, a blood-red light burst out from its blood-red eyes. Its speed was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Qin Yu. Black Bebe roared out in unwillingness. He was originally shocked that he had misjudged Qin Yu, but he immediately thought that the stronger Qin Yu was, the more likely they would survive. But just as he saw a glimmer of light, this hope of survival was mercilessly crushed to pieces. The blood-eye beheading ape had a divine soul realm cultivation upon reaching adulthood. In particular, it had an innate blood-red eye between its eyebrows that contained a transcendent might. In the rumors, it was said that it even contained the power of laws. Once struck, even a divine soul realm master would instantly perish. Although Qin Yu had displayed an extremely powerful combat strength, facing the beheading bloodlight, he still didn't have any chance of survival. Moreover, beneath the beheading bloodlight, even the protection of God wouldn't be able to protect White Feng. Black Bebe clenched his fists, his nails sinking into his flesh and blood dripping down his palms. But at this time, Qin Yu suddenly moved. Of course, this wasn't quite right, because when the blood-red eye between the demon ape's eyebrows was about to open, Qin Yu had already moved. It was just that Black Bebe and the others were completely drawn in by the beheading bloodlight, so they didn't notice this. Thus, it gave the illusion that Qin Yu had suddenly lifted his hand and then pointed out a finger just as the beheading bloodlight was about to fall. Deep in Black Bebe's eyes, a brilliant light erupted. But in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Although fellow Taoist Baoyu's reaction was fast, beneath the beheading bloodlight, all supernatural abilities and techniques were meaningless. The only exception was if one could surpass a certain limit and reach the boundary of controlling the rules. But how was that possible? Controlling the rules was a boundary that only Blue Sea Realm's supreme elders could touch upon. Even if fellow Taoist Baoyu had heaven-shaking methods, it was impossible for him to accomplish this. A finger fell, nearly touching the beheading bloodlight. Even so, he could still feel the extreme coldness transmitted out from the bloodlight that penetrated deep into his soul. The blood drained from his face and his body stiffened, as if he had fallen into an icy lake. In the next moment, strong winds rose up in the void. With a loud rumble, it was impossible to see what was happening above. But, as the boundless strength fell down, one could still feel the terrifying strength contained within. Thus, the air instantly froze, trapping the beheading bloodlight within. The phantom of a finger appeared from Qin Yu's fingertip and touched the frozen air. Kacha of the frozen air shattered. The beheading bloodlight trapped within also shattered into countless pieces, tumbling about and dissipating. The sneer on the blood-eye beheading ape's face froze. Its eyes widened with disbelief, and then in the next moment, they turned into endless fear. Roar. It roared in pain. The blood-red eye between its eyebrows seemed to be pierced by an invisible arrow. Blood flowed out and its massive body staggered before it fell to the ground, dead. The backlash from its life's supernatural ability, the beheading bloodlight, had actually taken the life of the blood-eye beheading ape. The other four monster beasts that had stimulated their monster energy to activate their blood-eyed eyes also roared out loud, beads of blood seeping out from their eyes. With the blood-eye beheading ape in front of them, the majority of the backlash was offset so their injuries weren't too serious. But, the strength that Qin Yu had displayed had truly frightened them. The beheading bloodlight was the beheading bloodlight that could easily kill a divine soul cultivator. But, it had been broken by a single finger, and even caused a terrifying backlash. In their eyes, Qin Yu had become the incarnation of the most terrifying existence in the world. Just a single glance was enough to easily kill them. How could they care about the mystic beast fodder medicine? It was already good enough that they could keep their lives. The four divine soul monster beasts cried out in pain and turned to flee, panicked like stray dogs. They didn't have any of their previous momentum. In the surrounding area, the monster beasts that were still waiting for a chance to leave were stunned. Then, their chrysanthemums tightened and they turned to flee with their tails between their legs. What nonsense! 5 divine soul bosses had joined forces and even one of them had been easily killed. If they continued to stay, what difference was there from sending themselves to their deaths? Chapter 3:13. Like this, it ended? Black Bebe blinked his eyes again and again. He finally determined that he wasn't dreaming. He took a deep breath and looked at Qin Yu's back, awe in his eyes. To be able to destroy the beheading bloodlight and even cause a backlash, that common-looking finger just now contained a monstrous might. He couldn't help but think about it. But no matter what the truth was, there was one thing he could be sure of. This fellow Taoist Baoyu was unfathomably deep and had an incomparably terrifying background. It was impossible for such an existence to have any improper thoughts towards White Fong Fong. It could be seen that he had been completely wrong from the start. Thinking back to all the taunts and naked hostility he had received, Black Bebe broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly bowed. Junior Black Bebe of the Great Desolate Lake greets Senior Baoyu. I didn't know Senior's status before, so I ask that Senior forgive me for offending you. Jiang Wuhai and Jiang Ziyuan paled in fright. They hurriedly bowed as well. The background of the Great Desolate Lake might be useful, but their Jiang family might not have the face to do so. That figure didn't respond. He only quietly stood there, as if he were standing at the center of the world. An invisible pressure spread out like a tide, completely submerging Black Bebe and the others. The fear in their hearts deepened and a cold sweat soaked through their robes. But they didn't dare to move at all. The air was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This is bad, this is bad. Senior must have some complaints. If it were them and they were offended by several juniors, they would likely be angry. If Senior Baoyu hadn't revealed his cultivation then, that would be fine. But now that he had displayed such heaven-shaking might, he naturally had to protect the dignity of a powerhouse. Perhaps they would suffer a bit today. Luckily, since Senior Baoyu had saved them, he shouldn't make things too difficult for them. But even though they thought this, the three of them were still like ants on a hot pan, anxious to the extreme. Time slowly passed. As Black Bebe and the Jiang family siblings were losing hope, they finally heard a long exhale in their ears. This sound broke through the deathly stillness of the world, pulling the three of them back from the brink of collapse. They gasped for breath, the fear in their eyes even deeper. Senior Baoyu was truly formidable. Just his silence had caused them to experience a great life or death calamity. I only hope that Senior can be magnanimous and not punish me too heavily. On the other side, a trace of red finally appeared on Qin Yu's pale face. The aura of the beheading blood light that invaded his body slowly dissipated, and he regained control of his body. The power of the Blood-Eye/Ape's innate divine ability was so terrifying. Just a bit of its aura was already so terrifying. Luckily, for some unknown reason, the boundless blue finger had awakened in the sea region. It possessed an extremely terrifying characteristic that could destroy any supernatural ability of his opponent. Otherwise, with Qin Yu's current strength, it would have been impossible for him to resist the beheading bloodlight. This special characteristic of the boundless blue finger could be described as perishing together with the enemy. Of course, this perishing together with the enemy definitely had some sort of limit. When the opponent's strength exceeded this limit, the special characteristic of the boundless blue finger would be broken. However, even something as terrifying as the Tao-severing divine light could destroy it. It seemed that the limits of the boundless blue finger were far higher than what Qin Yu expected. In the past, when he was lying on the blue rock, he had obtained the demon blood and formed the demon body. He had also obtained the inheritance of the boundless blue three fingers. Now, the boundless blue finger had revealed a strength that far surpassed its original strength. Then, could the second blue spirit finger also contain a formidable strength that Qin Yu had never touched upon? Even to this day, Qin Yu didn't have the qualifications to control the third blue sea finger. It seemed that he had underestimated the power of the three blue fingers. Perhaps in the future, it would become an extremely fierce trump card in his hands. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. He turned around, and what he saw was an extremely respectful group of three people filled with anxiety and trepidation. What he didn't know was that after he regained his ability to move, he had brought a great deal of torment to these three people. If it weren't for them forcefully enduring it, they would have already started crying. You all, Black Bebe fell to his knees, a pained expression on his face. This junior had eyes but failed to see. I didn't know Senior Baoyu's true appearance. If you want to beat me or kill me, then Senior can do as you please. I won't dare to utter a single word of complaint. There was nothing he could do. He had just said that he was someone from the great desolate lake. It was clear that to Senior Baoyu, this wasn't any pressure at all. In fact, he might even be dissatisfied. Otherwise, why would Senior Baoyu disregard his status and torment them like this? Since this road couldn't be taken, then all that was left was to lower himself and admit his wrongs on his own initiative. He hoped that this would appease Senior Baoyu's anger. Of course, the remorseful Brother Black had already prayed to all the gods and Buddhas in his heart, hoping that they would bless him and allow him to escape this calamity. Senior Baoyu, this junior was only joking around, please don't take it so seriously. The Jiang family brother and sister's hearts shook. From Black Bebe's actions, they thoroughly understood just how fierce this Senior Baoyu was. This was the great desolate lake. If he didn't give them any face at all, then they certainly didn't have the qualifications to care about face. The brother and sister quickly fell to their knees, begging for mercy in fear and trepidation. Senior, please don't lower yourself to the level of juniors like us. Qin Yu frowned. His thoughts raced as he thought of the same reason. It seemed that they had been frightened by the fact that he had destroyed the beheading bloodlight and killed the blood-eye beheading ape. But this was also good. Qin Yu lightly said, I hope that you won't casually leak out what happened today. Black Bebe was overjoyed. Did this mean that he didn't plan on punishing them anymore? Senior, rest assured that the three of us will absolutely not tell anyone about what happened today. As he spoke, he quickly winked at the Jiang family brother and sister. Idiots, if they didn't hurry up and climb up, then if Senior Baoyu changed his mind, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Junior and Junior swear that if we reveal anything that involves Senior, we will suffer the suffering of the 3 calamities and 10 tribulations and fall into samsara for all eternity. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a faint smile. Seeing these 3 fellows being so honest at this time, he was a bit pleased. Since he had frightened them and they didn't dare to speak too much, then it was time to leave. Otherwise, who knew when they would see through the truth and there would be more complications? The danger should have passed. You can walk the rest of the road by yourselves. Qin Yu turned and left. With several flickers, he vanished from sight. His voice echoed out from afar, remember what you promised me. Farewell, Senior Baoyu. Black Bebe and the other 2 let out long breaths of relief. They slowly stood up and glanced at each other. They could all see the joy in each other's hearts. Luckily, Senior Baoyu didn't bother arguing with them, otherwise if they wanted to pass today, they would have to shed off several layers of skin. Brother Jiang, Miss Jiang, you have all heard Senior Baoyu's words. I will remind you once more that you cannot rely on any luck, otherwise a great calamity will befall you in the future. The Jiang family brother and sister's hearts shook. As they saw the deep meaning in his eyes, they quickly nodded. Black Bebe picked up White Fengfeng. As he looked at her unconscious appearance, he couldn't help but ruefully smile. Indeed, what his aunt said was right. No matter how good his talent was, he still couldn't compare to Fengfeng. This girl's luck was simply heaven-defying. She was actually able to casually grab onto a fierce existence like Senior Baoyu. Fortunately, this was the case, otherwise they would have already become food in the bellies of monster beasts. Let's go. Not long after the 3 of them left, Qin Yu's figure appeared in the darkness of night, a self-deprecating smile on his face. Indeed, acting all high and mighty is a waste of time. I almost forgot about this. He quickly searched through the monster beast corpses. Soon, his eyes brightened. With a flick of his sleeves, the 5-element metal magic sword appeared and drilled into the monster beast's mouth. With a loud crackling sound, the magic sword flew out with over 100 teeth wrapped around it. Qin Yu lifted a hand and a ball of water condensed in the void. He cleaned all the monster beast teeth and carefully placed them in his storage ring. After a while, he found another monster beast corpse that could be refined into storm flow. But this time, what he could use were its bones. The metal magic sword transformed, becoming a butcher's helper. Poochie, 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 the sound of flesh being cut was mixed with the sound of blood splashing. The number of bones was far greater than the number of teeth. After successfully refining it, the might of storm flow could be imagined. As Qin Yu cleaned the bones, he chuckled. Moments later, after searching through all the corpses, there was only the blood-eye beheading ape left. As a divine soul realm monster beast, it also had amazing talent and supernatural powers. If it could be used, Qin Yu inspected it and revealed a disappointed expression. As he thought, the dream of refining storm flow at the divine soul level wasn't too realistic. What a useless fellow. What a waste of time growing up. Qin Yu curled his lips. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes flashed and he reached out a hand. Puff! The point between the blood-eye beheading ape's eyebrows shattered and a blood-red bead appeared. This was its third blood-eye. After the blood-eye beheading ape died, it actually became like this. This was a bit unexpected. Holding it in his hand, it felt hard and cool like some kind of jade. But there was a crack on its smooth surface. It was likely caused by the backlash. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu probed the bead with his divine sense. In the next moment, his complexion changed and he severed the connection with this divine sense without hesitation. His face paled. As his divine sense probed the bead, it was like entering an incomparably terrifying sea of blood. Monstrous killing intent tumbled about, as if it could tear one's soul to pieces. If it weren't for Qin Yu's prompt decision, he feared he would have suffered the impact of the blood sea. At the very least, his soul would have been greatly damaged. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the shaking in his heart. Then, he held the bead formed from the blood-eye and a smile gradually appeared on his face. This object could be considered a pleasant surprise. Because of the cracks on its surface, it was only maintaining a fragile stability. Once it was shattered by an outside impact, the annihilating strength contained within would erupt. If he were to suddenly shoot out this blood-eye when fighting with others, the effects would surely be excellent. Or, it could be said that using it as a life-saving method wasn't bad either. Even a peak divine soul realm powerhouse wouldn't fare well against this blood-eye. If that was the case, then it would be more valuable than a set of storm flow magical treasures. Qin Yu laughed several times and carefully put away the blood-eye. Then, he took a step forward and howled away. After a long time, a man and a woman walked out from the darkness, shivering. They looked at the scene of the Azura field on the ground. In particular, there were several monster beast corpses that had been skinned and torn apart. Their originally pale faces turned even whiter and endless fear filled their eyes. "SSS's brother, run." The woman stammered, nearly unable to speak. Her tears and snot mixed together, and she looked extremely distressed. Chapter 3:14. At the base of the mountain, in a wild jungle, a large area had been cleared out. Although it had been buried, the smell of blood still lingered in the air. This was the location that the Southshine Nation had chosen for the competition. It had just been sorted out several days ago. According to the Southshine Nation's usual style, the competition area would be built atop countless monster beast corpses. In other words, there were at least several thousand or even tens of thousands of monster beast corpses buried beneath this land. No wonder he always felt that the air here was filled with a cold and gloomy aura and resentment. This was likely caused by the monster beast corpses buried underground. It was said that the Southshine Nation did this to display their ruthless determination to strike down the monster beasts and also to increase the difficulty of the alchemy competition. If one couldn't even resist this infernal energy, then they weren't worthy of being called a true alchemist. But no matter what the goal was, this in itself was an astonishing act. Only the strength of an entire nation could gather such a powerful strength and accomplish this in a short period of time. Qin Yu was now several miles away from this open space. Beneath his feet was an ancient tree that had grown for countless years. The tree was over 1,000 feet tall and its trunk was like a giant pillar. It was thick enough for dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. "It's not good to use it here. My current appearance is like this. Qin Yu whispered to himself. He lifted his hand and with a flash of light, a mask as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his palm. It wriggled on his face, seeming to melt into his flesh and blood. Then, what appeared in front of him was a strange youth with dark skin. He jumped down from the tree. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu changed into a plain robe and flew straight towards the competition field. When he registered, he wore a black robe. When he passed through the wilderness, he used his own appearance, and when he entered the competition, he used a mask to change into another face. It wasn't that Qin Yu was deliberately mystifying others, but that he had no choice but to be cautious. The name Ning Qin had already offended many people, and the most important was Philosophy Watch. Qin Yu didn't want to taint himself with troubles that he wouldn't be able to rid of in the future. As for Qin Yu's appearance, he didn't believe that this grand alchemy competition that would sweep through the entire South Shine Nation wouldn't be broadcasted live. The Yu family was located in the southern Overwatch Pass. If they discovered Qin Yu, he didn't need to be a genius to know what the consequences would be. In the end, it was all because his cultivation was too weak, otherwise why would he be so cautious? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was hiding his head but showing his tail. With a self-deprecating smile, Qin Yu's feet touched the ground and he truly entered the range of the martial field. In the next moment, his complexion changed. In his ears, the roars of countless monster beasts filled with pain, resentment, longing, and unwillingness seemed to ring out. It was like an invisible vortex that wanted to drag his soul into it. Qin Yu's mind shook and he immediately sobered up. A dignified expression crossed his face. This was the demonic aura emitted by the monster beasts that were killed. It was truly fierce. He praised inwardly. But he didn't know just how much of a shock he had caused to the South Shine Nation officials who were waiting here. For ordinary cultivators, the first time they stepped into the midst of the fiendish demonic beasts, their minds would definitely be seized. To be able to sober up within 10 breaths of time was already a commendable feat. Most of them would have to stand there in a daze for a long time, and some might even shout and roar in fright. Compared to this, one could feel just how amazing Qin Yu's performance was. Fellow Taoist, if you are here to participate in the competition, please show me your hourglass, a South Shine Nation official said, his tone much warmer. Such a character was bound to be extraordinary in the future. They naturally didn't dare to put on the airs of an official. Qin Yu took out the hourglass. After carefully inspecting it, he found there weren't any problems. He placed it on the competition field and was warmly reminded, the competition will officially begin after a day of rest. Fellow Taoist can choose a place to stay and adapt to the monster beast's slaughter energy as soon as possible so that you won't be affected as much as possible during the alchemy process. After thanking them, Qin Yu stepped inside, leaving behind several cultivators who had just woken up, dumbfounded. Why were they so nice to him? It wasn't like this just now. Facing these questioning gazes, the South Shine Nation officials proudly chose to ignore them. If an idiot couldn't even understand this, then he was destined to have no achievements in his life. He certainly wasn't worth their attention. This wilderness trial seems to be very simple. I haven't even done anything yet. I've already arrived at the competition field. Who said it wasn't? It feels like the difficulty has dropped by several levels compared to what I heard. There's no challenge at all. Haha, I've only been hurrying along and I haven't even seen half a shadow of a monster beast. It's simply unbelievably smooth. Could it be that the South Shine Nation officials have relaxed the conditions for participating? With so many people rushing in at once, I fear it will be lively once the competition officially begins. Voices mixed with excitement, joy, and all sorts of other emotions constantly spread into Qin Yu's ears, causing him to think of White Feng and the others. Although he didn't know what the mystic beast fodder medicine was, its effects were obvious. After the South Shine Nation cleared out the wilderness, the vast majority of monster beasts would likely be drawn over to surround them. It was natural for the remaining participating cultivators to easily pass through. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He suddenly realized something. The land of divinity and demons actually had this sort of pill that could attract monster beasts on a large scale. As expected, the alchemy path was broad and profound. His previous understanding of alchemy had been far too shallow. As he was thinking, he heard several conversations in his ears. His complexion changed and he quickened his steps, avoiding the several people walking towards him from behind. White Fengfeng stopped. She sniffed several times, a puzzled expression on her face. "Cousin, what is it?" Black Bebe asked. White Fengfeng sniffed again. "I think I can smell Big Brother Baoyu's scent. But there are too many people here and I can't find him." As she spoke, she fiercely glared at him. "Black Bebe, tell me the truth. Where did my Big Brother Baoyu go? Did you drive him away?" Black Bebe forced a smile. "Little aunt, how many times have I explained this? It was fellow Taoist Baoyu who left on his own. He said he had some matters to deal with. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. I really didn't drive him away." "What nonsense. Even if he had 9 lives he wouldn't dare to do that. Brother Black truly didn't drive away Senior Baoyu." This was certainly true. Thus, Jiang Wuhai and Jiang Ziyuan nodded repeatedly, not feeling any psychological burden at all. White Fengfeng revealed a suspicious expression. "Humph. I'll believe you for now, but if I ever find out that you lied to me in the future, Black Bebe, you're dead." Black Bebe had a helpless expression. All right. If I lied to you then you can punish me however you want. Is that fine?" He quickly changed the topic. "Today we're here to find trouble with others, so let's not waste any more time. Cousin, don't you want revenge?" This move was indeed useful. White Fengfeng clenched her teeth. "Let's go, we're going to find them." Qin Yu's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. This little girl's nose was truly extraordinary. Even with so many people around, she was still able to smell them. Luckily, he had reacted a step faster, otherwise things would have been troublesome. Just as he was preparing to leave, he never thought that this little girl White Fengfeng's luck would be so good. She actually bumped into the person she wanted to take revenge on. With deep hatred and bitterness, there was nothing left for both sides to say, so they directly erupted. Like this, it wasn't good for him to turn around and leave. Moreover, Qin Yu also wanted to know just who it was that wanted to kill this little girl White Fengfeng. Qin Yu chose a more remote location. He stood in the crowd and looked towards the scene. Black Bebe's pitiful appearance from before had been swept away. His handsome face was as cold as ice and his eyes flashed with killing intent. "Zhao Jiutian, Lord Black really underestimated you in the past. I never thought you would dare to play with such a large hand." Across from him, a youth with long and narrow eyes revealed a relaxed expression as he saw that White Fengfeng and the others were safe and sound. Then, he sneered, "Black Bebe, don't slander me. What does it have to do with me that you've caused a disaster?" Black Bebe sneered. "It seems I overestimated you. You actually dared to do something like this and yet you don't dare to admit it." He reached out a hand. "Cousin, take out the evidence." White Fengfeng's face was cold and her eyes were indifferent. There wasn't the slightest bit of craziness from before. Instead, every movement she made exuded a noble and inviolable feeling. She lifted a hand and took out the mystic beast fodder medicine she had found in the hairpin. A faint fishy smell immediately wafted out. Zhao Jiutian's pupils violently shrank. Black Bebe coldly said, "Look carefully. Is this the unique mystic beast fodder medicine of your cleansing temple? If I don't look for you, who else should I look for? I wasn't the one who did this." Zhao Jiutian was startled and angered. When he heard everyone mention that the wilderness smelting trial was incomparably easy, he had already felt a sense of unease. But, He didn't expect things to be so serious. That's right, he had indeed ordered people to play some small tricks. But his goal was to trap White Fong Fong and the others so that they wouldn't be able to arrive at the Marshall Field within a day and thus lose the qualifications to participate. But he absolutely didn't, nor did he dare to use the mystic beast fodder medicine. This was no longer stopping them, but naked murder. Zhao Jiutian's back dripped with a cold sweat. Even though he had an honored status, if these people in front of him really died, his fate wouldn't be any better. This bastard, just what was going on? This was simply trying to kill him. He couldn't admit it, even if he died he couldn't admit it, otherwise he would be in deep trouble. Black Bebe sneered again and again. Only the direct descendants of Cleansing Temple have the qualifications to use the mystic beast fodder medicine, and you have a grudge with us as well as a sufficient motive to do so. And now you say that you didn't do it? Fine, I will give you a chance to clarify yourself. In the wilderness, the White family has a secret technique called soul searching. It can determine whether a cultivator's words are true or false, and I just happen to be skilled in this secret technique. If you have a clear conscience, then let me give it a try. Zhao Jiutian flatly refused. Black Bebe, don't be too insolent. I am a direct descendant of Cleansing Temple. How can I allow you to casually slander me? That's right, the mystic beast fodder medicine is indeed something that only my direct descendants can use. But over the years there has always been a great deal of it that has spread outside. Just the mystic beast fodder medicine alone cannot be blamed on me. Just say, do you dare to let me give it a try? Humph. If any random dog or cat asked me to cooperate with them, where would I find the time to do so? Black Bebe, if you have evidence then take it out. If you don't then I won't accompany you any further. At this time, a light voice sounded out. My family's miss has encountered a dangerous situation. Before we find out what happened, you cannot leave. It was unknown when a middle-aged man had appeared beside White Fong Fong, but as his words fell into the ears of those around him, they were like a giant boulder falling into a lake, setting off endless waves. Uncle Ming. White Fong Fong bowed, her young face cold. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Chapter 3:15. Zhao Jiutian felt his scalp tingle and his face stiffened. Although he knew that this matter would set off a great uproar, he didn't think it would alarm a master of this level. Ming Xiuan was one of the top masters of the Great Desolate Lake. His status was only inferior to that couple that controlled everything. Since he had personally come here, it was clear he wouldn't give up so easily. Black Bebe quickly bowed, his voice incomparably respectful and his eyes filled with awe and worship. Black Bebe, you were careless and caused the miss to encounter danger. After the competition ends, go to Wild Temple and receive your punishment. Yes, revered Ming. Ming Xiuan looked up, his eyes not falling on Zhao Jiutian. He lightly said, Fellow Taoist Yuan, since you've arrived, why haven't you shown yourself? Revered Ming, it's been several decades since we last met and your cultivation has surpassed the past. This brother here admires you. Yuan Tiangang stepped through the void. Although each step he took seemed silent, it actually caused ripples to appear in the void. Ming Xiuan's expression didn't change. I also admire fellow Taoist Yuan's cultivation. But today your cleansing temple must give me an explanation. In that instant the void froze. It was like an invisible mountain was pressing down. All cultivators found it difficult to even breathe. In particular, Zhao Jiutian and the other cleansing temple cultivators paled. Their mouths were wide open in panic, but they couldn't utter a single sound. Yuan Tiangang laughed. Revered Ming is still as straightforward as ever. Brother, I won't speak any nonsense. This matter wasn't done by us. He landed beside Zhao Jiutian, as if he had stepped into a frozen lake. An invisible impact instantly shattered the frozen void. This was an evenly matched battle. Of the many cultivators present, only a few were able to understand what was happening. Qin Yu was one of them. His complexion was dignified and his heart was filled with praise. To change the rules of the world with a single gesture and borrow the strength of the world for one's own use, the Blue Sea realm was truly worthy of being called a terrifying existence that could turn the Blue Sea into a mulberry field with a single thought. It was truly terrifying. That girl White Fingfing's accident had actually drawn in such a super master. His background was likely far more astonishing than he had imagined. Luckily, after he had put on an act, he had left without hesitation. Otherwise, in front of this revered Ming, he feared he would have been seen through with a single glance. Ming Xiuan's eyelids drooped. Yes or no, words have no basis. Yuan Tiangong's smile faded. When he smiled, he gave people a feeling of unparalleled heroism. At this time, his face was taut, and suddenly he gave birth to endless ruthlessness. Revered Ming, can't my brother's words be used as evidence? Ming Xiuan lightly said, if it were me, then fellow Taoist Yuan's words would be sufficient evidence. But today, I represent the great desolate lake's mistress. If fellow Taoist Yuan really wants to take responsibility for this matter, I'm afraid that my mistress will personally ask you for confirmation in the future. There was a trace of fear in Yuan Tiangong's eyes. After a little silence, he smiled again. Since Lord Ming is so insistent, I will naturally give you face. Jiutian, tell me honestly, did you do it? Zhao Jiutian clenched his teeth and bowed. Revered Yuan, there is indeed a subordinate cultivator who proposed to me to borrow the strength of the wild monster beasts to prevent White Fongfong and the others from participating in the competition. But I have already refused this request. Yuan Tiangang was expressionless. Who suggested it to you? Where is that person? Zhao Jiutian respectfully said, it was Zhao Fuyue. He was injured and is currently recuperating in his residence. He rejoiced inwardly. Luckily, he had made preparations beforehand, otherwise he really would have been in trouble today. Yuan Tiangang lightly said, bring him here. Ming Xiuan said, perhaps we should go. Yuan Tiangang smiled. Good, then let's do as revered Ming says. Zhao Jiutian personally led the way. Countless cultivators followed closely behind. This was a confrontation between Blue Sea Realm's supreme elders. It was rare to see such a lively scene. The South Shine Nation officials seemed to have already been warned, so they didn't intervene and allowed the great desolate lake and cleansing temple to do as they pleased. Zhao Fuyue's residence wasn't too far away, so they soon arrived. Zhao Jiutian personally knocked on the door, but there was no response. His complexion changed. He clenched his teeth and kicked the door open. There was no one inside. Zhao Jiutian's heart skipped a beat. Facing Yuan Tiangong's icy cold eyes, he began to sweat profusely. Impossible, he was here just now. Maybe he had something to do and went out for the time being. A sharp light flashed in Ming Xiuan's eyes. You little thing, just where do you think you're going? He lifted a hand and grasped out. Heaven and earth spiritual energy crazily gathered, turning into a giant hand that grabbed a cultivator that was trying to sneak away in the distance and instantly pulled him in front of him. Zhao Jiutian, is this the subordinate you spoke of? Zhao Jiutian paled. Although he knew things were bad, he didn't dare to deny it. This wasn't a secret and he could find out as long as he investigated. He braced himself and nodded. That's right, it's him. He clenched his teeth and roared, Zhao Fuyue, why are you running away? Could it be that you were the one who secretly harmed fellow Taoist White Fongfong? Zhao Fuyue's complexion was drained of blood and his face was filled with panic. Young Master Jiutian, save me, save me! I was just following your orders. Now that there's a problem, you can't just ignore me. Zhao Jiutian's field of vision darkened and he nearly fell to the ground. His first thought was, just who was this bastard that he dared to harm him? Shut up! What nonsense are you spouting? When did I order you to harm White Fongfong and the others? Zhao Fuyue, think carefully before you speak. Be careful that your mouth doesn't cause trouble. Ming Siyuan swept his eyes around. Are you threatening me in front of me? Zhao Jiutian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He hurriedly bowed. This junior doesn't dare. Ming Siyuan coldly snorted. Zhao Fuyue speak. Beneath his gaze, Zhao Fuyue shivered like a sieve. I have evidence, I have evidence. He trembled and took out a handphone from his chest. He unlocked it and opened the camera app. He found the recording file and opened it. On the handphone screen, a video immediately began to play. In a dimly lit room, Zhao Jiutian handed a round object to a middle-aged cultivator. It wasn't clear what he said, but from the cold sneer on his face, it was clear that he wasn't speaking kindly. The video ended. Zhao Jiutian paled. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. There was only one thought in his mind: how was this possible? How was this possible? A cold light flashed in White Fengfeng's eyes. She lightly said, Uncle Ming, the mystic beast fodder medicine in my hand was taken from the hairpin I bought. The middle-aged cultivator in the video is the one who sold me the hairpin. Whoosh! The crowd stirred. They looked at Zhao Jiutian with eyes full of sympathy. At this point, even if he had 100 mouths, he still wouldn't have a chance to defend himself. Moreover, he couldn't blame anyone else for this. Even such a confidential matter had been recorded. If he didn't die, then he would feel sorry for his stupidity. Ming Siyuan narrowed his eyes. Fellow Taoist Yuan, what else do you have to say? Yuan Tiangang was silent for a moment. He lightly said, I will personally interrogate him. All right. Ming Siyuan let go and Zhao Fuyue fell to the ground. But in the next moment, he stomped his feet and fled outwards. Yuan Tiangang was expressionless. He lifted a hand and pointed forwards. The void instantly froze. The surrounding cultivators subconsciously widened their eyes and secretly gave him a thumbs up. In front of a blue sea realm, he actually tried to escape. This level of intelligence was truly incredible. But at this time, an accident occurred. The imprisoned Zhao Fuyue trembled and blood gushed out from his head. His eyes dimmed and lost all luster. He died. This result was unexpected. The air fell deathly silent. Then, everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on Yuan Tiangang. Silence him. Without needing to think about it, this thought directly leapt out from the depths of their hearts. Yuan Tiangang's face darkened. He lifted his hand and pulled Zhao Fuyue's corpse to his side. After probing it with his divine sense, a cold light rose in his eyes. This person's organs had been directly shattered by a formidable strength, and even his soul had been erased by some unknown strength. And he, Yuan Tiangang, just happened to have the means to accomplish this in silence. With this, there really was no way to explain it. Ming Siyuan's complexion darkened. Fellow Taoist Yuan, what do you mean? Yuan Tiangang sucked in a deep breath. Revered Ming, I cannot explain it clearly right now. But you must believe that there must be some other plot behind this. Please give me some time to clearly investigate this matter. Ming Siyuan lightly said, Fellow Taoist Yuan, I won't stop you if you want to investigate. But you must hand this junior over to me. After being pointed at, Zhao Jiutian's eyes immediately revealed endless fear. Yuan Tiangang frowned. Revered Ming, I cannot agree to this. Ming Siyuan said, Fellow Taoist Yuan is prepared to protect him at all costs. Yuan Tiangang said, I ask Revered Ming to give me some time. Ming Siyuan stepped forwards. The dignity of the great desolate lake's young master cannot be offended by anyone. Bang! In that instant, the might of the blue sea realm swept out in all directions like a tide. The void seemed to transform into a raging sea. Heaven-shaking waves surged up and down, bursting out with 1,000,000,000,000 destructive strengths. Yuan Tiangang sighed. This isn't what I wanted. I ask Revered Ming to forgive me. His expression turned solemn. In the eyes of everyone, his figure instantly rose up, like a divine mountain in the sea. No matter how monstrous the waves were, they still couldn't shake him in the least. Cries of alarm rose up from the crowd. As everyone retreated, they didn't forget to take out their handphones and excitedly open their recording app. This was a battle between Blue Sea Realm's Supreme Masters. To be able to witness this with their own eyes was enough to brag about for decades. Of course, it was necessary for him to post a copy to his WeChat moments to show off to others. Qin Yu mixed in the crowd. He swept his eyes around and saw the excited crowd. He thought to himself that it was too early for them to be happy. Unless the South Shine Nation officials didn't plan on holding the competition as scheduled, it was impossible for them to allow two Blue Sea Realm super powerhouses to fight on the field. And sure enough, as Ming Xiyuan and Yuan Tiangong's auras became increasingly strong and space trembled as if it would collapse, a figure appeared on the field without warning. Revered Ming, revered Yuan, I am overjoyed that you two came in person. But tomorrow is the competition day, so I ask that you two be magnanimous and not make things difficult for me. He wore a blue robe and a light smile hung on his face. But at this moment, no one could ignore this elegant cultivator who had suddenly intervened. At first, his aura wasn't too formidable. But, as one went a step further, they discovered that ever since he arrived, it was like a great net had appeared between the heavens and earth, trapping everyone within. Perhaps they couldn't feel the might of this net at this time, but once it tightened, no one could escape. Chapter 3:16. Ming Xiyuan furrowed his eyebrows. After a moment of silence, he slowly retracted his aura. Exalted Yun, I was impetuous today, but this matter was personally ordered by my family's mistress. I will not give up. He coldly swept his eyes over Zhao Jiutian and then cupped his hands together. Young master, let's go. White Fengfeng nodded. With a taut face, she led her people away. The crowd of onlookers retreated like a tide, each one revealing a deep awe in their eyes. This little girl, when she put on airs, she really did seem like she was the real deal. Yuan Tiangang bitterly smiled. He cupped his hands together and said, Exalted Yun, I was in the wrong today. Thank you for helping me out. Yun Ilan smiled. If the two of you can stop, that is already giving me face. But, revered Yuan, you must deal with this matter as soon as possible. He nodded and stepped away, teleporting away. Yuan Tiangong's eyes turned cold. Zhao Jiutian, come with me. He didn't forget that he had taken away Zhao Fue's corpse and inexplicably ruined his plan. He naturally wouldn't swallow this loss in silence. The South Shine Nation had built many temporary wooden houses. Yuan Tiangang pushed open the door and walked in. Behind him, Zhao Jiutian fell to his knees, his body shivering. Yuan Tiangang didn't look at him. After sitting down, he closed his eyes and thought. After a long time, he opened his eyes and a cold light erupted several feet from them. Zhao Jiutian, I will ask you this once. Were you the one who made the mystic beast fodder medicine? Zhao Jiutian shook his head again and again. Revered Yuan, please understand. Although Jiutian isn't talented, he still has some brains. How could he try to kill White Fengfeng and the others? This must be a plot. Perhaps the Great Desolate Lake is taking advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble for my cleansing temple. Yuan Tiangang coldly sneered. The protection of God has already appeared. The Bai family's daughter must have encountered a life or death danger. That couple from the Great Desolate Lake would never do such a thing. He twirled his fingers and his eyes became increasingly cold. I believe that you don't have the courage, but your stupidity makes this matter impossible to explain. Zhao Jiutian, your mistake will cause tremendous damage to the entire situation. If you can smoothly take first place in the competition, there might be a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, you don't want to know what your fate will be. Zhao Jiutian began to sweat. Revered Yuan, rest assured that this disciple will do his best. Elsewhere, everyone from the Great Desolate Lake had already settled down. Ming Xiyuan's expression was still indifferent, but there was a hint of intimacy in his eyes. Young master, you've really gone too far this time. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid the sky will collapse. Uncle Ming, aren't I fine now? Now that there were no outsiders, White Fong Fong immediately dropped her cold and lofty facade. She had a cute and innocent expression on her face. That Zhao Jiutian is too much of a bastard. He actually wanted to kill someone as beautiful and cute as me. This is unforgivable. Black Bebe's lips twitched. Of course, at this time he wouldn't retort. As for Ming Siyuan, he seemed to have long since grown accustomed to this. His expression didn't change as he said, "This matter isn't necessarily the work of Cleansing Temple." White Fingfing's eyes widened, a sweet and innocent expression on her face. Ming Siyuan shook his head. "You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. I will investigate it myself. If there really is someone secretly inciting disharmony, then our relationship with Cleansing Temple." Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was enough to explain everything. Restraining the killing intent in his heart, Ming Siyuan lightly said, "You still haven't told me how you escaped from the trap of the mystic beast fodder medicine." White Fong Fong proudly stuck out her chest. "It was absolutely my big brother Baoyu's contribution." Ming Siyuan frowned. His eyes fell on Black Bebe. Black Bebe groaned inwardly. Senior Baoyu's warning was still vivid in his mind, so how could he dare to speak of it? But if he didn't, then with revered Ming's temper, he would definitely skin him alive. This was truly tragic. Feeling revered Ming's eyes turn increasingly cold, Black Bebe braced himself and said, reporting to revered Ming, "What Fong Fong said is correct. The reason we were able to survive was because Senior Baoyu rescued us. But, before Senior Baoyu left, he told us not to tell anyone about his matters." White Fingfing's eyes widened. She suddenly cheered. "I knew that my big brother Baoyu was the strongest. He was countless times stronger than Black Bebe. Also, you hateful Black Bebe, you actually dared to lie to me. Hurry up and tell me where my big brother Baoyu went." Looking at White Fong Fong baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, Black Bebe nearly cried. "My dear grandaunt, could you not interfere at this time?" Ming Siyuan narrowed his eyes. "Baoyu. Black Bebe, tell me everything you know." Black Bebe opened his mouth but didn't dare to utter a single word of refusal. He could only cry and recount what happened that day. As White Fong Fong heard Qin Yu display his invincible might and slaughter his way through the monster beast horde, finally using his own strength to scare away all the monster beasts, her eyes sparkled like little stars. She couldn't help but look at him with worship. Ming Siyuan revealed a dignified expression. "You're saying that he only has a nascent soul cultivation but was able to erupt with the combat strength of his divine soul? Moreover, his supernatural power even defeated the beheading bloodlight and triggered a backlash that killed the blood-eye beheading ape?" Black Bebe nodded. "Yes." Ming Siyuan was silent for a long time. "Black Bebe, if today's matters enter my ears, do not mention them to anyone else. Do you understand?" Such a serious tone, could it be? Black Bebe was startled. He nodded again and again, but his complexion paled even more and a bitter taste filled his mouth. White Fong Fong blinked her eyes. "Uncle Ming, what are you talking about?" Ming Siyuan thought for a moment. "Young master, can you tell me why you are so close to this stranger you've only met twice?" White Fong Fong bit her finger, thinking for a long time. "I don't know. At first glance, I thought that Big Brother Baoyu was a very, very good person and I wanted to be good friends with him. Then, the more I interacted with him, the more I felt that Big Brother Baoyu was far too good. Compared to a certain cousin of mine, he was at least 100,000 times better." Brother Black, who had been implicated once more, had tears streaming down his face. Ming Siyuan let out a long breath. If Miss has such a reaction, then it should be correct. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell them about this matter so that these two little fellows wouldn't inadvertently speak of it and provoke a great deal of trouble. "Young master, if I'm not wrong, this fellow Taoist Baoyu should be a reincarnated cultivator. He has awakened his consciousness before entering the divine soul realm. Unless he had some heaven-defying good fortune, he should have stepped into samsara with his consciousness. The possibility of the former is nearly negligible, so the greatest possibility is that this fellow Taoist Baoyu must have been a peak character in his previous life. He didn't speak too clearly, but with White Fong Fong and Black Beibei's status, they had the qualifications to come into contact with some extremely secretive matters of the world. For instance, reincarnation and samsara. The truth was that every life form had a past life. It was just that in samsara, all soul marks would be washed away and the memories of their past life would turn to smoke. But if one's cultivation in their past life was high enough, then when a cultivator stepped into the divine soul realm and opened up their soul space, there was a chance they could awaken a portion of their past life's incomplete memories. These memories were often the greatest obsessions of their past life. It was unknown how good or bad their effects were. Some could cause a person's personality to change, and some could allow them to obtain the inheritance of their memories and become incomparably powerful. And in samsara there was also an extremely special and rare existence. That was the reincarnation of consciousness. This sort of reincarnation could even choose their own reincarnated body. This involved the power of samsara and the rules of the great Tao. The difficulty was nearly unimaginable. Of course, once one succeeded, the harvests would be astonishing. This was because this sort of reincarnated person would have the complete memories of their past life from the day they were reborn, and they would also have an outstanding mortal body that they had chosen ahead of time. In an extremely short period of time, they could grow once more, even reaching a boundary that was even more formidable than their previous life. This sort of samsara was called the reincarnation of a deva. And those that had the qualifications to be called a deva were at least at the calamity immortal realm. Cultivation defied the heavens and changed one's destiny, rising step by step, becoming increasingly powerful. After nascent soul came the divine soul, and after divine soul came the blue sea, controlling the rules. And after the blue sea came the calamity immortal realm. Those at this boundary could be called immortals. They stood at the final hurdle of ascending to the heavenly Tao. If they didn't perish after withstanding the 3 calamities and 10 tribulations, they could step onto the transcendent great Tao. In the land of divinity and demons, the transcendent great Tao only appeared in legends. Even the emperor-level existences that controlled a great empire and borrowed the destiny of the nation to resist the heavenly Tao were only calamity immortals. In other words, the calamity immortal realm was the highest peak existence in the land of divinity and demons. Black Beibei had a dazed expression. Although he had suspected this before, the impact of hearing it from revered Ming's mouth was on a completely different level. Calamity immortal. Calamity immortal. These 2 words were like endless bolts of heavenly thunder. They rumbled in his mind, tearing apart all his thoughts. Even breathing became incomparably difficult. This little girl White Fong Fong was also stunned. But in a short period of time, she regained her composure. Then, her eyes brightened and she screamed, "Calamity immortal! My big brother Baoyu is a calamity immortal! Ha ha ha! My big brother Baoyu is a calamity immortal! With this, who dares to bully me? From now on, I, White Fong Fong, will have the qualifications to walk sideways." In a trance, Black Beibei was awakened by this laughter. His lips twitched and he subconsciously wanted to taunt her. But as he thought of the way Senior Baoyu had looked at White Fong Fong before he left, his heart skipped a beat and he didn't dare to say anything. Ming Xiuan said in a low voice, "That's enough. This is only my guess and I can't be sure right now. The reason I am telling you all this is to have you remember not to speak of this matter to anyone else. Black Beibei, the 2 juniors of the Jiang family, personally warn them and have them forget about this matter." He paused for a moment, his voice becoming increasingly low. A person that is suspected to be the reincarnation of a calamity immortal will attract countless greedy eyes. Even if I don't say it, you should all be aware of this. If news of this were to leak out, the consequences would be inconceivable. There was also something he didn't say. If a great uproar were to arise, then with the abilities of a reincarnated calamity immortal, it shouldn't be difficult for him to escape. But he would inevitably bear a grudge against the great desolate lake. To be remembered by such a character, even the powerful great desolate lake would find it hard to escape destruction. White Fong Fong nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Then, she suddenly thought of something. She turned and viciously said, "Surname Black, just a little bit of wine and you've lost control of your mouth. From now on, you better stop drinking. If you dare to say a single word about it, I will make sure you never see the light of day again." Chapter 317. At this time, Qin Yu naturally didn't know that his performance of repelling the monster beasts had been misunderstood by Black Bebe and then passed on to Ming Xiyuan, creating an exaggerated misunderstanding. At this time, he had come to a random wooden house he had chosen. He calmly sensed the fierce and ominous aura that flooded the space. With the little blue lamp in hand, Qin Yu didn't fear refining pills. But the crux of the matter was that he had to at least refine the pill. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying the little blue lamp was, it still wouldn't be able to do anything. The ominous aura outside would indeed have a considerable impact on alchemy. Qin Yu's only goal in participating in this competition was to obtain the treasure furnace remnant spirit that the fleeting flame furnace desperately needed. In other words, only by winning first place would everything he did have any meaning. In the land of divinity and demons, there were as many geniuses as there were stars in the sky. Qin Yu didn't dare to be careless. The night passed without words. Early the next morning, a bell rang out. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. It was impossible to completely ignore the ominous aura outside in a single night. But, after adapting, he was able to greatly reduce the effects of alchemy. Qin Yu stood up, tidied himself up a bit, and pushed open the door. Facing the rising sun in the dense mountain forest, he let out a light breath. The competition was about to begin. The South Shine Nation officials were very straightforward. Without any nonsense, they announced the first step of the competition, choosing a pill furnace. Everyone knew just how important a pill furnace was to an alchemist. Between high grade and low grade, a pill furnace had an extremely important effect on the quality of the pill. The South Shine Nation's actions were deeply supported by the vast majority of young alchemists. After all, everyone came from different backgrounds. If one had wealth, power, or background, they could directly use a treasure furnace to refine pills. Even if their level was average, they still had some confidence they could rush into the finals and even become the champion. If so, then this competition would have lost all meaning. Qin Yu followed the crowd and arrived at a black iron pagoda. This pagoda had 9 levels and was over 100 feet high. The surface was covered in rust and had an ancient aura. A South Shine Nation official stepped out. "Fellow participating Taoists, although you all know the rules, in order to ensure fairness, I must delay everyone for a bit of time." He turned and pointed. "This pagoda is called the Pill Furnace Pagoda. There are 10,000 pill furnaces placed inside. Of these, 100 are of perfect quality, 1,000 are of inferior quality, 2,000 are of inferior quality, and the rest are of inferior quality. Whether the pill furnace was good or bad, no one could judge it. It all depended on one's luck. Of course, I must remind everyone that the higher you go in the pill furnace pagoda, the higher the chances of a high-quality pill furnace appearing will be. Once the wind chimes sound, everyone can use their divine sense to choose a pill furnace." In the crowd, everyone had dignified expressions on their faces. After all, the quality of the pill furnace would greatly affect the outcome of the competition. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't people who were dissatisfied with this method. But to a cultivator, luck was an extremely important thing. Even if they picked a poor pill furnace, that was their fate, and they couldn't blame anyone else. Ding ding ding. On top of the rusty iron tower, the wind chimes suddenly rang. However, when this sound entered the ears, it was not pleasant at all. Instead, it was like the sound of iron and stone rubbing against each other, sharp and ear-piercing. The faces of many cultivators instantly turned pale, as if they had been hit in the head with a stick. Their vision darkened, and the divine sense that they had been preparing to attack slowed down. Qin Yu frowned. But in the blink of an eye, his divine sense broke out from his body and broke into the pill furnace pagoda. The first people to do this were all well-known figures with formidable cultivation bases among the participating cultivators. As the divine wills entered, the wind chimes at the corners of the pagoda began to ring louder and louder, as if they were stabbing needles into one's head. Save me, save me. My head hurts. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Outside of the pill furnace pagoda, almost 20% of the participating cultivators had fallen to the ground and were screaming in pain. Their faces were twisted with pain. As for the remaining cultivators, there were many who had pale faces and cold sweat dripping down their cheek. They clenched their teeth and barely managed to steady their minds. In the distance, in a wooden pagoda, Yun Ilan was drinking tea with his head lowered. The miserable screams carried by the wind didn't cause his complexion to change at all. Exalted One, aren't we going too far by doing this? After all, most of them are just Golden Core and Nascent Soul Realm Juniors. How could they possibly resist the might of an unsealed pagoda bell? An official hesitantly said. Yun Ilan put down his teacup. He lightly said, I don't want to care about the dirty dealings between the great desolate lake and cleansing temple, but I can't allow the competition to lose its decorum because of them. With so many people, we have to eliminate some of them, otherwise the competition will be too slow. Don't worry, I have already marked the pagoda spirit with my divine might. Once a cultivator surpasses the limits of what they can withstand, they will directly faint and there won't be any irreparable damage. As for the suffering they are suffering right now, just consider it their punishment for taking advantage of a loophole to participate in the competition. Qin Yu's complexion was dignified. Although he didn't know that this was Yun Ilan's arrangement, it wasn't hard to guess what the South Shine Nation was thinking. This was to continue the screening process that had yet to be completed in the wilderness trial. They wanted to eliminate those who tried to pass themselves in and ensure that the competition could proceed effectively. Although there was nothing wrong with doing this, as he swept his eyes around and saw the miserable screams of people, he felt that this method was a bit too radical. Of course, this wasn't wrong, but Qin Yu didn't have any thoughts of raising any objections. At this time, he stimulated his divine sense with all his strength, constantly breaking through the barriers and rushing into the higher levels of the pagoda. The rusty pill furnace pagoda had an ordinary appearance and a vulgar name, but it was truly extraordinary. In fact, it could even be called the most mystical treasure that Qin Yu had ever seen in his life. Once one's divine sense entered, it was like a thin cover covering it. This cover isolated the probing of one's divine sense, but it still retained the most basic senses. Thus, one could choose a pill furnace and bring it out, but they didn't know if it was beautiful or if it had a few pockmarks on its face. Moreover, the interior of the pill furnace pagoda used an invisible energy to separate each level. There was simply no space left for one to pass through. If one wanted to go up, they could only force their way through. This energy was ice-cold. When one's divine sense crashed into it, it was like jumping into a frozen lotus pond in the middle of a winter night. There was no need to describe this feeling. Moreover, the higher one went, the stronger the chill of the invisible energy became. By the time Qin Yu reached the 8th level, he found it hard to continue. The invisible energy was like water. Every time a divine sense broke through it, it would cause ripples that could be sensed by other cultivators. As he tried to break through, 3 divine senses successfully broke into the 9th level. This left Qin Yu's heart cold. He sighed inwardly. This was truly the land of divinity and demons. There were countless cultivation geniuses here. Immediately, a heroic spirit burst forth from the depths of his heart. Qin Yu's eyes erupted with a brilliant divine light. So what if they were geniuses of the land of divinity and demons? Today, he might not necessarily be inferior to them. Bang! His divine sense rushed out with all its strength, causing the invisible energy to violently shake. Several divine senses that were stuck like Qin Yu and were trying to break through began to shout out in anger. In the next moment, beneath the pill furnace pagoda, several cultivators spat out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes flashed open, filled with rage. "You bastard! Who is playing tricks on the 8th level and ruining my plans? The competition hasn't even started and I'm already at a disadvantage. Which fellow Taoist gave me such a great gift? I will return it double. You injured me and forced me to choose a medium-grade pill furnace. Don't let me find out who you are. You still have a medium-grade pill furnace, but I hastily chose a low-grade pill furnace. You bastard, I'll kill you!" Their roars spread out like thunder. Many cultivators looked at them sympathetically, but they snorted disdainfully at their angry shouts. To be able to shake the invisible energy with a single strike and force them out, that person's divine sense was bound to be astonishingly strong. It was common knowledge that divine sense originated from the soul, and only when the soul reached the divine soul boundary could it truly begin to temper itself. Thus, the cultivation speed of the soul was far slower than the increase in magic power. If one's divine sense was stronger, then one's magic power would be stronger. This was a fact. Of course, there were exceptions. For instance, if one ate some heavenly material or something and their soul strength suddenly rose. Qin Yu was certain that he was an exception. Thus, he rationally chose to ignore these angry roars. Cough cough, could it be that he really did something that angered the heavens and angered the people? No, I just wanted to break into the 9th level. Qin Yu felt helpless. Luckily, in the next moment, there was a light cracking sound and his divine sense seemed to enter a vast space. Without thinking about anything else, he swept his divine sense around him. This was the Pill Furnace Pagoda's 9th level? The interior of a magic treasure actually gave off a feeling of boundlessness and limitlessness. Before he could sigh in surprise, a deep rumbling sound echoed out from the distance, approaching at an astonishing speed. Qin Yu's divine sense transformed into a phantom. He frowned as he looked towards the source of the sound. After several breaths of time, his pupils shrank. It was an incomparably massive pill furnace. That's right, it was a pill furnace. But at this time, it was like a wild bull that had broken free of its reins, roaring as it rushed forwards. Although there was still some distance between them, Qin Yu was well aware just what sort of terrifying strength this pill furnace carried with it. Although the reason he rushed into the 9th level was to seize this pill furnace, and this wild bull pill furnace was clearly not ordinary, Qin Yu didn't have the slightest intention of taking it for his own. What nonsense! With this speed and this commotion, he feared that if his divine sense rushed forwards, he would be smashed to pieces before he could grab the pill furnace. Shua Qin Yu's divine sense body instantly dodged to the side. He watched as the wild bull pill furnace rumbled past, continuing to rush into the distance. Just now, he had been thinking that he absolutely couldn't provoke this pill furnace, but as he watched it leave, he felt a bit reluctant in his heart. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that this pill furnace was absolutely fierce. As if sensing Qin Yu's reluctance, the howling pill furnace came to a sudden stop. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had a foreboding premonition. Then, this premonition became reality in the next moment. Rumble Rumble. Chapter 3:18. Qin Yu's eyes widened as he looked at the crazily rushing pill furnace. At this time, his mood was like a broken dog. Any feelings of reluctance or anything like that had long since been tossed to the highest heavens. His divine sense wasn't weak, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to enter the Pill Furnace Pagoda's 9th level. But, if he really was struck by this crazy bull Pill Furnace, even if he didn't die he would be severely wounded. If he couldn't provoke it then he could always hide. After Qin Yu's divine sense body dodged, he chose a direction and sped away. But after several breaths of time, there was a loud rumbling roar behind him. His complexion changed, and he turned around to see that Pill Furnace stubbornly chasing after him, as if it wouldn't give up until it achieved its goal. "Did I ever provoke you?" Qin Yu clenched his teeth and dodged once more. This time, the crazy bull Pill Furnace didn't even pause. It directly turned around, clearly targeting him. There weren't many divine senses on the Pill Furnace Pagoda's 9th level. Even in the land of divinity and demons, there weren't many young cultivators that could accomplish this. Originally, these divine senses were scattered to search for the Pill Furnace. But at this time, they were all drawn over by the eruption of activity. These divine senses stopped in the distance with curiosity in their hearts. Then, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although it was a bit blurry and they couldn't clearly see who was being chased, they had all heard of that crazy and terrifying Pill Furnace before. There had always been a legend that there was an extremely terrifying Pill Furnace on the Pill Furnace Pagoda's 9th level. It came and went like a ghost, like a wild bull that galloped through the prairies, never tiring, recklessly venting its strength and power. Any young cultivator that had the qualifications to know of this was severely warned by their elders. If they really encountered this Pill Furnace, they weren't allowed to approach it even half a step. But they had never heard of this Pill Furnace chasing after someone. Could this fellow have run off to provoke it? TSK, this fellow must be tired of living. Their eyesight wasn't bad, and they could see that although the fleeing divine sense was fast and its aura wasn't weak, it was still a bit worse than this Pill Furnace. Once it caught up, that taste was like smashing a ripe watermelon to the ground. It was absolutely a sour feeling. The divine wills all revealed expressions of sympathy. This arrogant fellow was destined to suffer a great loss. Of course, no one would lend a hand to save him. After all, everyone was a competitor, and there was absolutely no weakling amongst those who were able to ascend to the 9th level. To be able to eliminate a strong competitor in advance was definitely a good thing. Qin Yu's complexion paled. He also discovered the dire situation he was in right now. This mad bull behind him was shockingly fast, and its endurance was even better. He couldn't see any signs of it stopping. And to maintain such an astonishing speed of escape, the consumption of his divine sense was enormous. If he continued like this, sooner or later he would be hit. Gritting his teeth, he cursed in his heart. "I can't afford to provoke you, but I can at least run away. I'm not going to stay on the 9th floor anymore. Let's see what you can do then." Qin Yu stopped. He viciously glared at the oncoming Pill Furnace, a sneer on his face. When a cultivator's divine sense entered the Pill Furnace Pagoda, they could withdraw at any time. This was the reason why Qin Yu was able to maintain his composure when he was being chased. But at this time, his smile froze and his complexion paled. He was actually unable to back out. And at this time, the mad bull was already very close to him. As the surrounding divine senses saw Qin Yu suddenly stop, they were all stunned. Then, just as the Pill Furnace was about to crash into him, they finally realized the reason. This fellow, could it be that he doesn't know that it is only in the space of the 9th level that he isn't allowed to leave before choosing a Pill Furnace? In fact, the inn had an extremely comprehensive collection of information regarding the competition and had given it to Qin Yu for him to study ahead of time. Unfortunately, after stepping into the Dao arena, Qin Yu had suffered a great blow when it came to treasures that could increase his talent. Afterwards, he had wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and had forgotten about this matter, forgotten about it. If he could go back in time, Qin Yu swore that he would study hard. But it was already too late, so he had no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. Of course, all of this was just random guesses. After Qin Yu recovered from his daze, he instantly regained his composure. His will had been tempered over the years, allowing him to display an extremely powerful self-control in this critical moment. Simply judging, it was already too late to dodge. Qin Yu shouted out loud, and the strength of his divine sense erupted. Closer, closer, the giant pill furnace rumbled into his eyes, finally occupying his entire line of sight. Qin Yu roared out loud. His palm touched the pill furnace, his expression firm and resolute. He had already prepared himself to withstand any terrifying pain. But in the next moment, he froze where he was. The pill furnace had stopped. That's right, from a high-speed sprinting state, it had instantly come to a standstill. Between extreme movement and extreme stillness, it was so smooth and natural, as if everything should be like this. Then, its 10-foot-tall body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a pill furnace the size of a palm. Qin Yu blinked his eyes. And at this moment, the surrounding divine senses all seemed as if they had been struck by lightning. After a long time, they regained their composure, their mouths twitching. They had all seen strong starts and weak finishes before, but this was the first time they had seen such a strong start and weak finish. What the hell was going on? Didn't they say that it would be a ripe watermelon? How come in the blink of an eye, the fierce and wild bull had turned into a docile little kitten? This was the pill furnace that the elders had solemnly warned more than once not to approach. As elders, how could they be so deceitful? Even a blind man could see that this pill furnace was absolutely extraordinary. It was likely the highest level of power within the entire pill furnace pagoda. To stare helplessly on as it was taken away by someone, and in such an unimaginably easy manner at that, they really couldn't reconcile with this. Some people weren't reconciled, so they were annoyed in their hearts. But some people weren't reconciled, so they directly took action. As Qin Yu was in a daze, a powerful aura suddenly attacked him from the side. He instantly woke up and tried to resist, but his divine sense was still shaken away. Although he wasn't injured, the pill furnace that had just fallen into his hand was sent tumbling away. The sneak attacker's divine sense laughed out loud and swept towards it. "Little darling, you are mine." The pill furnaces within the pill furnace pagoda could be snatched away. Many of the surrounding divine senses cursed at these idiots. Because of their slow reactions, they began to shed tears of regret. Damn, how come I didn't react at all? I could only stare helplessly on as this treasure was taken away by someone else. Now it was already too late. This was because after obtaining the pill furnace, the divine sense could directly bring it away. Of course, regret was one thing, but what was even more tragic was the fellow who first obtained the pill furnace's approval. What an idiot! After obtaining the pill furnace, he didn't immediately leave. Was he trying to act cool or something? Now that he couldn't act cool, he became an idiot. Haha, everyone, take your time to search. I'll be leaving first. The divine sense wrapped around the pill furnace, and then both vanished from sight. So it was like this: divine senses looked towards Qin Yu, their eyes full of ridicule and contempt. However, what surprised them was that the divine sense seemed to be very calm and did not fly into a rage. Had he gone insane from the shock? Tsk, how pitiful! In truth, beneath the blurry image they could see, Qin Yu's complexion was extremely strange. He had a feeling that the pill furnace wouldn't be taken away. Moreover, that fellow who tried to steal it would likely suffer a great misfortune. As if to confirm Qin Yu's thoughts, with a cry of alarm, the divine sense and pill furnace that had vanished reappeared where they originally were. Then, the small and docile pill furnace suddenly emitted a thunderous roar, as if it were some sort of angry roar. Then, its volume began to wildly rise at an astonishing speed, restoring itself to its original size. But it didn't stop growing. It continued to grow until it was over 100 feet in size and then fiercely fell down. This scene was like an auntie that weighed over 300 jeans grabbing onto a young man that weighed less than 90 jeans on the side of the road. She impatiently pulled down his pants and then forcefully smacked him. The consequences, the taste. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Of course, it was only a slight tingling on the scalp. It was definitely not enough. The fellow who had been happy for less than a second after taking away the pill furnace suddenly let out an incomparably mournful howl. Then, that condensed divine sense was like a balloon that popped, breaking into countless pieces. There was a deathly silence. It wasn't until that cruel and ruthless pill furnace that had smashed apart his divine sense returned to the size of a palm and obediently fell into Qin Yu's hand that everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. When placed together, it was actually quite a spectacular sight. At this time, the ridicule and disdain had long since disappeared. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. So it wasn't that this fellow didn't want to act, but that he wanted to wait a bit longer so he could put on an even bigger show. And now, it seemed that the effect was explosive. The ups and downs of life were like this. Just a moment ago, they were crying tears of regret for their slow reaction, but in the next moment, their chrysanthemums tightened as they rejoiced at their own slowness. If it were them, as they thought of that cruel pill furnace and that merciless smack, many divine senses shivered until they were like sieves. Suddenly, a divine sense rapidly flew away. The remaining divine senses were stunned for a moment. It was unknown what they were thinking, but they quickly followed behind. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished without a trace. Then, all of them wiped away a cold sweat that didn't exist and let out long breaths of relief. Luckily, this fellow wasn't a cruel and merciless character. Otherwise, as long as he used the pill furnace as a weapon and ruthlessly threw it at them, their fates wouldn't be any better than the fellow who had just laughed for a second. This was too terrifying, too terrifying. This distance wasn't safe enough. I should run a bit further. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He could roughly guess why these divine senses were running away. He thought to himself, why are you running so fast? I'm not, cough cough, I won't admit it. His mind was too shocked right now, so he didn't think of this brilliant plan. Hey, can you come back so we can compete and see whose reaction is faster? As his thoughts raced, perhaps because he felt that Qin Yu didn't have any intention of leaving, the pill furnace in his hand became unhappy. He thought to himself, since I've already flipped over your plate, do you think you can still run away? Chapter 319. His mind buzzed and his consciousness returned to his body. The moment he opened his eyes, he heard a pitiful howl. He turned his head to see a cultivator wearing the robes of a South Shine Nation official firmly pressing down on a young man who was rolling on the ground in pain. This person's appearance wasn't bad. Looking at his exquisite robes, he should have some background. Unfortunately, his face was twisted and tears and snot flowed down his face. His robes were already dirty, and he looked no different from a madman. Naturally, he didn't have the least bit of elegance to speak of. Seeing that it was impossible to subdue him, and that the ruckus was growing bigger and bigger, a gloomy-faced official who had been watching from the sidelines suddenly stepped forward and slapped his palm down. The howling came to an abrupt stop. But as everyone looked at the fellow whose head was half buried in the ground, countless people shrank back, feeling the pain in his place. Lift him up and take him away. The crowd drew back, not daring to stop this group of officials who were clearly in a bad mood. That was right. In the competition organized by the South Shine Nation officials, there were serious casualties. This would have an extremely bad impact on the reputation of the entire competition. This year's competition is really evil. In the previous competitions, choosing a pill furnace was always the simplest part. You could just go through the motions and be done with it. But this time, there was actually a tragedy of someone's divine sense being crushed to pieces. Even if there were miraculous pills, this dear friend would still be left with serious aftereffects. He might even die for the rest of his life. There's one more thing. Did you hear? 2 cultivators from some sect in West Creek found hundreds of demon corpses in the wild trial by fire. I'm pretty sure that's why the trial by fire was so easy. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. This matter has already spread out. Yesterday, when the great desolate lake confronted a Blue Sea Supreme Elder from Cleansing Temple, the mystic beast fodder medicine was already revealed. Those people from Cleansing Temple were far too careless. Now that they have evidence, they can only refuse to admit it no matter what. I don't think this matter will end so easily. What you've heard is the emasculated version. This is the complete version. Those 2 cultivators from West Creek not only saw several hundred monster beast corpses, but they also encountered a freak who abused corpses. I heard that the scene was extremely bloody, and that freak laughed as he abused the corpses. He even took a video. But afterwards, they seemed to have received a warning, and this matter was suppressed. F***ck, there's actually such a person. Why do I feel a chill at the back of my head after hearing what you guys said? Black lines appeared on Qin Yu's forehead because he felt that if he understood correctly, the 2 things these people were talking about should be related to him. In any case, no one would know it was him. He stared at the pill furnace pagoda. Without accident, the mad cow pill furnace on the 9th level would soon come out. Even though he didn't know exactly what level it was, he knew that it was definitely very, very powerful. If a pill furnace of this level appeared, would there be any strange phenomena? At that time, it would be difficult for him to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Moreover, if others found out that he was the cultivator who stole the pill furnace from the 9th level, that cultivator who had his divine sense blown up and the influence behind him would never let this matter rest. To provoke himself into trouble for a moment of fame, this was a mistake that only a young man would make. As a shrewd and rational divine soul realm master, Qin Yu felt a headache coming on. He stared at the pill furnace pagoda, his body tensed. The magic power within his body sped up as he prepared to suppress the pill furnace. He only hoped that its performance wouldn't be too dazzling. The truth was that at this time, besides watching the fun, many of the surrounding cultivators were looking at Qin Yu. The vast majority of cultivators that passed the Pagoda Bells test had already obtained their own pill furnaces. The ones that hadn't obtained theirs were all masters because they had spent a great deal of time breaking through the pagoda. As for Qin Yu, he woke up at this time. In the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, he was naturally the symbol of a master. After the fun was over, everyone's eyes locked onto him. Perhaps most of these people didn't have a high cultivation, but their eyes weren't lacking. They could naturally see the dignified expression on Qin Yu's face, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Could this person have found an extraordinary pill furnace in the pill furnace pagoda? But before Qin Yu's pill furnace came out, there was a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. High grade, it's actually a high-grade pill furnace. The chances of a high-quality pill furnace appearing on the 9th level are truly high. Zhao Jiutian had a smug expression. The taut strings in his heart loosened a little, and he let out a breath of relief. What nonsense, this was a high-grade pill furnace. According to the probability of past years, there wouldn't be more than 50. And of these 50 high-grade pill furnaces, less than 10 would actually fall into the hands of an alchemy master. Just based on this point alone, Zhao Jiutian had already gained the advantage in this competition that hadn't even truly entered the alchemy stage. In addition to Cleansing Temple's series of arrangements, he even felt that the number 1 throne was already there, beckoning to him. Black Bebe's complexion darkened. He looked down at the pill furnace in his hand. There was only a tiny crack on its surface. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. It could be considered the best medium-grade pill furnace. But a medium-grade pill furnace was still a medium-grade pill furnace. The disparity between it and a high-grade pill furnace wasn't just a little bit. In addition, there was a similar difference in alchemy strength between him and Zhao Jiutian. Unless this bastard made a mistake, his chances of winning were extremely small. Luckily, in the next moment, the pill furnace that White Fong Fong chose flew out from the pill furnace pagoda. Its surface was smooth and flawless, shining with a faint light beneath the sunlight. High grade. Black Bebe calmed down. He sneered. What are you being so arrogant for? You aren't the only one who obtained a high-grade pill furnace on the 9th level. The result is still unknown. Zhao Jiutian's complexion darkened. His lips curled up in a smile. So what if we're both high-grade pill furnaces? In the end, what the competition relies on is our own alchemy strength. Miss White's alchemy talent is good, but she is a bit young and her cultivation is a bit low. She was young and lacked experience. Her cultivation was low and her divine sense was poor. This was a fact that even Black Bebe had to admit. A bit of worry appeared on his face. If only he had a high-grade pill furnace in his hands. Unfortunately, after one's divine sense chose a pill furnace, it could only be used by the chosen cultivator. It couldn't be lent out. Everyone was well aware of the conflict between the Great Desolate Lake and Cleansing Temple, so they weren't surprised that both sides were at odds with each other. Rather, they were able to hear some information from their words. 9th level. Could it be that those that had awoken now were all fierce people from the 9th level? All around Qin Yu, the eyes that were focused on him immediately filled with awe. The Pill Furnace Pagoda's 9th level. Not to mention anything else, just this point alone was enough to rank amongst the tens of thousands of people participating in the competition. But they had no idea what quality pill furnace he would obtain. Would it also be high grade? You people were strong enough to begin with, and now you even obtained a commercial pill furnace. How are we supposed to live? With the pill furnace pagoda as the core, several cries of alarm rose up from the crowd. Some were filled with envy and some were filled with schadenfreude. It was clear that even on the 9th level, not everyone could obtain a high-quality pill furnace. As everyone watched, the powerhouses that had broken into the 9th level with their divine senses didn't know what they were looking at. They were all sizing each other up. A burst of fluctuations just now had shaken everyone back. Luckily, before they were forced back, several pill furnaces had appeared in front of them. They had been able to choose and grab one, otherwise if they had come out empty-handed they wouldn't even have a place to cry to. And the reason for all of this was absolutely related to the fellow who had subdued the wild ox pill furnace. At this time, anyone who took a pill furnace could have been him. Everyone was certainly curious as to just who had such invincible might. Of course, after knowing his identity, they would be able to prepare early in the competition to avoid any accident. There weren't many people that managed to break into the 9th level. Thus, the cries of alarm from the crowd soon died down. It seemed that everyone had already obtained their own pill furnace. Then, there was only Qin Yu left. At this moment, it could no longer be described as the surrounding gazes. Rather, the entire audience's attention was focused on him. In particular, there were several particularly sharp gazes that caused Qin Yu to groan inwardly. Now, he was increasingly certain that the pill furnace he obtained was because he was arrogantly putting on airs. Otherwise, why would he be the last to come out? With such a temperament, when he appeared on stage, how could he be weak? As Qin Yu thought of the grim situation he would face next, his complexion became increasingly solemn. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. As this posture fell into everyone's eyes, they felt even more awe. From this person's posture they could tell that he was a master, a master, a master. They couldn't help but admire him. The several people that came out from the 9th level, Black Bebe, White Fong Fong, Zhao Jiutian, and the others, all looked at Qin Yu with surprise in their eyes. Could that person be him? But they didn't seem to have any impression of him at all. When did such an astonishingly strong proud son of heaven appear in the South Shine Nation? After another period of time, as many people began to whisper in their hearts, Qin Yu suddenly moved. A divine light burst out from his eyes. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. He was coming out. At this moment, the vast open space was deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were tightly locked onto the pill furnace pagoda. Then, amidst all the shouting, a pill furnace flew out. Then, there was an even more deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at this pill furnace. If it weren't for the fact that most of the cultivators here had strong physiques, their eyes would have popped out of their sockets. The pill furnace was the size of a palm, about the same size as the ones in everyone's hands. It was gray in color, as if it had been sealed in a corner for hundreds of years. And what was most unacceptable was that there were 17 to 18 cracks on its surface. There was even a small piece missing from the mouth of the furnace. After a moment of shock, astonishment, and speechlessness, everyone gave birth to a feeling of anger that they had been fooled. Their general mood was, "My pants, fine, I've been in a tight spot lately, so I won't take off my pants. I've even pulled out an ominous omen, and you want to show me something like this?" Qin Yu was also stunned. It was only when the pill furnace flew to his side and nudged him with a bit of dissatisfaction that he subconsciously picked it up. He looked down. As he got closer, he could see that the cracks on the pill furnace's surface were even more obvious. They were like gaping mouths, filled with ridicule. Although Qin Yu really didn't wish for this pill furnace to appear in such a flashy manner and bring him unnecessary trouble, it shouldn't be rotten to such a degree. Basically, a single crack was considered medium grade, 3 to 5 cracks was low grade, and more than 5 cracks was low grade. You don't even need to count, you can see almost 20 cracks. What kind of low grade is this? This doesn't match your performance on the 9th level at all, big brother. Chapter 320. After a long period of silence, the deathly silent crowd finally erupted. This bastard, he actually played with everyone. Is he tired of living? He's been so stingy all this time and now, he's only brought out a low grade pill. My eyes nearly went blind. If it weren't for the fact that the competition strictly forbids fights between participants, I would have definitely taught him what it means to have a fist as big as a bowl. To think that I was looking at him with such reverence just now, thinking about how I would do this and that with him, fuck, does this count as me being defiled by him? The surrounding cultivators glanced at this big sister, whose arms were thicker than their own waist. Their faces paled, and they quickly suppressed the tumbling in their chests as they drew back. You're so ugly, so don't think too much about it. Although this person is hateful, he doesn't deserve death. Moreover, to be together with you, I'm afraid that is 10 times worse than death. Zhao Jiutian coldly snorted and looked away. This clown wasn't worthy of his attention at all. He swept his eyes around, wondering who it was that subdued the wild bull pill furnace on the 9th level. Black Bebe spat and rubbed his eyes, an angry expression on his face, as if he had been visually raped. It definitely isn't that person. Damn it, I was waiting for nothing. White Feng Feng nodded. She looked over, a bit of joy in her eyes. Just now she thought that this person's figure was similar to her big brother Baoyu's. Uncle Ming had also said that it was likely that her big brother Baoyu had come here for the competition. Luckily, this person had promptly revealed his true appearance. Otherwise, if she really did approach him, she might have been deceived by him and suffered a great loss. Thinking of this, the little girl's eyes suddenly turned fierce. She was like a vigilant little cat, as if she would scratch him to death if he approached. On the tower, Yun Elan was holding a teacup, a dignified expression on his face. He helplessly shook his head. Youngsters these days, after being influenced by the internet, are willing to do anything in order to obtain attention. As he spoke, he leaned back in his chair, his eyebrows furrowed as if deep in thought. For this sort of clown-like junior to waste a single sentence of his time was already a great stroke of luck. At this time, all of this had already been tossed to the side. What Supreme Cloud was thinking now was, who had obtained the cauldron on the 9th floor. The great desolate lake and cleansing temple had both sent out quite a few people to participate this time. There were several juniors with decent talent and strength. Moreover, they were also on the 9th level and had a chance of obtaining a pill furnace. But there was one point that had to be clear. To Lord Revered Ming, let alone the 9th level, even the entire pill furnace pagoda only had a single pill furnace. In fact, the entire existence of the pill furnace pagoda was for this pill furnace. It had been silent for so many years, so long that it was nearly forgotten by others. But now it suddenly made a choice. Did this mean that it valued the cultivator it chose? Revered Ming, do you want us to secretly investigate who exactly obtained it? The South Shine Nation official said in a low voice. His eyebrows were furrowed together and he seemed to be angry at himself. It was clear he wasn't an ordinary person. Yunilon smiled and shook his head. It's not that simple. Its abilities are not something you can imagine. Since it doesn't want to be found, then just ignore it. Once the competition begins, it will naturally appear. As he spoke, a sharp light flashed deep in his eyes. Since it had already awakened, it could only belong to the South Shine Nation. It was impossible for anyone to take it away. The selection of pill furnaces came to an end. Today's competition schedule had temporarily come to an end. Tomorrow the alchemy would officially begin. With his formidable will, Qin Yu ignored the gazes around him that seemed to want to tear him apart. He returned to his cabin. He flipped his hand and took out the pill furnace. He stared at the cracks on its surface, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Although he hadn't been in the land of divinity and demons for long, he had heard of some television dramas. In the scripts there were heaven-shaking treasures, but when they appeared they were all very ordinary. For instance, a fire stick. Although the pill furnace in his hand looked a bit pitiful, Qin Yu had personally witnessed its fierceness in the pill furnace pagoda's 9th level. This appearance was definitely a deliberate disguise it put on in order to hide how eye-catching it was. Yes, that must be it. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt a bit guilty. He had thought that it was a proud pill furnace that liked to show off, but it seemed he had misunderstood it. So it was actually so low-key and deep. Now, there was no one else here, so there was no need for you to hide anything. If you have any methods, hurry up and reveal them. Or perhaps there was a white-bearded old grandpa living inside. There seemed to be some broken script where there was a very fierce old grandpa living inside a ring. You are a pill furnace and your space is much greater than a ring. It would definitely be too loose for a single person to live inside, so if several more popped out, I can accept it. Qin Yu's eyes widened. He waited for a moment, but the pill furnace remained silent. Its gray appearance didn't change at all. Qin Yu frowned. Then, he suddenly realized something. I was too careless. No wonder you were so silent. Is it because you didn't open the spell? Don't worry, I will arrange it. After spending a great deal of effort, he laid down an array formation in the cabin, isolating the outside world. Qin Yu carefully sensed his surroundings and was satisfied with his result. Pill furnace, everything is fine now. You can begin to display your strength. There was silence. A dignified expression appeared on Qin Yu's face. On the 9th level, you were so unstoppable and your might must have been heaven-shaking. I know you have some scruples in your heart, but I don't need you to erupt with your full strength. I only need you to reveal your true appearance. He looked at the crisscrossing cracks on the furnace body and his lips twitched. He swallowed back the words. It really is ugly right now. Unfortunately, there was still no movement. Qin Yu's complexion became even more dignified. He carefully lifted the pill furnace, wanting to probe it with his divine sense. An hour later, they were still in the same cabin, one person and one furnace. But at this time, Qin Yu's excited and expectant face had completely turned gloomy. The air was heavy and heavy. He tried every method he could think of, but the pill furnace didn't respond at all. It was like it really was a broken piece of goods. Qin Yu stared at it. Although he didn't want to admit it, a thought subconsciously appeared in his heart that made him grit his teeth. Perhaps he had been played by that crazy bull-like pill furnace on the 9th level. That's right, that must be it. What did it mean by suddenly choosing me, as if it had to follow me? So it was all a scam from the start. You played me until I was overwhelmed with emotions, and then in the blink of an eye, you gave me a pill furnace of rotten quality that couldn't be any worse. Good, very good. Qin Yu gnashed his teeth again. He didn't know how many times he cursed inwardly and how many times he swore he would teach it a lesson. But none of this could change the truth. That was, tomorrow he would take this low-grade pill furnace and participate in the competition. Could this thing be used to refine pills? Qin Yu didn't have the least bit of confidence. He wanted to test it out, but looking at the furnace body that seemed as if it would explode if he used just a bit more strength. Finally, he let out a long breath and gave up on this idea. If he opened the furnace and it exploded, then he wouldn't need to participate in the competition or anything like that. I'll endure it. Perhaps when I start refining pills tomorrow, there will be a favorable turn. The annoyed Qin Yu simply didn't know what had happened that night. All of the divine senses that had broken into the 9th level, as well as the cultivators that had the qualifications to know what had happened, were trying to find out just who had taken away the legendary formidable pill furnace from the 9th level. Naturally, they couldn't find any result. The next day, when Qin Yu pushed open the door and left, his complexion was a bit complex. This was because he feared he really would return in defeat this time. He weighed the pill furnace in his hands and bitterly smiled. Then, he walked towards the competition field. Along the way, many cultivators pointed at him, sneered, or had looks of disdain. It was clear that after yesterday's events, Qin Yu and his pill furnace had become famous. Qin Yu was in a bad mood. He thought he was being watched by a group of pigs, so he lowered his head and didn't say a word. Fortunately, not long after he arrived at the competition venue, an official appeared and saved him from being stared at as if he were a circus. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for passing the first 2 stages of the competition and obtaining the qualifications to truly begin refining pills. Just like before, even if it is a waste of time, I will still need to read out the competition rules to everyone. Today's competition will have a time limit of 12 hours. Tomorrow, the competition will end at this time. Within the limit of 10 sets of materials, participating cultivators that successfully refine a medium-grade 4th-grade pill or above will smoothly advance to the next stage. Alright, the countdown will begin soon. Everyone can choose the pill that they wish to refine and then place your order. That's right, from the moment one chose materials, the countdown had already begun. This was because, strictly speaking, the process of choosing materials was also a part of refining a pill. And what was even more important was that these materials had to be purchased out of one's own pocket. In the land of divinity and demons, 4th-grade pill materials weren't too precious. But there were simply too many of them. Today, there were 700 to 800 cultivators that had started refining pills. If each person received 10 sets of materials, that would be 70,000 to 80,000 set. This was extraordinary. Of course, extraordinary was only relative. Compared to a powerful country, this wasn't anything at all. But who told the South Shine Nation officials to have a heart that advocated simplicity and frugality? Qin Yu didn't put on an act. He honestly bought the 10 sets of materials needed to refine the overwhelming pill that he was most proficient in. There was nothing he could do about it. The pill furnace in his hands might break if he used just a little more strength. He could only hope that if he was careful, gentle, and smooth, it would be able to persist. Although the South Shine Nation had a heart of simplicity and frugality, they were still relatively diligent when it came to the competition venue. In order to ensure fairness, everyone had their own small room. Of course, small wasn't just for show. It really was small. After placing down the pill furnace, there was only enough space to turn around. Moreover, there weren't any protective measures. Countless seniors that had participated in this competition had used painful tears and even bloody facts to warn their juniors that they had to lay down an array formation before refining pills. Otherwise, if the furnace next door exploded, they would be finished as well. So, after everyone entered their respective rooms, the first thing they did was to lay down a defensive array formation. Waves of light rose and fell, creating a spectacular sight. Qin Yu followed suit. Unfortunately, he didn't have yesterday's vigor. The array formation he laid down was clearly a level worse. After placing down the pill furnace, he shot out a law formula and it returned to its normal size. What followed was the crack on the surface and the hole that was missing a piece. Looking at it now, it looked like an old woman that had lost her front teeth. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed weak and powerless. Qin Yu hesitated for a long time. Finally, he clenched his teeth and his finger cut through the void. A flame appeared and fell into the pill furnace. Heaven and earth's spiritual strength was stirred into it, turning it into a raging inferno. Chapter 321. Zhao Jiutian's complexion was dignified. After the initial excitement passed, he constantly warned himself that this was the only chance he had to turn things around after making such a grave mistake. He didn't want to sink into depravity like this. He had to obtain first place in the competition, otherwise there was no meaning to it. However, the pill that Zhao Jiutian chose wasn't a common fourth-grade pill, but a pill called the muscle rejuvenation pill. As its name suggested, this pill had a formidable healing effect on a cultivator's mortal body. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it could regenerate flesh and bone. Of course, the most important reason that Zhao Jiutian chose the muscle rejuvenation pill was that this pill was relatively simple to refine and could shorten the refining time. Although the difficulty was a bit higher, it shouldn't be a problem as long as he was cautious. What he wanted was to be the first to finish refining. Black Bebe was far away in another room. At this time, waves of heat were billowing within the pill furnace. His expression was solemn, without the slightest bit of his usual arrogance. His handsome face was filled with caution. Materials were thrown into the pill furnace at a steady speed. His divine sense carefully sensed the changes within the pill furnace, and he would occasionally adjust the speed of his law formulas. His pill furnace was only a medium-grade pill furnace. If he wanted to obtain a higher ranking, he could only increase his time and the quality of the pill. After thinking about it again and again, he chose the latter. At this time, White Feng Feng was dripping with sweat. She constantly threw materials into the pill furnace, her speed faster than the average person's. Although she seemed a bit flustered, her eyes were calm. This sort of rapid filling of materials, using the furnace fire to extract the medicinal efficacy, and then fusing them all together was a secret technique of the Great Desolate Lake. At such a young age, she was able to control such a calm and composed manner. If this matter were to be known by others, it would surely cause a wave of exclamations and envious gazes. There were also many cultivators that were using their special skills, hoping to obtain a satisfactory result on the first day of the competition. And as they were working hard, Qin Yu was in a daze. That's right, he was indeed in a daze. It wasn't because he had suffered a mental blow from failing the refinement, nor was it because the pill furnace had exploded. Rather, it was because this seemingly rotten pill furnace was actually much better than he had imagined. No, it was more accurate to say that it was much better. Because the overwhelming pill met Qin Yu's cultivation needs, it was the pill that he refined the most after joining the inn. Even if he didn't refine 100 furnaces, it wouldn't be too bad. To Qin Yu, a fourth-grade pill wasn't difficult at all, much less the overwhelming pill that he had a high degree of proficiency in. On the first try, he succeeded. Furthermore, he was extremely lucky to have a mid-grade product when it came out of the furnace. After a moment of shock, he felt an unexpected joy. It seemed like he could still continue the competition. Sure enough, you're not as shabby and vulgar as you look on the surface. All of your essence is reserved. Unfortunately, Qin Yu had just changed his opinion of his pill furnace. His happiness lasted for less than 3 seconds before it was completely extinguished by a bucket of cold water. That was because the pill that had just come out of the furnace was still warm. Without waiting for him to put it away, it flew back into the pill furnace with a whoosh. And then there was no then. Qin Yu swore that he had already searched every inch of the pill furnace with his divine sense. He was just short of tearing it apart, but the overwhelming pills that he had just refined had disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the faint medicinal fragrance still lingering in the air, he would have thought it was just an illusion. Then, there was only one possibility left. The pills had been eaten. Qin Yu's eyes widened. He knew just how absurd his thoughts were, but besides that, there was no other explanation. A pill furnace that could eat pills. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. After a long daze, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and took out the materials for the second overwhelming pill. Disregarding how this pill furnace could eat pills, the fact that it could refine pills was an unexpected harvest. Qin Yu didn't believe that if he was prepared, the pill he refined would be swallowed back. When he began refining a second time, the young proud children of heaven from the South Shine Nation had nearly completed their first refinement. This didn't mean that Qin Yu's alchemy skills were above these young proud children of heaven, but that the pill furnace in his hand that could eat pills was indeed a bit different. Zhao Jiutian was one of these proud children of heaven. With a flick of a finger, there was a loud bang from within the pill furnace. The mouth of the furnace immediately opened and a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. 3 round pills that shined with a blue light burst out. Zhao Jiutian's eyes brightened. He took out a jade bottle he had already prepared and placed the 3 muscle growth pills within. With a flick of his sleeves, he opened the door and walked out. Cleansing Temple's Zhao Jiutian has completed the refinement. In the quiet wooden house, there was only his figure. His voice constantly echoed in the air. Zhao Jiutian's eyes lit up with excitement and he clenched his fists. First, he was first. The South Shine Nation officials reacted extremely quickly. A cultivator immediately arrived and inspected the muscle growth pills in front of everyone. Then, he nodded and announced that they had passed. At this time, another voice sounded out in the distance. Great Desolate Lake's White Feng Feng has completed the refinement. Zhao Jiutian's smile froze and a gloomy light flashed in his eyes. He never thought that this little girl would have such skills. Luckily, she was still a step slower than him. Once he reached the second level of alchemy, that was when his foundation would truly be tested. At that time, he would be able to leave her far behind. The marrow cleansing pill that White Feng Feng refined was a pill that improved the physique and strengthened the mortal body. After being inspected, it also met the requirement. Zhao Jiutian and White Feng Feng completed the refinement one after another. It was like a chain reaction had started. Wooden houses opened one after another. Westbrook Zhang Qingzong has completed the refinement. South Marsh Yuan Fongting has completed the refinement. Southridge City's Feng Do has completed the refinement. One after another, young cultivators with outstanding strength pushed open the doors and loudly shouted out their names. There was a bit of chaos, but the South Shine Nation officials were already prepared for this. They easily dealt with the chaos and recorded the order in which everyone shouted out their names. At the same time, there were special wide-angle cameras that recorded the entire process. Afterwards, they compared the results to avoid any mistake. Of course, just shouting out one's name wasn't useful. They still needed to be appraised to confirm that the pill met the requirement. Only then would the results be valid. Great Desolate Lake's Black Bebe has completed the refinement. At this time, at least dozens of people had completed their refinement. Black Bebe's ranking wasn't near the front, but his complexion remained calm. Deep in his tired eyes, a strong self-confidence surged. The ranking didn't just depend on time. As the South Shine Nation officials saw Black Bebe hand over the pill, they revealed a look of shock. They deeply looked at him and nodded, thinking that he was truly worthy of being someone from the great desolate lake. This sort of alchemy skill couldn't be underestimated. Time slowly passed. An hour, 2 hours, more and more people successfully refined their pills. Unfortunately, Qin Yu wasn't one of them. In a small and narrow wooden house, Qin Yu's complexion was dark and gloomy. He clenched his fist. If it weren't for the fact that he would have to rely on it for the following competition, he feared he wouldn't have been able to restrain himself. He would have punched this bastard pill furnace to smithereens. This was the 9th time. Qin Yu's alchemy had never been as smooth as it was today. Every time he refined a pill, he would succeed. But what left him sad and indignant was that he couldn't obtain a single pill he refined. That's right, they had all been eaten up by the pill furnace. There wasn't even a single dregs left over. Qin Yu swore that he had already erupted with all the caution he could muster. But no matter how he guarded himself, he couldn't prevent the result of his pills being eaten up. In particular, this damned pill furnace. After he successfully refined the pills, it didn't even open the mouth of the furnace. Then, all the pills vanished without a trace. If it weren't for his mind being strong enough, Qin Yu feared he would have long since gone insane. He took a deep breath. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that in today's contest with the pill furnace, he had been thoroughly defeated. According to this fellow's expression, even if Qin Yu were to refine another 100 pills, it would still eat them all up in a single breath. And of the 10 sets of overwhelming pill materials that the South Shine Nation officials had given him, there was only one left. You bastard, we'll have plenty of time in the future. Don't give me another chance, otherwise I'll let you know what it means to regret your past actions. Qin Yu's heart was filled with ruthlessness. He squeezed out a smile and took out 5 light blue overwhelming pills. These were the private goods he had left behind when he refined them in the past. After being purified by the little blue lamp, there was no need to mention their quality. As he placed them in his palm, he could smell their intoxicating pill fragrance. Let's make a deal. Leave behind the last furnace of pills for me, and as repayment, these 5 top-grade pills are all yours. The pill furnace was quiet, like a piece of rotten wood without the slightest response. If it weren't for the fact that he had personally experienced a battle of wits and courage with it in the end, Qin Yu might have been tricked by it. But now he knew that this fellow was playing dumb. Or, to be more precise, it was raising the price. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and brightly smiled. It doesn't matter if 5 isn't enough. I'll give you another 3. These are top-grade pills. The quality is much higher than medium-grade pills. The pill furnace remained silent. Qin Yu laughed. This is a fixed price. Leave behind the last furnace of pills for me, and these 10 top-grade pills will all be yours. Quietly, the mouth of the pill furnace opened on its own. It was pitch black inside, like a mocking mouth. As the 10 pills were sent in, Qin Yu could clearly hear the sounds of chewing coming from within the alchemy furnace. This bastard, he was eating to his heart's content. I'll endure this. After a long time, the pill furnace finally finished eating. The extinguished flames beneath it suddenly ignited on their own. Then, heaven and earth's spiritual strength was drawn in, nimbly changing the flames to a suitable state for refining pills. The mouth of the furnace reluctantly opened. Although it didn't make any sound, Qin Yu could clearly feel a trace of impatience from its expression. The general meaning was, I've already opened my mouth, so why don't you hurry up and refine the pills? What are you dawdling about for? I'll endure this. Qin Yu laughed and took out the last set of overwhelming pill materials. Then, the entire refining process went smoothly. After the furnace fire was extinguished, although he hadn't taken out the pills yet, the medicinal fragrance indicated that the refinement had been successful. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take out the pills, his complexion suddenly turned green. This was because he could clearly hear that familiar chewing sound from within the pill furnace. Chapter 322. Shut up. Qin Yu shouted out loud. He grabbed the pill furnace with all his strength, but because he used so much strength, his fingers emitted dull cracking sounds. That broken pill furnace didn't seem to have any intention of opening its mouth. Finally, the sound of chewing stopped. Qin Yu paled. He had actually been played by a pill furnace so thoroughly. Killing intent began to rise in his eyes. As he was considering whether he should cut it into 8 pieces or 10, the mouth of the furnace suddenly opened and an overwhelming pill flew out. Qin Yu looked at the mouth of the furnace that seemed to be mocking him, and his lips twitched. This bastard, but he really didn't have the time to be angry with it, because the day was about to pass. He quickly took out a jade bottle and placed the overwhelming pill inside. Then, he pushed open the door and rushed out. The refinement is complete. In his excitement, he nearly shouted out his name. Luckily, his reaction was a step faster and he managed to muddle through it. In the empty wooden house, this voice was abrupt. The group of South Shine Nation officials that were about to leave were so frightened that they shivered. One of them clearly had a high status. He frowned and looked at the cultivator beside him. That person hurriedly said, "Lord Huluan, there is still a minute until the deadline." Huluan Hehe furrowed his eyebrows. He was wondering where this strange fellow had come from. He had actually turned in his exam paper late and was looking for some stimulation. But the rules were the rules. He could only stop and impatiently wave his hand. Someone immediately rushed out and arrived in front of Qin Yu. "Give me the pill." After dragging things out to this point, it was necessary that they were weak. In addition, they had provoked the displeasure of their superiors, so the official's attitude naturally wasn't any better. Qin Yu had an awkward expression. He cursed that damned pill furnace 10,000 times in his heart and then quickly handed over the jade bottle. As he opened it, the official's face darkened. He saw that the jade bottle was empty and there was only a single pill inside. It was a bit dim, and there was a faint stream of light that barely proved that it was a medium-grade pill. "You only managed to form 1 pill?" Qin Yu coughed and nodded. Luckily, the competition didn't have any restrictions on this. 1 pill was enough to pass. The official sucked in a deep breath. "What about the remaining materials? Give them to me?" At this time, he didn't want to waste any more words on this person. Qin Yu was silent. The official's breath caught in his throat and his eyes widened. "Don't tell me you've used up all of the 10 materials?" Even with Qin Yu's willpower, he still couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. He could only nod innocently, as if asking if there was a problem. This appearance almost caused the official to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was a total of 10 batches of ingredient. Even an experienced alchemist would not be able to open 10 batches of ingredients in a day, including the rest and preparation time. Thus, when the South Shine Nation officials calculated the final rankings, the amount of materials remaining was also an extremely important factor. Of course, the government wouldn't admit that they were doing this to earn money. This was because the materials collected would be used as proof of the competition and would be kept by the organizers. The reason he had sold 10 sets of materials was so that he could earn more spirit stones through the recycling process. But what was he looking at now? 10 sets of ingredients to concoct a 4th-grade pill. Furthermore, it was the most difficult pill to reach the quality of a middle-grade pill. This official considered himself to be experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never seen someone with such poor alchemy skills. He really couldn't figure out just how he had arrived at this step. The official flicked his sleeves and left, not even bothering to say a single word to Qin Yu. At the same time, he had already sentenced Qin Yu to death in his heart. This brat absolutely had to be ranked first from the bottom. It was unknown what this person said when he left, but the group of South Shine Nation officials all had strange looks in their eyes. Their impatience lessened by a great deal, making one feel as if they were showing concern for the mentally handicapped. Huluan Hehe also couldn't help but look at this brat. He suddenly discovered that he looked a bit familiar, but as he thought about where he had seen him before, a look of loathing appeared in his eyes. He coldly snorted and left. Playing to the gallery. The South Shine Nation cultivator that received Qin Yu's pills sneered inwardly. Even the superior official couldn't stand it any longer. You brat, you won't run away from first place. Thus, the next day, Qin Yu turned on his handphone and searched through the long list published by the official app. In the last dark corner, he found his name. In a Ning Qin, a number 9527 points. 0 first from the bottom. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He swore that the fellow who compiled this list definitely had some sort of grudge with him, otherwise why would he ridicule him in public? And there was even an emphasis on the bottom of the bracket. Fall your sister. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and chose to remain anonymous. After verifying his identity, the last place on the list was left with the number 9627. But at this time, it seemed that many people had made the same choice as Qin Yu. At the end of the list, all that was left was the number 9627. Everyone was a person that cared about face. Qin Yu coughed. He wasn't afraid of losing face, he just didn't want to ruin the good image everyone had of Ning Qin. And that was it. Looking up, there were over 4,000 cultivators that had passed the examination. The list was extremely long. What attracted the most attention were the 30 people at the top of the list. This was because their names were filled with dazzling colors, and the higher they were ranked, the more dazzling their names were. The first ranked was actually Zhao Jiutian. Black Beibei was second. Third was White Fengfeng. Following closely behind them was a group of powerful young proud children of heaven from all over. Qin Yu frowned. What were the points behind them used for? He took out the jade slip that the inn had prepared for him regarding the competition. He probed it with his divine sense, and a moment later a look of annoyance crossed his face. This damned pill furnace. The competition organized by the South Shine Nation officials was divided into 4 steps. From the second step onwards, the participants would be ranked according to their performance. The top 30 cultivators could obtain points as rewards. For instance, first place Zhao Jiutian obtained 10 points. Second place Black Beibei obtained 8 points. White Fengfeng obtained 6 points. A point could be exchanged with the South Shine Nation officials for 10,000 spirit stones. Of course, almost no one would do this, because there were far greater uses for accumulating points. For instance, exchanging for a special flame that could enhance the quality of a pill. For instance, exchanging for a missing material to refine a pill. In fact, one could even exchange for more time to refine a pill. Was this fair to the other participating cultivators? Of course it wasn't. But if someone obtained points, they had to rely on their own strength to obtain them. The points were there. If you couldn't obtain them, then don't blame others for using cheat. Qin Yu sneered inwardly. In the end, alchemy depended on one's own strength. Outside help was nothing but a small trick. Humph humph. If you really want to compare cheats, do you think my little blue lamp is any weaker than yours? He would never, ever admit that he was feeling sour in his heart. No. The competition continued. The official announced the rules of the third stage. Now, everyone has 3 days. In these 3 days, you will need to refine 10 different types of 4th grade pills. Every time you refine a 4th grade pill, after it passes the inspection, you will be able to obtain 1 to 3 points from the competition's mobile app. These points can be stacked with the points you obtained in the second stage and can be used to exchange for the alchemy materials needed for the 4th stage in the medicine storeroom. He paused for a moment and then revealed a warm smile. I must solemnly remind everyone that the materials in the medicine storeroom are strictly limited. Once all of them are exchanged, they will immediately be removed from the shelves. So, in order for everyone to obtain enough materials to refine pills in the 4th stage, please do your best. Qin Yu admired the person who designed these competition rules to the extreme. The reward points that were given out could actually be used like this? It was truly simple and economical to the extreme. But these rules forced everyone to a point where they couldn't retreat. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. For example, in the fourth stage, Qin Yu was preparing to refine a fifth-grade sky dust pill. In the third stage, he would have to strive to obtain the materials needed for the sky dust pill. Otherwise, once all of them were exchanged, even if he obtained 99% of the materials, because of the final flaw, all of his efforts would be in vain. He would undoubtedly lose the fourth stage. It was the same cabin from yesterday, and the same smell as yesterday. However, before entering, there was a small twist. Cleansing Temple's Zhao Jiutian arrived surrounded by several people. He had a proud expression and his every movement was filled with confidence. Unfortunately, the group from the Great Desolate Lake also arrived at this time. The two sides met. They were old rivals to begin with, and in addition to the matter of the mystic beast fodder medicine, they were like fire and water. There was no need for words. Their gazes were filled with killing intent. If looks could really kill, then rivers of blood would have flowed from both sides by now. Zhao Jiutian's lips curled up in a smile, carrying with him the pride of a victor. Black Bebe, Miss White, thank you for letting us win yesterday's competition. Behind him, a group of cleansing temple cultivators laughed, their eyes full of ridicule. So what if it was the Great Desolate Lake? They were still firmly suppressed by our senior apprentice brother Jiutian. White Feng Feng was expressionless. She lightly glanced at him. In front of others, this girl could always put on an attitude as proud as a phoenix, noble and inviolable. But her eyes revealed a cold indifference, and indifference could often be understood as disregard. Zhao Jiutian's smile didn't change. Miss White doesn't seem to care. Then, how about you and I make a bet on the results of the competition? Without giving the people from the Great Desolate Lake a chance to refuse, he continued to say, if you allow me to win and I luckily obtain first place, then I will ask Miss White to be a guest at my cleansing temple for half a year and give Jiutian the qualifications to pursue her. How about it? Insolence. My family's miss is not someone you have the qualifications to taint. Surname Zhao, our business isn't over yet. Stop dreaming. The Great Desolate Lake cultivators all shouted out. Black Bebe coldly sneered. The surroundings immediately quieted down. Zhao Jiutian, you don't have the qualifications to have any thoughts about my cousin. Zhao Jiutian's eyes darkened and his voice became sharp. Haha, if Miss White doesn't dare to agree, then just pretend I didn't say anything. White Feng Feng suddenly said, and what if you don't obtain first place? Zhao Jiutian decisively said, I am willing to accept punishment for the mystic beast fodder medicine and allow Miss White to deal with me as you please. Black Bebe anxiously said, Feng Feng, don't fall for his provocation. White Feng Feng lifted a hand, interrupting him. Fine, I'll make a bet with you. Zhao Jiutian laughed. Miss White is straightforward. Then, I ask all the fellow Taoists here today to bear witness. He revealed a confident smile. Perhaps Miss White can prepare to move into my cleansing temple's personal belongings. I guarantee that Miss White will receive the warmest welcome. White Feng Feng revealed a look of pity. Perhaps you should worry more about yourself. Chapter 323. Zhao Jiutian's heart skipped a beat. A foreboding premonition rose in her eyes, but he immediately suppressed it. In this competition, Cleansing Temple was determined to obtain the treasure furnace's remnant spirit. They had already made thorough preparations. There was absolutely no way there would be any problems. Humph humph. White Feng Feng, once you arrive at my Cleansing Temple, everything will be beyond your control. Zhao Jiutian coldly sneered and stepped onto the stage. But soon, he stopped and bowed with awe. Greetings, revered Yuan. Yuan Tiangang had a light expression. Zhao Jiutian, I already know of your bet with White Feng Feng. If you can win, I can guarantee your future prospects will be limitless. Zhao Jiutian was overjoyed. He nodded repeatedly. On the other side, Ming Xiuan's figure appeared in front of the people from the great desolate lake. His complexion was heavy. "Young master, you were too careless. I have already obtained news that Cleansing Temple has secretly made arrangements to seize the treasure furnace's remnant spirit. Zhao Jiutian's bet is definitely a trap. Although our great desolate lake isn't afraid, there is always a chance." His cold eyes fell on Black Bebe. "You were right next to her, so why didn't you stop the miss?" Black Bebe wanted to cry. It wasn't that he didn't stop her, but when this little miss put on airs, who could stop her? White Feng Feng looked around. Because of revered Ming, no one dared to look in their direction. She immediately revealed an excited expression and said in a low voice, "Uncle Ming, don't worry. With how smart he is, how could he jump into a pit if he knew it was one? This time, Zhao Jiutian will definitely be played to death by his own stupidity." Looking at White Fengfeng's smug and gloating expression, Black Bebe frowned. His alchemy skills were similar to Zhao Jiutian's, and Zhao Jiutian had a high-grade pill furnace in his hand. Yesterday, he had spent a great deal of effort to refine pills and still ended up in a disadvantageous position. His chances of defeating him were slim. Could his cousin have some incredible hidden card in her hands that could turn the tables in the competition? White Feng Feng curled her lip. She proudly said, "Stupid cousin, you still don't understand? What Zhao Jiutian said is that he will take first place. As long as he doesn't take first place, I will win." Her face lit up with worship. "Did you forget that it isn't just us participating in the competition this time? There is also my incomparably fierce big brother Baoyu. If my brother Baoyu takes action, Zhao Jiutian and Zhao Xintian will all be finished." Black Bebe was suddenly enlightened. Although he hadn't had much contact with that mysterious senior Baoyu, his admiration and awe towards him was like a surging river that flowed endlessly. That bastard Zhao Jiutian, although he had some strength and Cleansing Temple's preparations weren't weak, compared to senior Baoyu, he was nothing. Ming Xiuan's complexion also relaxed a great deal. His eyes flashed and he said, "Young master, if you really win the bet, then make the same request. Bring Zhao Jiutian back to the great desolate swamp for half a year." White Fengfeng's eyes widened. She suddenly clapped her hands. "Uncle Ming, it's really you who is cunning and far-sighted." She had originally planned to make the detestable Zhao Jiutian kneel down and kowtow 100 times before slapping her own mouth. "Now that I think about it, it's too easy for him. If we bring him to our house, we'll be afraid that he won't listen to us. At least I can think of hundreds of fun ways to do that." Ming Xiuan's expression stiffened. Brother Qin Baoyu was standing in front of the pill furnace with a helpless look on his face. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but the cracks that crisscrossed across its surface seemed to have shrunk a little compared to yesterday. Of course, Qin Yu didn't care too much about this right now. What he wanted to know was just how he was going to survive this crisis. Yesterday, Qin Yu had already tried to communicate with this damned pill furnace and have it raise its noble mouth and stop swallowing pills. In fact, he even offered to give them more high-quality pills as compensation. He thought this would work, but he never imagined he would be flatly rejected. In particular, this damned pill furnace had an expression that said it didn't want to talk to an idiot. This nearly caused his lungs to explode with rage. But although he was angry, if he wanted to obtain the treasure furnace's remnant spirit, he had to temporarily endure it. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and coldly said, "I have no opinion on you eating pills, but since you chose me, you must have your reasons. I believe that you don't want to completely tear apart all pretense of cordiality with me." After a pause, Qin Yu laid out his conditions. "You can eat pills, but you must leave behind at least one pill for me so that I can complete the test. Otherwise, we will part ways. If you want to eat pills in the future, you will have to find someone else." The pill furnace didn't respond. Qin Yu remained expressionless. The air was quiet, with a bit of pressure. After a long time, the pill furnace on the ground reluctantly opened its lid and fell back down, emitting a light clang. This was considered an agreement. Qin Yu was overjoyed, but his complexion didn't ease at all. He still maintained his cold and harsh appearance. Light the fire. The furnace fire ignited on its own and soon finished preheating. Then, Qin Yu took out the first pill materials he had chosen. The refinement went smoothly. Within his divine sense, the medicinal efficacy of the materials in the pill furnace began to rapidly fuse together. After several breaths of time, a light medicinal fragrance wafted out, indicating that the refinement was complete. Just as Qin Yu thought that his callous appearance and resolute words had shaken the pill furnace, the sound of chewing suddenly echoed out. It was like some sort of dark joke, leaving him feeling embarrassed. Clang, clang, clang. The lid of the furnace opened and closed again, like a wildly laughing mouth filled with ridicule. Qin Yu's field of vision darkened. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. "You're ruthless." He turned around and took out the second set of materials to continue refining. Luckily, the third stage of the pill refinement didn't have any requirements for the quality of the pill. It was fine as long as it reached the 4th grade. Thus, the South Shine Nation only gave him 3 sets of materials for each pill. Even so, Qin Yu had to hurry up. This was because, according to this damned pill furnace's character, it wouldn't stop until it ate up all the materials. In other words, Qin Yu needed to refine 30 sets of materials in 3 days. If he was too slow, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. As Qin Yu was frantically refining pills, White Feng Feng was the first to complete her refinement. After handing over the pill and the remaining materials, she took out her handphone and opened the official app. Indeed, she had gained 2 new points. She stuck out her tongue. She had only cared about being fast and the quality of the pill would be affected. Originally, she could have obtained 3 points, but she couldn't care about this right now. The new points appeared. The originally gray points that couldn't be used turned bright. White Feng Feng quickly exchanged 2 points for a nighttail flower. After the exchange was complete, she smiled and continued to refine the second 4th grade pill. Zhao Jiutian was the second to complete his refinement. According to the temporary ranking list released by the official app, he could easily see that White Feng Feng had refined a pill before him. Even so, his expression was calm and his lips curved in a confident sneer. The reason she was fast now was because she was refining the pill she was most skilled in. There were still 9 4th grade pills left, and with White Feng Feng's age, it was impossible for her to be proficient in all of them. The time to truly open up the gap between them hadn't arrived yet. Zhao Jiutian chose to exchange 2 points for a 7-colored spore. Black Bebe was the third to complete his refinement. He looked at the exchange list and his eyes flashed. He chose the item he wanted to exchange for, 7 aperture flower. The price was 1 point. Following that, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, all of them completed their refinement. After some more time, when most of the proud children of heaven from all over had begun refining their second pill, a large number of successful refinements began to appear. The stock of materials in the storeroom fell at an astonishing speed. Several of the most sought-after pills, such as Century Year Spring Water, 5 Spirit Fruit, South Sea Purple Bamboo, and so forth, were all exchanged for in a short period of time. When the stock reached 0, the picture on the official app turned gray, indicating that they had been taken off the shelves. Qin Yu hurriedly refined 3 sets of materials and finally harvested one. A massive amount of medicinal efficacy had been sucked out of it, nearly causing it to fall below the 4th grade. By this time, the material storeroom had already undergone 2 rounds of cleansing. As he looked at the materials on the official app on his handphone that had dimmed and couldn't be exchanged for any more, his complexion paled. He clenched his teeth for a long time before carefully placing the pill into his storage ring and continuing to refine pills. The materials in the storeroom were already incomplete. Although he could still make several good pills with the remaining materials, there was a 99% chance that he wouldn't be able to use them because the materials were incomplete. Rather than wasting points, he might as well wait until the end. Perhaps there would still be a chance. Another reason was that he had to hand in pills every time. To Qinyu, this was far too much of a waste of time. To refine 30 sets of materials in 3 days was no small challenge for him. One day passed, and then another. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day. Zhao Jiutian refined the fastest. At the end of the first day, he had finished refining 10 types of 4th-grade pills. His speed was the fastest out of everyone present. Unfortunately, he still wasn't able to exchange for all of the materials he needed for the 4th stage. Black Bebe. Zhao Jiutian clenched his teeth, his complexion dark and gloomy. He spent 10 points to exchange for a ghost face lotus leaf. There were originally 3 sets of this in the material storeroom, but before he could exchange for them, Black Bebe had exchanged for them all in a single go. It was clear that he had already guessed that what he wanted to refine was the child and mother Yin-Yang pill. This bastard, his eyesight was truly amazing. He hadn't been able to deceive him when he tried to exchange for the materials. But like this, Black Bebe would be crippled before he entered the 4th stage, and would no longer be a threat to him. Using the 10 points he obtained in the 2nd stage to exchange for Black Bebe's early elimination wasn't necessarily a loss. Moreover, if Black Bebe could think of this, could he, Zhao Jiutian, not think of it as well? It was just that he never imagined that the great desolate lake would place all their bets on that little girl White Feng. He feared that his previous arrangements wouldn't be able to thoroughly suppress her. But this wasn't anything at all. She was just a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. So what if she was the great desolate lake's young master? Could she even be placed on par with him? Zhao Jiutian revealed a confident smile. He would definitely take first place in this competition. On the great desolate lake's side, White Feng pursed her lip. Stupid cousin, how could you use all your points to deal with that scoundrel Zhao Jiutian? Don't you know how to call someone else? Black Bebe forced a smile. Ming Xiyuan's eyes flashed with appreciation. He lightly said, "Young master, after you entered the martial field, Yun Yilan activated the isolation array so that no information can be transmitted. Black Bebe's actions are to sacrifice his own competition to create trouble for Zhao Jiutian and create a greater opportunity for you." White Feng opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She humphed and said, "The last type of trap vine that I needed has also been exchanged for. If I were to exchange for it with the competition authorities, I would need 6 points." Ming Xiyuan lightly said, "Exchange for it. Entering the 4th stage is the true peak of this competition. Young master, the treasure furnace's remnant spirit is extremely important to my great desolate lake. I hope that you can give it your all and not be careless." White Feng nodded. Her eyes shined as if they could shine. With Black Bebe's understanding of her, at this time, this girl absolutely didn't realize that she was carrying a tremendous pressure on her shoulders, so her fighting spirit had been ignited. Perhaps she was thinking that she would soon be able to see her big brother Baoyu. Reality proved that Black Bebe's guess was correct. There were only a small number of cultivators that could smoothly enter the 4th stage. And amongst these small number of cultivators, there were even fewer that could rank near the top. Chapter 324. As the 3rd stage of the competition entered its final day, the truth was that there wasn't much meaning to it. Those that hadn't been able to refine 10 types of 4th-grade pills weren't too strong. Even if they managed to barely enter the 4th stage, they would only be supporting characters and wouldn't have the chance to compete for the final rankings. Thus, the South Shine Nation officials had a very relaxed attitude towards this matter. After 2 days of rigorous appraisal, the rankings had already been determined. There wouldn't be any more changes. As for those that hadn't come out yet, they would either be eliminated or be added to the back of the rankings. It was simple. Behind the supervisor seats, As Lord Huluanhihi saw that the competition was about to end, he stood up. Amidst the flattering voices around him, he prepared to leave. Every time the competition reached this step, there would always be many freaks that would appear. They would be unwilling to accept their final defeat, or they would pretend to lose their memories and go crazy in order to gain sympathy, or they would pester and beg for a chance to make a name for themselves. Lord Huluanhihi had seen these sorts of situations far too many times. He didn't want to waste even a minute because of them. Thus, leaving early was a good choice. However, just as Lord Huluanhihi turned around, a subordinate suddenly flew over. This subordinate had a strange complexion, as if he were suffering from constipation. My lord, please judge whether or not this participant's pill is qualified? Lord Huluanhihi had an impression of this subordinate. He was a cultivator under his command who had some accomplishments in the field of alchemy. Could it be that there was still someone who could cause him some trouble? With a trace of curiosity, Lord Huluanhihi received the jade box. After opening it, he frowned and his eyes gradually darkened. Within the jade box were a total of 10 pills. Each one gave off a feeling as if they were on the verge of death. That's right, this was the feeling. 4th grade pills, fine, let's call them 4th grade pills for the time being. But Lord Huluanhihi swore that he had never seen 4th grade pills in such a miserable state before. Each one was about to reach the boundary of the 4th grade. It was as if with just a single breath, they would all fall into the 3rd grade. How could there be such a coincidence? Lord Huluanhihi's first thought was that someone was using this chance to demonstrate against the organizers of the competition, but he immediately suppressed this thought. Unless there was something wrong with their brains, who would dare to do such a thing? Who refined these elixirs? One of his subordinates turned around and pointed. Lord Huluanhihi calmly looked over. His expression was blank for a moment before turning ashen. If he wasn't shrewd enough, he would have cursed out loud. It was that bastard again. In the Pill Furnace Pagoda, he had played around with everyone. In the second stage of the alchemy stage, he had been a bit more reserved, handing over a barely medium-grade 4th grade pill. But now he had come again, trying to please the crowd with claptrap. Did he really think that he would be able to gain attention by doing this? Lord Huluanhihi suppressed his anger. His eyes suddenly brightened as he locked onto the 10 pills in the jade box. He swore that if any of the 10 pills failed, he would not hesitate to sweep this bastard off the list. After a dozen or so breaths, Lord Holan closed the jade box, his complexion becoming increasingly unsightly. These seemingly half-dead pills were actually all 4th grade pills, even if they were only a hair's breadth away from falling. This bastard was absolutely doing this on purpose. Just what did he want to do? Just what did he want to do? He wished he could shove this bastard into the ground and stomp on him 100 times. But rules were rules. Since he had refined a pill that met the requirements in the allotted time, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't ruin the fairness of the competition because of his personal emotions. Consider him qualified. On the ranking list, give him last place. Lord Huluanhihi flicked his sleeves and left. Chin Yu didn't know that he had already been bitterly loathed by a group of official cultivators. After obtaining an icy-cold, qualified reply, he didn't have time to be surprised by their attitude. He quickly opened the official app on his handphone. As he thought, there was a vast expanse of ash gray. If he had chosen to exchange for it before, all of the materials he had obtained would have been wasted. Chin Yu's fingers rapidly slid down and the storeroom of materials was soon scrolled to the bottom. His heart chilled with the remaining materials. It seemed that he couldn't gather any more to complete the pill recipe. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After 30 years of painstaking preparation, I wanted to soar into the heavens, but in the end I suffered a crushing defeat. I couldn't even obtain a complete set of materials, so what if I could enter the 4th stage? I've been defeated, I've been thoroughly defeated in my life. Damned old heavens, why must you be so cruel to me? The howling fellow had an early nascent soul cultivation base. According to his lifespan of 800 years, he was still very young. However, perhaps because he had suffered far too much, he looked like an 80 or 90-year-old man from the mortal world. At this time, his shriveled orange peel-like face was filled with pain and despair, as well as madness. If I fail, then none of you will succeed either. I have 10 points and I will use them all to exchange for crepe myrtle grass, so that none of you will be able to gather the complete medicinal materials. If you want to fail, then all of you will fail together with me. The roaring continued in his ears. In the next moment, on the official app, the image of the crepe myrtle grass dimmed and turned gray, indicating that it had been taken off the shelves. Qin Yu's lips twitched. As he looked at the cultivator who was still cursing endlessly and was forcefully taken away by the official cultivators, he finally understood why this situation had occurred. Indeed, there were too many vile people in this world. If I don't have a good time, then you shouldn't either. This was truly troublesome. Could it be that he would really die here? His finger unconsciously traced across the official app 10 points. He only had 10 points. Suddenly, Qin Yu's finger froze. His eyes widened as he looked down at the points column. What greeted his eyes was a large 7. 7 points, how could it be 7 points? Qin Yu was strangely enraged. This young master hadn't slept or rested for 3 days and had worked himself to the bone to refine 30 sets of materials, all for the sake of obtaining these 10 fourth-grade pills. The agreement was that each pill would be 1 to 3 points. This young master knew that his performance wasn't good, but the lowest he should have given was 10 points, right? What the hell was this 7 points? Originally, he had seen his hard work come to an end, but now he had fallen into a tragic situation where he had no more pills to refine. He was already sad enough in his heart, but now his points were being deducted. Even if the competition was held by the South Shine Nation officials and they had a deep background, so what? They had to give an explanation for this matter. Qin Yu was indignant. He rushed towards an official cultivator who hadn't left yet. But at this time, what he didn't notice was that not too far away, one of the two cultivators' eyes brightened. He slightly turned around and a light flashed on the surface of a button in front of him. The official cultivator who was caught by Qin Yu was stunned. He had refined 10 types of pills and in the end only obtained 7 points. This was something he had never seen before. Looking at Qin Yu's angry expression, it shouldn't be fake. Otherwise, who would be so suicidal as to dare to slander the officials of the competition? Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. I will immediately investigate it for you. The official took out his handphone and hurriedly contacted a superior official. At the same time, he asked for Qin Yu's number. Yes, participating cultivator number 9527. He handed in 10 types of pills, but the officials only obtained 7 points. It's fine. I'll wait a moment. You can investigate it yourself. Ah, okay, I understand. I will handle it. After hanging up the phone, the official's eyes fell on Qin Yu, revealing a cold light. Fellow Taoist, I have already checked the result. There is nothing wrong with the point. In the 3rd stage, every time you refine a type of 4th-grade pill, you can obtain 1 to 3 points. But the quality of the pills that fellow Taoist refined was too poor. After the appraisal committee decided to deduct 3 points from you as a punishment, he already knew that this was an order from above. It was clear that this cultivator in front of him was someone that some superior official didn't like. Towards this sort of person, he had to display a cold and callous attitude like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. This was to let the superior official know that he would firmly follow behind him and be his most loyal subordinate. Qin Yu frowned. I've never heard of a rule that deducts points. The official rolled his eyes. Starting from today, there will be. He glanced at Qin Yu, his expression indifferent. If you don't agree, you can file a complaint. He turned and walked away, a faint sneer spreading out. With this level of skill, you still have the face to ask for points? You might as well exchange for an eternal night demon mushroom and eat it. Qin Yu was stunned where he was. He had completely forgotten about this person's indifference and ridicule. Thoughts tumbled in his mind: eternal night demon mushroom, eternal night demon mushroom. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Moreover, it could be used to refine a strange pill. Qin Yu closed his eyes. He flipped through the primary pill collection in his mind and soon found what he needed: demon puppet pill. Using the eternal night demon mushroom as the raw material, fusing it with one's own blood and tempering 3 into 1. Only then could one form the pill. Behind this was a long and detailed introduction of the demon puppet pill. Finally, it mentioned that the demon puppet pill could summon a demonic path puppet and determine the rank of the pill based on the puppet's strength. This was an extremely strange pill. Even in the land of divinity and demons, there were very few cultivators that could refine it. This was because the demon puppet pill was far too weak. First was the difficulty of refining it. The demon puppet pill needed to fuse 3 eternal night demon mushrooms with one's own blood into 1. In order to accomplish this, one had to be at least an alchemy grandmaster. And any pill that an alchemy grandmaster could casually refine would have a value far higher than the demon puppet pill. Second was the power of the pill. The puppet summoned by the demon puppet pill could only last for an hour. It was extremely weak, roughly at the golden core level. With such strength, who would care about it? Moreover, it also needed to use one's own blood. The primary pill collection contained the recipe for the demon puppet pill. In the eyes of many people, it was only there to make up the numbers. But now, this demon puppet pill that made up the numbers gave Qin Yu hope. Although he had skimmed through it just now, if he remembered correctly, there should be more. He hurriedly opened the official app. Sure enough, in a corner, he found the common-looking eternal night demon mushroom. This sort of poison was extremely toxic, and was an extremely rare supplementary material that could only be used in rare pills. Moreover, it could be replaced with other medicinal materials, and now it was sitting there all alone. Even a vengeful cultivator that wanted to pull others into the abyss of failure wouldn't think of exchanging for it. Eternal night demon mushroom, exchange price, 1 point. Remaining quantity, 7. In Qin Yu's eyes, this sort of coincidence was clearly some sort of will of the heavens. He had an intense premonition that he could refine the demon puppet pill, and it would be a very different demon puppet pill. There was no need to say anything else. Order! Schwa, his points cleared to 0. A prompt indicated that Qin Yu had obtained 7 complete eternal night demon mushrooms. He turned and left. He had to hurry and obtain them. Qin Yu didn't know that his conversation with the official cultivator, as well as his performance afterwards, had been completely recorded by a button-shaped camera. Chapter 325. The fish-catching app was a very famous live broadcast software within the Southshine Nation. It had a massive user base. At this time, in a certain live broadcast room of the fish-catching app, the topic was, organized by the Southshine Nation's officials, Young Alchemist Competition First Live. 3 days of live broadcasts left countless viewers cheering out loud. In particular, the proud children of heaven, who left everyone else in the dust in refining pills, attracted a massive number of fans and were praised by countless cultivators. I love Zhao Jiutian, Black Bebe is the most handsome, White Feng Feng will marry no one but you. All sorts of nicknames sprang up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, filling the entire screen. At the same time, there was also a crazy rain of gifts. The audience thanked the 2 hosts for bringing them such a wonderful live broadcast. But at this time, the live broadcast room was strangely quiet. There were no live comments on the screen. Countless people in the audience watched as a participating cultivator questioned the Southshine Nation officials as to why he had fewer points. Everything was normal at first. Many people were even mocking this dark-skinned young cultivator. It was already the 3rd day and he had only finished refining pills. Even if he was compensated with points, he would still lose the fourth stage without a doubt. This was because screenshots of the pharmaceutical material warehouse village had circulated on the network not long after the exchange began, and they were constantly updated as time passed. The call ended. Just as everyone thought that this mediocre young cultivator who was doomed to fail would receive the compensation he deserved and that things would end here, an accident occurred. The official coldly refused his request. He said that the appraisal committee had determined that his points would be deducted. Starting from today, there will be. The official's cold voice fell into everyone's ears, grating to the ears. At this time, many cultivators were already enraged. This incompetent official was a bully who only knew how to bully the weak. Some people already began to sympathize with this dark-skinned youth, who was filled with anger but also helpless to do anything. Then, the climax occurred. With this level of skill, you still have the face to ask for points? You might as well exchange for an eternal night demon mushroom and eat it. The official left in a carefree manner. But, he didn't know how much damage his words would cause to a young man who wanted to strive for a brighter future. As expected, the youth was stunned. He stood where he was, as if he didn't want to believe that he would receive such humiliation. He closed his eyes. He should be trying his best not to cry, right? The live broadcast room exploded. In an instant, everyone was venting the anger in their hearts. Bullsh *T official cultivator. Dog shit, he deserves to eat dog shit. These bastards who sit in their positions without doing anything. Every year, they take the taxpayers' money and put themselves in a superior position. Poor little brother, what did he do wrong? To be able to refine a fourth-grade pill at such a young age, he could already be considered an extremely outstanding young man. Such an outstanding young man might be completely ruined after today. We must expose this matter and let more people see how the government, who keeps saying that the interests of the people are the most important, treats us. The number of people in the live stream room began to skyrocket at an astonishing speed. Soon, it attracted the attention of the official fish-catching app. If this matter is not handled well, it will definitely cause a huge mess, the manager hurriedly reported to his superior. Then, he received a result that made him extremely excited. Sure enough, our fish-catching AP has a deep background, and we're not afraid of things getting out of hand. Quick, give us a special topic and put it on the homepage. Hype this matter up in the shortest time possible. After the manager gave the order, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room increased to an extremely exaggerated level. And at this time, the live broadcast reached its climax. Chinyu opened his eyes and took out his handphone. The light in his eyes fell into the eyes of the audience, becoming a certain decisiveness. Little brother, what is he doing? 9527, don't be impulsive. Holy shit! He couldn't have exchanged for the Eternal Night Demon mushrooms, right? Then, someone in the live broadcast room said, hurry and look at the screenshot of the herb storeroom that was just posted. Walala, at this time, countless cultivators followed the prompts and found a picture that had just been posted on the Weibo. The picture showed that the Eternal Night Demon mushroom had turned gray. The accompanying text was as follows: I am a participating cultivator. After inadvertently watching the live broadcast, I immediately pulled up the herb storeroom and watched with my own eyes as the Eternal Night Demon mushrooms were exchanged for. There were exactly 7 of them. I have reason to believe that this little brother 9527 did all of this. I have no idea why he exchanged for the Eternal Night Demon mushrooms, but I hope that there won't be a tragedy. Finally, I am confused. Could this be the competition that I have been preparing for several years? Could it be that my family has always told me that I must do my best and obtain a good result? At this time, I suddenly have an impulse to withdraw. If something happens to little brother 9527, I will withdraw from the competition and post this as proof. Whoosh, this time, it really caused a huge uproar. Countless cultivators were enraged. In their opinion, the officials were trying to force an originally outstanding young man to his death. This sort of behavior that treated human life as grass absolutely could not be allowed. In the live broadcast room, the audience roared out, telling the streamer to hurry and stop Little Brother 9527. Unfortunately, by the time the streamer reacted, he had already disappeared without a trace. Time is life. Save Little Brother 9527. This topic instantly blew up the network. Then, in the shortest period of time, it became the hottest topic on Weibo, Postbar, and all the major forums. As the netizens were enthusiastically discussing how to save Little Brother 9527, other comments began to quietly appear. For instance, during the wilderness trial, there were a massive number of monster beast corpses that appeared. Screenshots of these were posted online, causing many cultivators to break out in a cold sweat. For instance, during the Pill Furnace selection at the Pill Furnace Pagoda, there were countless participating cultivators that fell to the ground and howled in pain. In particular, there was that extremely unlucky fellow whose divine sense had been blown up by the Pill Furnace. There were even more clearly posted pictures of his family's grief-stricken expressions. For instance, after the pill refining ended, there was an incomparably old cultivator that had exchanged for all the crepe myrtle grass. In the picture, the pain and despair in his eyes caused everyone to shed tears. In the comments section, countless sharp rumors appeared. The South Shine Nation was hosting a competition, and the undercurrents were surging. The South Shine Nation officials had always placed a great deal of importance on propaganda on the internet. Although there was freedom of speech nowadays, news that was clearly harmful to the country's image had to be suppressed. Thus, the matter of saving Little Brother 9527 was quickly locked onto and then passed on at the fastest possible speed. The official cultivators represented the image of the country. Now, in this live broadcast video, they were so callous and heartless, it was hard to accept. Moreover, this matter involved the South Shine Nation's Grand Alchemy event that was held once every 30 years. No one had truly calculated how much profit a competition would bring, but there was no doubt that it would be a terrifying amount. Thus, the officials spared no effort in maintaining this event. Now that the internet was abuzz with discussions regarding the competition, they had to immediately deal with this matter. Once the apparatus of the country was activated, the strength that erupted could be called terrifying. Over a dozen large internet companies announced that they would temporarily suspend their services and update them. At the same time, the South Shine Nation officials released several eye-catching news in order to divert attention. But this was only a stopgap measure. If this matter couldn't be resolved, the flames in the hearts of countless netizens would sooner or later erupt. When Yun Ilan obtained this news, he was sitting down with Ming Xiuan and Yuan Tiangang, discussing the Tao. The three of them belonged to different camps, but they were all Blue Sea Supreme Elders. Even though the two of them had a tense relationship, they didn't mind temporarily sitting down and comparing their cultivations. In Yun Ilan's opinion, the matter that blew up the internet couldn't compare to him discussing the Great Tao with two others at the same level. He casually ordered his subordinates to handle it. Yun Ilan had the strength to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. But the various officials that were managing the competition didn't have his confidence. If the reputation of the competition were to be damaged because of this, they didn't doubt that they would be severely punished. Soon, the official in the video was found. By now, he knew that he had become famous on the internet. His face was pale, and he didn't dare to hide anything. Like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, he spilled everything he knew. Finally, the matter fell onto Lord Huluanhihi's shoulders. When his cultivation was interrupted, he had a look of annoyance on his face. But after he learned what had happened, his complexion darkened. "That's right, I was the one who ordered this." Huluanhihi came from the royal family and his status was extraordinary. Even if his status was higher than his, he still couldn't speak too harshly. A South Shine Nation high official helplessly said, "Lord Huluan, with your status, why lower yourself to the level of this junior? So what if you give him 10 points? Once he enters the 4th stage, he will naturally be eliminated. Saying these things is useless. We should hurry and find this person. If he really decides to commit suicide, things will become troublesome." Another high official said. Huluan Hihi took a deep breath. "Everyone, rest assured that this matter was caused by me. If there really is a crime, I will take responsibility for it." He paused for a moment, his eyes flashing. "But, I believe that this junior absolutely won't commit suicide." His eyes brightened. He felt that he had grasped some sort of truth. As he thought, this bastard junior wasn't purely playing to the gallery. He was doing this on purpose. Now, as long as he checked it, he would know whether or not his guess was correct. Huluan Hihi stood up. "I've already ordered people to look for him. There will soon be result." At this time, someone came in to report that they had found him. Walala, a large group of officials hurried out. During the break in the competition, the outside world wasn't isolated. Thus, everyone was able to find out what happened through their handphones. At this time, as they saw a large number of high-level officials appear with dignified expressions, they could roughly guess the reason. This was a rare sight to see. There was no need to encourage them at all. Countless people followed suit. Chapter 326. Soon, he arrived in front of a wooden house. An official knocked on his door. When Chin-Yu opened it, his heart shook. His first thought was that the little blue lamp had been exposed. But then he remembered that he hadn't used it since the start of the competition. What was going on? Huluan Hihi's eyes flashed with understanding. He lightly said, "Ning Chin, when you asked about the points before, it was indeed the fault of a civil servant. But, giving you 7 points was something I personally agreed to. This is because with your alchemy skills, the most you can obtain is 7 points. He waved his hand, and that incomparably unlucky official appeared with a look of shame. He expressed his sincere apologies to Chin-Yu. Of course, deep down in his heart, he was itching to kill someone. This matter was just a minor detail, so there was no need to pay attention to it. "Ning Chin, I am Huluan Hihi. I am responsible for all matters related to this competition. Do you have any objections regarding this matter? If there is, then bring it up now and this official will explain it to you." Huluan Hihi's voice was calm, but his eyes were cold. Chin-Yu was stunned. He simply couldn't figure out what was going on. After obtaining the 7 eternal night demon mushrooms, he had been pondering over how to refine the demon puppet pill. He didn't know anything about what was happening on the network. However, when Huluan Hihi saw that blank expression, he let out a cold snort from the bottom of his heart. He was even more certain that his guess was correct. This Ning Chin really knows how to put on an act. He's really good at playing innocent. But even if you are a best actor, under my eyes of fire and gold, you can forget about escaping. Ning Chin, if you have no objections, then this matter will come to an end here." Huluan Hihi turned around and was about to leave when he casually asked, "What do you want to do by exchanging for the eternal night demon mushroom?" Chin-Yu cupped his hands together. "Reporting to Sir, it is to refine pills in the 4th stage." A cold smile flashed in Huluan Hihi's eyes. He nodded and left with his people. Chin-Yu was baffled, but he still felt that something wasn't right. But under the watchful eyes of so many people, this wasn't a good time to think. He closed the door, isolating himself from the eyes of the outside world. But before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly froze in place. Ning Chin Huluan Hihi was calling him by his alias when he registered. This bastard, Chin-Yu, finally understood where his malice lay. In the crowd, countless cultivators who were paying attention let out sighs of relief, but at the same time, they were somewhat confused. What kind of pill could the eternal night demon mushroom be refined into? Fortunately, this matter was just a misunderstanding, and it seemed to have been resolved now. But suddenly, a cultivator shouted out, Just now Lord Huluanhihi seemed to have called him Ning Chin, right? Yes, that's the name. Beside him, a cultivator with a calm expression appeared on his face. Thus, the surroundings suddenly quietened down. Then, everyone subconsciously widened their eyes. Ning Chin. Ning Chin. Several months ago, during today's weather discussion program, a divine blood pill had been appraised. This had caused the inn's reputation to soar. Among them, the most brilliant character, besides the mysterious Grandmaster 19 that no one had the fortune to meet, was that little brother Ning Chin who had personally tested the pill and turned the tide. The South Shine Nation had tens of millions of territories. It was far too common for people to have the same name and surname, but everyone here had an intuition in their hearts. It's him, it's him. Although the two live broadcast hosts weren't able to broadcast live, their professional instincts caused them to keep the recording function on. At this time, the two of them revealed looks of excitement. Once the live broadcast restarted and they uploaded this video, it would surely set off another great uproar. They had even thought of the title, In-Depth Competition, Exclusive Unveiling of Little Brother Ning Chin's True Appearance. A massive wave of fans and rewards was rushing over. Huluanhihi sat down. He swept his eyes around. All of you withdraw. Without my order, no one is allowed to enter. Yes, my lord. The followers bowed and withdrew. The remaining high-level officials all revealed puzzled expressions. Huluanhihi clapped his hands. In the corner of the shadows, a cultivator walked out. His entire body was covered in black robes, and it was hard to see his figure. My lord, the things you wanted are all here. It was a hoarse voice. It wasn't even possible to distinguish the gender of the person. The high-level officials all revealed looks of shock. Dark Knight Division. The South Shine Nation's royal family controlled a secret organization that was responsible for monitoring the world and guarding the royal family members. Yet, they had actually sent someone from the Dark Knight Division. It was clear that this matter was no trifling matter. Huluanhihi nodded. Show it to my lords. The Dark Knight Division cultivator nodded. Magic power surged in his palm and poured into a jade slip. Immediately, a screen of light was projected in midair, clearly displaying images. Impressively, this was the footage of Chin Yu participating in the competition. All sorts of surveillance footage had been edited together. There was the matter of the pill furnace pagoda, the second and third stages, the handing over of pills. For someone to be able to become a high official, let alone their cultivation, just their shrewdness and methods were bound to be extraordinary. Otherwise, they would have long since been swallowed up by others without any bones remaining. How could they have calmly sat here? Although these images could not prove anything, they were still able to tell that there was something strange about them. For instance, Chin Yu was always the last to hand over pills, and the quality of the pills just barely met the requirement. If someone said there wasn't something fishy going on, they naturally wouldn't believe it. Huluanhihi flicked his sleeves and several jade slips flew out, falling in front of everyone. This is the Dark Knight Division's emergency investigation of Ning Chin's background. This person's background is incomparably clean and there is nothing suspicious about it. But the greatest point of suspicion is that it is far too clean. Below, the various high officials of the South Shine Nation carefully looked through the jade slip. From childhood onwards, every stage of their life was clearly recorded, including their identities and resumes. His birthplace was a mountain stronghold in the land of flowing fire. Before he was 15 years old, he lived here. Afterwards, because an earth dragon overturned him, he was forced to leave his homeland and enter a small city deep within the southern Overwatch Pass. There, he entered the local Sioux family as an apprentice and officially stepped onto the path of cultivation until he joined the inn. Everything was very clear, but the things recorded inside were impossible to verify. This was because 30 years ago, the land of flowing fire had been completely dragged underground because of a great calamity, sinking into magma and turning to ashes. The number of people that survived in the entire mountain stronghold could be counted on two hands. After all these years, no one knew where they went. Even if they could be found, it was normal that they didn't know who Ning Qin was. Afterwards, Ning Qin lived in a small city for 10 years. It was originally a beautiful tourist attraction, but because a 7-colored peacock that was raised in captivity suddenly went insane and fell into the demonic path, transforming into a heaven-swallowing rock that swallowed the heavens and earth, razing the entire city to the ground. Everything that happened in the past was erased, so it was naturally impossible to find any concrete evidence. After that, most of the experiences were like this. It was impossible to verify Ning Qin's identity. The high officials frowned. They retracted their divine senses and looked over. Huluan Hihi had a solemn expression. He said, "I suspect that Ning Qin is a spy sent by another country into my South Shine nation to destroy the order of my nation. Several months ago, this was the case during the struggle between the Yin and Philosophy Watch, and now that he is participating in the grand competition, it is even more so. Ning Qin's current actions are indeed a bit strange. But when he turned the tide and protected the Yin's reputation, there doesn't seem to be anything to doubt. I believe that the reason why the matter between Philosophy Watch and the Yin was stirred up so much was because someone was secretly fanning the flames. As for Ning Qin, he should have helped the Yin in order to obtain enough status to carry out an even greater plot." Although they felt that this deduction was a bit forced, as they thought about Ning Qin's clean and outrageous background as well as his actions in the grand competition, the high officials slowly nodded, agreeing with his judgment. After all, they were well aware of how much the royal family valued the grand competition. If they were really aiming for the grand competition, then no matter how cautious they were, it wouldn't be too much. Moreover, the one who proposed this was Huluan Hihi. Perhaps this was the will of the entire royal family, so they naturally wouldn't speak out against it. "I wonder what Lord Huluan plans on doing?" Huluan Hihi's eyes shined. Right now, Ning Qin has already become an extremely famous figure on the internet. If we rashly arrest him, it will inevitably draw criticism. At this time, there might even be people with ulterior motives who accuse us of abusing our power for personal gain. This Ning Qin must have already planned this. He expected that there would be a day when he would be suspected, so he put on a layer of protection for himself. Humph, but in front of me, all of these preparations are nothing more than wishful thinking. If we want to move against him, we don't need to. We can do it ourselves. Lord Huluan, what do you mean? Huluan Hihi's voice was light. His words revealed a strong confidence that everything was under his control. This Ning Qin, in order to obtain a layer of protection and the Yin's trust, he also offended many people, with Philosophy Watch being the main one. I have already investigated. This time, Philosophy Watch has sent a great number of cultivators to participate in the competition. Their actions are strange. Even though they were eliminated, they still stayed here and didn't leave. The eyes of the several high officials brightened and they all revealed looks of praise. They had already guessed Huluan Hihi's method. This method of killing with a borrowed knife wasn't bad at all. In fact, they didn't even need to kill anyone. As long as Ning Qin came into conflict with others, they would have an excuse to intervene. Once Ning Qin fell into their hands, it would naturally depend on their intentions. Huluan Hihi coldly smiled. Recently, there has been a great deal of negative news about the competition. We can release some interesting news to attract everyone's attention and divert their attention. I wonder if any of you have any objections to my arrangements? Lord Huluan is wise. Everything will be as you say. The several high officials smiled and nodded. Thus, a short hour later, someone suddenly posted a video on the South Shine Nation's largest gossiping, help forum. The content of the video included the appraisal of the Divine Blood Pill as well as the current South Shine Nation's youth alchemy competition, as well as clips of Qin Yu's participation. Then, in the name of Ning Qin's fan, The person who uploaded the video happily told everyone that the black-robed little brother they had been looking for had finally appeared. There was a long string of excited words, but at the end there was a trace of confusion. This fan seemed to have great confidence in Ning Qin's alchemy skills. This meant that there was definitely something shady about his current result. Otherwise, the South Shine Nation officials wouldn't have suppressed Ning Qin at first and only reluctantly appeared to apologize after the Saving Little Brother 9527 incident occurred. This was where Huluan Hehe's brilliance lay. He was pouring dirty water on himself and using the aftermath of the incident that hadn't yet dispersed. After all, this sort of headline was the best at attracting attention. And indeed, after the video was uploaded, it fermented for a short period of time before it spiraled out of control. Chapter 327. Following that, more and more people revealed information. For instance, there were high-resolution pictures of the pills that Ning Qin had handed over during the second and third stages. When appraising the Divine Blood pill, Big Brother Ning Qin's performance was so calm that everyone thought he was some amazing alchemist. But now it seems that his level is about the same. Haha, I sympathize with the South Shine Nation competition officials. I've already looked over them. The quality of the pills that Ning Qin handed over is really bad. It's more than bad. I asked my teacher and he said that the 2 pills were barely enough to meet the promotion requirement. Giving him 7 points is reasonable. What I love is Big Brother Ning Qin's character. So what if his alchemy skills are poor? But why did Big Brother Ning Qin exchange for the Eternal Night Demon Mushroom? Could this sort of highly toxic thing really be used to refine pills? Let me explain to the person above. The Eternal Night Demon Mushroom can be used to refine the Demon Puppet pill. It is between the 4th and 5th grade, depending on the specific quality of the pill. However, refining the Demon Puppet pill isn't simple at all. The Demon Puppet pill can only be refined by a Grandmaster level character. I'll bet a spirit stone that Ning Qin can't refine the Demon Puppet pill. Don't look down on my Ning Qin too much. Although the pills he refined are barely up to standard and there is only one of them, do you know what sort of pill furnace he used? Below was a clear picture of the pill furnace. This picture was clearly enlarged and then cut out. Although it was a bit blurry, one could still clearly see the fierce cracks on the surface of the pill furnace. I'm drunk. I heard that in the competition, a pill furnace with 5 or more cracks is considered a low-grade pill furnace. This is absolutely a low-grade pill furnace. It is the worst of the worst, the worst of the worst. I feel sorry for my Ning Qin. He can actually refine pills with this sort of pill furnace. Those who slander my Big Brother Ning, open your eyes wide and see if you can use this pill furnace to complete the alchemy test. Huluan Hehe swiped his tablet, his eyes sweeping over the shocked and worshipful comment. All of them were cold and indifferent. Ning Qin, don't you want to become famous? Then let me help you and let you become famous on the internet once more. Philosophy Watch. On the bed, Elder Nangong's breathing quickened. He stubbornly stared at the screen, at the dark-skinned face. If the hatred in his eyes could kill, then even through the phone he feared he could tear Qinyu to shreds. Trash. A bunch of trash. If it weren't for the competition authorities revealing his identity, you wouldn't have been able to find him. In the room, there was only the sound of panting. The faces of the cultivators below were pale and filled with fear. Pass down the order. Have them attack and kill Ning Qin. A Philosophy Watch cultivator hesitated. Elder, if we do this, won't we anger the officials? Elder Nangong sneered. Idiots. Do you think that without the government's approval, these rumors will appear on the internet? I don't know what the exact reason is, but there is something you should all remember. The authorities also don't have the least bit of a favorable impression towards Ning Qin. Everyone came to a sudden realization, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Since that was the case, they didn't need to have any more misgivings. The next day, Qin Yu pushed open the door. He furrowed his eyebrows for a moment before composing himself. As he thought, there were people secretly watching him. Fortunately, he had already expected this. Without the slightest pause, he walked out with large strides. The fourth stage of the competition would begin today. There would be 3 winners and then they would compete for the final ranking. Qin Yu was expressionless, but his eyes were vigilant. He swept his eyes around the surrounding corners. He knew that once Ning Qin's identity was revealed, there would be many people gnashing their teeth in hatred. In particular, after the South Shine Nation officials had clearly expressed their malice towards him, he feared that these people would act even more recklessly. Qin Yu didn't know what these hidden enemies would do, but there was one thing he was sure of. Since the competition had progressed to this point, he had to obtain first place. Who cares about the inn? With their level, they don't think they can compete with us. Once the competition ends and my name spreads far and wide, I will definitely give them a show of strength. That's right, a mere inn with less than 100 years of background cannot compare with my philosophy watch. Sooner or later, they will be thoroughly eradicated. Everyone, let's work hard and work together. The day when the inn is overthrown will not be too far away. A strange expression crossed Qin Yu's face. You can say whatever you want, curse whatever you want, but why are you looking at me sideways? Could it be that they were hoping that I would be so angry that I would argue with them? In order to deal with him, the people from Philosophy Watch had thought of such a method? Or was there some trap here that he didn't know about? Qin Yu thought for a moment. Then, he took out his handphone and turned on the recording function. His expression didn't change as he strode forwards. As he got closer and closer to the several people, he finally brushed past them. The Philosophy Watch cultivators tensed up. Excitement flashed in the depths of their eyes, and their complexions changed, stiffening. Leave? How could you leave like this? Don't you have the deepest love for the inn? In the past, in order to restore the inn's reputation, you didn't even care about your life. How could you possibly tolerate us cursing and questioning you like this? At this time, shouldn't you be angry and rush up to us to argue with us? At the very least, you should taunt us a few times and show us your true colors. If you leave like this, what will happen to our next plan? Director, this script isn't right. In truth, there were many smart people here. When Ning Qin's identity was completely exposed on the internet overnight, many cultivators guessed that he was about to suffer a stroke of bad luck. Because of the 9,527 incident yesterday, most people knew where Qin Yu lived. Thus, many people came early in the morning to watch the fun. As for the Philosophy Watch cultivators, they lived up to their expectations and appeared at a place that everyone had to pass to reach the Marshall Field. This caused them to gradually grow excited. They stared with wide eyes, waiting for Mars and Earth to collide. Of course, I won't explain how the cultivators from the land of divinity and demons knew about Mars and Earth. Don't ask, it's useless to ask. Back to the main topic. When Qin Yu appeared, the cultivators that had been waiting for a long time felt their heartbeats speed up and their eyes shine. But what did they see next? Ning Qin passed by them. He actually passed by them, not responding to Philosophy Watch's provocation at all. At this moment they were all stunned. Philosophy Watch's methods were very low level, but they were carefully prepared. They had calculated Ning Qin's desire to protect the inn and could be called an unfathomable plot. After all, they had grasped Ning Qin's weakness. But looking at it now, it was useless. In the corner, a thin man with a goatee and a haughty expression was twisting his beard, as if everything were under his control. At this time, his complexion paled. His fingers subconsciously tightened, and he tore off a bit of his beard, causing his entire face to twist in pain. Damn it! That bastard Ning Qin. He actually didn't fall for their trap. It seemed they had underestimated him. Since the soft approach didn't work, they could only use the hard approach. With a sneer, the goatee lifted his hand and waved it forwards. Several strands of his beard fluttered in the wind, giving him a bit of a free and easy temperament. Ning Qin. In the crowd of onlookers, a cultivator shouted out, "In the past, you ruined my family's little sister's reputation. Today, I've finally found you. Hand over your life." Bang, the ground shook and shattered. This person was like a tiger descending a mountain, bolting forwards. The onlookers were stunned for a moment before they secretly sighed in admiration. Philosophy Watch truly hated Qin Yu to the bone. They had actually used such a method to drag him down with them. But this reason was a bit too far-fetched. What did they mean by ruining your little sister's reputation, bah? Why didn't they take a good look at their faces? Ning Qin must be blind to have dared to touch your little sister. Everyone knew that the South Shine Nation's competition officials strictly forbade any participating cultivators from fighting in private, otherwise they would be severely punished. If this person attacked, it was unknown whether or not he could kill Ning Qin. But, as long as the two of them fought, they could drag Ning Qin down with them. At the very least, it would ruin his goal of participating in the competition. Despicable, despicable, but I like it. If they didn't do this, how could things be lively? Of course, there were some female participants that cursed Philosophy Watch for being despicable and worried for their big brother Ning Qin. As for the male cultivators, they crossed their arms and sneered. Big brother Ning Qin, fuck, if you're so popular with the opposite sex, it's easy for you to suffer retribution. Qin Yu dodged. Who are you? I don't even know you. Ning Qin, you've forgotten who I am. But even if I turn to ashes, I will still recognize you. The man's face was filled with so much pain that he wished he were dead. Stop. If you attack again, I'll have to defend myself. Don't run, I'm going to kill you. Qin Yu retreated several times. Then, his eyes flashed. He took out a pill furnace and said in a low voice, "If I attack you, then I will be forced to withdraw from the competition. If you want to eat pills in the future, then go find someone else." Qin Yu was already aware of the ill intentions of the officials. Although he had a recording, it didn't necessarily mean it was safe. The best method was to not attack. Although the pill furnace in his hand looked miserable, Qin Yu knew that this was absolutely an illusion. On the pill furnace pagoda's 9th level, that wild bull galloping and that soul-stirring dun was still fresh in his mind. It didn't choose anyone and only chose him. In addition to these days of interaction, Qin Yu believed that the pill furnace must have its own reasons. If so, then in today's situation, it might attack. Bang, with a loud humming sound, the pill furnace flew up on its own. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to over 10 feet in size. Although the cracks became increasingly miserable and the gap was so large that it left one's heart shaking, everyone was shocked by the horrifying aura it emitted. The chasing Zhang Mao was in the middle of a fierce battle. He rushed forwards with all his strength and simply couldn't stop himself. He could only stare helplessly on as a shadow fell down from above him. Then, bang, the earth shook and a deep pit appeared. The pill furnace stood within, its slaughter energy billowing out. The Zhang Mao's waist was exposed, his face pale and bloodless. He let out a shrill scream. Although he didn't know how badly injured he was, just looking at him left a cold chill running down one's spine. Cough, cough, he was crippled. This fellow was absolutely crippled. The space suddenly fell silent. The Zhang Mao's screams became increasingly ear-piercing. More and more eyes fell on Qin Yu, revealing fear in their eyes. Just now, he had been constantly dodging, as if he didn't want to make things difficult for him. But in the blink of an eye, his expression had changed and he had left someone half dead. Chapter 328. Goatee felt his scalp go numb. He never imagined that this bastard Ning Qin would actually dare to be so heavy-handed in front of everyone's eyes. But this was also good. Attacking a participating cultivator had caused him to be seriously injured. Just this alone meant that no one could save him. Compared to that, the price that little Zhang had to pay was nothing. At most, he would just have to make up for it later. A trace of complacency flashed in his eyes, but soon after, grief appeared on his face. He squeezed his eyes and tears flowed down. "My brother, you're really too miserable." Gautier rushed to the side of the cauldron and hugged little Zhang as he cried. He used a bit of force to touch the wound, and Zhang Mao's howls suddenly became even louder. This scene was truly heartbreaking to see and tearful to hear. This is the effect I want. No matter what, I will first stand on the moral high ground, then wait for an opportunity to act. The cultivators of philosophy watch all rushed forwards, all of them looking as if they couldn't live under the same sky as old Zhang. But the truth was that this was all bark and no bite. After seeing old Zhang's fate, they didn't want to suffer the same fate. Furthermore, they had already achieved their goal. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of something tearing through the air, over 10 official cultivators arrived. They were all dressed in armor, and their eyes were cold. They were the police that the competition officials had arranged. "How dare you? You really have some guts. During the competition, you actually dare to kill in public." A high-level police cultivator coldly waved his hand. "Take them away." The eyes of the surrounding cultivators immediately turned serious. No matter where it was, the reaction of the police was always extremely slow. Today, the incident had just happened, and a divine soldier descended from the heavens and caught him red-handed. No one would believe that there was nothing fishy going on. For a time, everyone fell silent. Even some female cultivators that supported Qin Yu didn't dare to speak up. Qin Yu took out his phone. "Wait, I have evidence. He was the one who kept attacking me just now. I kept dodging." Unfortunately, there was no chance for the recording to be played. The senior police cultivator sneered. "Is this what you mean by hiding? Boy, you're quite ruthless. What are you waiting for? Capture him." Qin Yu took a step back. "Officer, I'm not the one who did it. Why are you arresting me?" The high-level police cultivator's eyes turned cold. "Do you want to resist law enforcement?" Qin Yu lightly said, "I am only stating the facts." He pointed a finger. "The pill furnace is the official pill furnace. It took the initiative to suppress this person. Am I to be blamed for that? What a nuisance. If it weren't for you, how could a mere pill furnace injure someone?" Qin Yu turned and said, "I have evidence." At this time, many people's eyes widened in shock. What evidence could he possibly have? Could it be that he could have the pill furnace testify for him? However, what happened next caused everyone to subconsciously open their mouths in shock. "Pill furnace, tell them, did you do it yourself? If so, open the lid." Quang, the lid was opened and closed. In the face of Qin Yu's innocent expression, the senior police officer's mouth opened so wide that he could swallow 10 eggs. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he knew that this would happen, he would have directly taken him down. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have given Qin Yu the chance to say these words. However, it seemed a little too late to do so now. The goatee man clenched his teeth and began to cry out loud. "Officer, this must be Ning Qin's trick. He must have done something. If you capture him and interrogate him, the truth will definitely be revealed." The high-level police cultivator's eyes brightened. The order he received was to capture Ning Qin no matter what. It didn't matter what reason he used. "Ning Qin, you are involved in a case of assault. Come with us." 2 police cultivators had already arrived in front of Qin Yu, their complexions grim. Bang, on the ground, the pill furnace suddenly flew up. The unlucky Zhang Mao's eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted. Then, that blood-stained pill furnace with a threatening slaughter intent hurtled towards the 2 police cultivators. Caught off guard, the 2 police cultivators lifted their hands to defend themselves. But, they were sent tumbling away like gourds. "How dare you? Ning Qin, you dare to attack a police officer?" The high-level police cultivator paled. Qin Yu shook his head. "Officer, it was the pill furnace that went crazy. It has nothing to do with me. Since you are so impatient to pin a crime on my head, I can't help but suspect that because of what happened before, you are trying to persecute me. Huluan Hihi nearly blew up his lungs in anger. There was actually such a stupid pig in the police system. This was clearly an incomparably simple matter, but it had actually escalated to such a degree. He couldn't continue like this, otherwise who knew what sort of chaos would occur. Capture that pill furnace! With a loud shout, Lord Huluan Hihi appeared. His purple official robes fluttered in the wind, his aura threatening. Whoosh, whoosh, several official masters rushed out. They lifted their hands and formed a net that covered the entire pill furnace, forcefully imprisoning it. Huluan Hihi's eyes flashed like lightning. Ning Qin, you are suspected of controlling the pill furnace and attacking the police cultivators, as well as affecting the competition. Men, capture Qin Yu and detain him for interrogation. Several powerful auras locked onto Qin Yu. Any movement would draw in their all-out attacks. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. As he thought, everything had happened because of this Lord Huluan Hihi. But he really couldn't understand why a high official of the South Shine Nation would target him at every turn. At this time, Qin Yu felt a bit of regret. He hadn't left as soon as he sensed something was wrong. However, he feared that he had already been locked onto by Huluan Hihi. Even if he wanted to leave, he might not have the chance. Luckily, he was detained in public today. The South Shine Nation officials would have to give an explanation for this matter and wouldn't directly embarrass him. He could only take things one step at a time. As for resisting, Qin Yu admitted that he had such a thought, but it only lasted for a moment before he suppressed it. What nonsense! If he resisted now, how was that any different from seeking death? Don't look at how he had a divine soul realm cultivation and wasn't considered weak in the land of divinity and demons. But if he stood on the opposite side of a country, he would be crushed into slag at any moment. Of course, this was because his life wasn't in danger. If he were facing death, Qin Yu might have made a different choice. Seeing Qin Yu surrender, Huluan Hihi's eyes flashed with disappointment. He waved his hand and two subordinates shot towards Qin Yu. At this time, bang, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. The net that trapped the pill furnace was violently blown apart. The 10-foot-high furnace began to grow at an astonishing speed once more. In the blink of an eye, it had reached an astonishing 100 feet. Growing to such a degree, the cracks that covered the furnace body became increasingly fierce. They connected together, making one wonder just how this pill furnace that should have been smashed to pieces was still preserved. In particular, as the pill furnace grew, the aura it emitted also rose to a shocking degree. In that instant, the void seemed to surge like a raging sea. The originally clear skies began to darken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Strong winds rose up, sweeping up the sand and stones on the ground. They blew in all directions, pressing down on the surroundings of the competition field. In the wilderness, countless ancient trees began to bend down. Yuan Elon frowned, awakening from his thoughts. His eyes flashed and he smiled. Revered Ming, revered Yuan, please wait a moment. I have some minor matters to deal with. He stood up and took a step forward, vanishing from sight. A strange light flashed in Yuan Tiangong's eyes. Such an aura is actually emitted by a pill furnace. How curious! At this time, Ming Siyuan also had a plan in mind. He lightly said, "Then let's go take a look." Haha, great. Yuan Tiangang teleported away. Ming Siyuan took a deep breath and followed close behind. Huluan Hihi's complexion paled. He never thought that such a scene would occur. Now, he could almost confirm that this pill furnace wasn't activated by Ning Qin. He didn't have the courage nor did he have the strength. He looked up into the skies, at the broken yet heaven-shaking pill furnace, and his heart shook. Who would have thought that such a broken pill furnace would actually possess such astonishing strength? As he was hesitating about what to do, a figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Huluan Hihi hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, exalted Yun." Greetings, exalted Yun. All the official cultivators respectfully bowed. In the surrounding area, countless cultivators lowered their heads, expressing their awe and respect towards this Blue Sea Realm supermaster. Yunilon's eyes flashed. He looked at Qin Yu. Little friend Ning Qin, can you have it stop first? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Exalted Yun, this junior would like to know whether or not I can continue participating in the competition. Yunilon was startled. He never thought that this junior would be able to maintain his calm in front of him. A look of appreciation appeared in his eyes. He lightly said, "Of course you can." With his status, there was no reason for him to lie. Qin Yu relaxed. "Thank you, exalted Yun." He looked up and said, "It's fine now. You can stop." In the air, the 100-foot pill furnace suddenly restrained its aura. It rapidly shrank and fell into Qin Yu's body. But it was unknown if it had consumed too much strength or if there was some other reason, but as the pill furnace flew towards him, it suddenly fell down, nearly smashing into Yunilon's head. It brushed past his hair and ruffled his neatly combed hair. Qin Yu's heart leapt into his throat. If he really struck it, he had no idea what his fate would be. He would definitely be implicated. Yunilon's lips curved up in an imperceptible smile. This pill furnace was warning him. It seemed that it really valued this junior. This was quite strange. He had no idea just what special characteristics this junior had that it could attract him so much. His thoughts raced and he immediately suppressed them. Yunilon lightly said, "Today's matter ends here. Let's continue the competition." He turned and cupped his hands together. "Revered Ming, revered Yuan, how about we continue?" Yuan Tiangang deeply looked at Qin Yu and laughed. "All right." Ming Xiyuan's eyes were much more restrained. But only those familiar with him could see the solemnity in his expression. As the young master said, that fellow Taoist Baoyu had most likely come for the treasure furnace's remnant spirit. Although a person with the qualifications to be a reincarnated deva shouldn't care about a treasure of this level, there might be some other reason. Thus, Ming Xiyuan had been secretly searching for that fellow Taoist Baoyu. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything in the past several days until today. Others might not know about this pill furnace, but with his and Yuan Tiangong's status, he naturally knew about the pill furnace that was being raised within the pill furnace pagoda. If Ning Qin was able to awaken it and draw it closer to him and protect it on its own initiative, there was an extremely high chance that he was the fellow Taoist Baoyu that he had been searching for. His thoughts raced, but his expression didn't change at all. Ming Xiyuan turned and teleported away with the other two. But it was clear that after today's events, Qin Yu had entered the field of vision of 3 Blue Sea Realm supermasters with a completely different status and weight. The wind blew away. White Feng was shocked. "Stupid cousin, did you see that? That person on the 9th level is actually him." She shook her head again and again, an expression as if she never expected this to happen. Black Bebe's complexion was heavy. Feng, it looks like you'll have another opponent. Although I don't know why this person has been patiently enduring all this time, since he has the help of the treasure furnace, you absolutely cannot underestimate him in the following matches. In truth, he had also thought of what revered Ming had thought of. But Qin Yu had a completely unfamiliar appearance, so he didn't say anything. After all, they were about to enter a critical match. No matter what, he couldn't distract White Feng. White Feng frowned. She originally thought it would be difficult to defeat Zhao Jiutian, but now this Ning Qin had jumped out from nowhere. The pressure on her was far too great. Zhao Jiutian's complexion was ugly. He coldly snorted and turned to leave. So what if he obtained the treasure furnace from the 9th level? He didn't believe he would lose to him. Chapter 329. With Yunilon's words, this matter had been decided. Lord Huluan Hehe's complexion alternated between blue and white. He glanced at Qin Yu and then flicked his sleeves and left. The security cultivators all awkwardly left. The female cultivators were thinking that their big brother Ning Qin was fierce. As for the male cultivators, they felt sour in their hearts. Just what kind of dog's hit luck did this brat have? The people from Philosophy Watch had become clowns at this time. They had played out a farce and most of their people had been crippled, but in the end they hadn't lost anything. Now, everyone knew that exalted Yunilan was interested in Ning Qin. Even if Philosophy Watch had 100 times more courage, they still wouldn't dare to make any moves in the future. The goateed man's lips moved several times, but he couldn't squeeze out a smile. Together with the several Philosophy Watch cultivators, he was about to cry. But at this time, Qin Yu didn't feel any joy or pride in his heart. Rather, he was completely silent. He was well aware that if it weren't for the sudden change in the pill furnace, Yunilan wouldn't have interfered. If so, his fate today wouldn't have been too good. Looking at it from another angle, Yunilan had appeared without warning. It seemed as if he had protected Qin Yu from today's disaster, but with his status it was impossible for him to act without reason. What was it for? Qin Yu felt that the greatest possibility was this pill furnace in his hands that liked to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, a pill furnace of extremely low character. Originally, he only hoped to obtain first place in the competition and help the fleeting flame cauldron obtain the treasure cauldron's remnant spirit before leaving. But how did things start to go out of control? Hulu and Hihi's hostility was one thing, but Yunilan's attention was the true weight of Mount Tai. He sighed inwardly and suppressed these thoughts. Under the gazes of countless people, he arrived at the martial field of the fourth stage. The venue was still the same as before, but the low wooden huts had been completely demolished and replaced with earth attribute spells. Wide yellow stone huts had been built. The official announced the rules. The fourth round will determine the final rankings. In other words, everyone here has already entered the finals. These words caused many of the participating cultivators to reveal looks of excitement. Actually, before the competition started, they were very clear that they didn't have the qualifications to compete for the final ranking with their strength, and they were already satisfied to be able to step into the finals. By relying on their status as finalists of the South Shine Nation's official tournament, their future road of cultivation would be much easier. After all, the tens of thousands of cultivators that were participating in the competition practically covered all the experts of the younger generation, so those that were able to become eminent and fight their way into the fourth round would absolutely be praised as young geniuses. For this round of alchemy, you will need to use the materials you exchanged for in the third stage to refine. You will be ranked according to the grade and effect of the alchemy pills. Today's competition will last for a total of 3 days. This official wishes everyone a successful refinement. The match began. Qin Yu followed the sign and smoothly found his stone house. He pushed open the door and entered. As usual, he carefully scanned the place with his divine sense. When he didn't find anything wrong, he took out an array disc and set up an array formation in the stone house. The demon puppet pill was an extremely unpopular pill. This was the first time Qin Yu had come into contact with it, and he didn't have any experience in refining it. But in his heart, he had some confidence he could succeed. This pill required the eternal night demon mushroom to suck in blood and then refine all three into one. After inquiring about the demon puppet pill, Qin Yu knew that the quality of one's blood greatly affected the chances of successfully refining the pill. He had formed the demon body and also obtained Ning Ling's demonic blood. This was greatly beneficial to refining the demon puppet pill. Secondly, it was because of the pill furnace in front of him. Although he didn't know where it came from, since it was able to alarm Yunilan, he knew it was no trifling matter. In addition, he had used it to refine pills dozens of times before without a single failure. Qin Yu recognized the pill furnace's abilities. He laid down the pill furnace and took out 7 eternal night demon mushrooms. Qin Yu wasn't in a hurry to refine them. His eyebrows furrowed together and his eyes flashed. It was unknown what he was thinking. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu took a deep breath. He said in a low voice, "Pill Furnace, I know you can understand my words, so I'll get straight to the point. You must have your reasons for choosing me out of everyone here. I admit that I have my own secrets, but I cannot trust you. So, unless you can give me a sufficient guarantee, I am willing to lose today's competition rather than refine pills." The little blue lamp was too important a matter. He absolutely couldn't allow the slightest risk of being exposed. Otherwise, with Qin Yu's current cultivation, he would be torn to pieces at any moment. Although these words contained an element of threat towards the pill furnace, if the pill furnace pretended to be crazy, Qin Yu would treat it as the truth. After a moment of silence, the pill furnace suddenly shook. With a faint hum, faint traces of light seeped out from the furnace, condensing into a sphere of light in the air. One could see countless tiny characters tumbling within this sphere of light. Unfortunately, these characters were extremely strange. Even if one could clearly see them, they still wouldn't know what they meant. Gotcha, or with a light sound, a new crack appeared on the surface of the pill furnace. Although it was small and it didn't seem too remarkable when it was covered in wounds, it still caused Qin Yu's heart to skip a beat. His intuition told him that in order to create this sphere of light, the pill furnace had paid a considerable price. Moreover, he didn't feel any threat from this pill furnace. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu lifted his hand and probed the sphere of light. In the next moment, countless pieces of information were branded into Qin Yu's mind, allowing him to understand that this sphere of light was an extremely ancient contract that had been signed the moment he touched it. This contract didn't have any strict requirements. It was just that the signing party absolutely couldn't have the slightest intention of harming the other party, otherwise they would trigger a backlash from the contract and die without a doubt. The sphere of light had already vanished. Through the contract, Qin Yu could faintly feel the boundless aura coming from the pill furnace. However, this aura was fragmented and only barely managed to gather together. He was able to mobilize less than 1% of its strength. Even this 1% was able to display such might. In the future, if the pill furnace could be restored to its original state, then it would be unimaginable. Qin Yu suppressed the shaking in his heart. He cupped his hands together and said, "Since Brother Pill Furnace has expressed your sincerity, I naturally won't speak any further. The first place of this competition will inevitably belong to you and me. Of course, the premise of this is that Brother Pill Furnace is generous enough not to eat the demon puppet pill. After all, both you and I only have one set of materials today. Who flames ignited on their own, guiding heaven and earth spiritual strength to pour in." The mouth of the furnace opened, clearly tacitly agreeing to this. Qin Yu faintly smiled. He took out the first Eternal Night Demon mushroom and tossed it into the pill furnace with a flick of his sleeve. To use the Eternal Night Demon mushroom to drink blood, it naturally wasn't as simple as pouring the blood over it. Rather, it needed to be refined in the pill furnace to remove all the impurities on the surface of the Eternal Night Demon mushroom, only retaining the pure medicinal efficacy before fusing it with the blood. Everything went smoothly. The Eternal Night Demon mushroom in the pill furnace soon turned into a pitch-black pure liquid. Qin Yu flicked his finger and a crack appeared on his fingertip. Several drops of blood flew out and were sucked into the pill furnace. His face paled a little, but after several breaths of time, this paleness rapidly faded and his complexion became rosy once more. In refining the demon puppet pill, the quality of one's blood was extremely important. Although he had the little blue lamp in hand, the land of divinity and demons was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Qin Yu had to be careful. Thus, what he used now was his own blood essence. Every drop was incomparably precious, and only those who cultivated the demon body wouldn't care about losing a portion of their blood essence. If it were any other alchemist, they would never dare to do this. Of course, refining the demon body was one aspect, but the more important reason was that he had many pills in his hands. Otherwise, if he relied on his mortal body to recover on its own, it would take him several months or even longer to recover his blood essence. He continued to refine. The 3 eternal night demon mushrooms were soon full of blood. They floated in front of Qin Yu, their mottled black and red colors emitting a strange and eerie atmosphere. Qin Yu wasn't in a hurry to refine them. He closed his eyes and meditated for 4 hours, replenishing himself with a massive number of pills. Once his condition was restored, he slowly opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed. He lifted a hand and touched the pill furnace. The 3 eternal night demon mushrooms flew in, and the flames within the pill furnace instantly rose, drawing in heaven and earth spiritual strength. There was even the sound of crashing wave. Qin Yu's complexion was dignified. He constantly formed law formulas with his hand. The temperature within the pill furnace began to rise at an astonishing speed. Beneath the pressure of an absolutely high temperature, because the 3 eternal night demon mushrooms contained the same source of blood essence, they began to fuse together at a slow speed. The pill furnace in front of Zhao Jiutian had turned crimson because of the high temperature within. Surging heat flowed out, causing his face to flush red. He lifted a hand and grasped a pitch-black lotus leaf with runes that resembled the face of a demon. Zhao Jiutian exerted strength in his palm and directly shattered it. This lotus leaf emitted the shrill howls of evil spirit. As the powder was swallowed up by the pill furnace, the already crimson pill furnace became even redder like magma. Zhao Jiutian's eyes revealed a trace of hesitation. He clenched his teeth and pressed his hand against the crimson pill furnace. Zi-la-la, with the sound of flesh and blood, Zhao Jiutian's complexion instantly paled. Because of the pain, his body constantly shivered. Sweat drenched his long robe and dripped onto the ground from the corner of his robe. The flesh and blood on Zhao Jiutian's palm rapidly melted away, revealing pale white bones. As for the blood and flesh that melted away, it was instantly absorbed by the pill furnace. Child and mother yin-yang pill, open for me. Bang! The pill furnace opened. 2 pills, one large and one small, slowly flew out. Their surfaces were dyed red with blood, and the image of a demon face appeared. Zhao Jiutian flicked his sleeves and received the 2 pills. His pale face lit up with excitement. Medium grade, it's actually medium grade. As he thought, this blood-feeding method could forcefully increase the grade of a pill. However, this wasn't the end. Although a medium-grade child and mother yin-yang pill was rare, it was still a bit lacking if he wanted to take first place. Zhao Jiutian carefully placed the pills into the extinguished pill furnace. Then, he turned his hand and took out a block of ice. This was a real block of ice. After it appeared, it emitted a terrifyingly low temperature. A layer of white frost rapidly formed on Zhao Jiutian's eyebrows. But what was most shocking was that within this terrifying block of ice, there was actually a mass of fire sealed away. Although it was in a sealed state, it still gently pulsed as it calmly burned. Zhao Jiutian's complexion was incomparably dignified. He lifted a hand and touched the block of ice. With a light cracking sound, tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the block of ice. He didn't dare to delay at all. He lifted his hand and threw the block of ice into the pill furnace. Then, with his uninjured hand, he rapidly formed hand seals. When he laid down a sealing spell on the surface of the pill furnace, there was a deep humming sound and the entire pill furnace began to gently tremble. Zhao Jiutian had a nervous expression. After several breaths of time, the humming sound calmed down and his heartstrings relaxed. A look of wild joy appeared on his face. Success! Haha! With the extreme cold fire he exchanged for with points to temper it, the quality of the child and mother yin-yang pill could rise another level. A high-grade child and mother yin-yang pill was something that not even a grandmaster-level alchemist could accomplish. If he wasn't the champion of this competition, then who else could it be? White Fengfeng, the great desolate lake's young master. What a great reputation! But in the end, she was just a little girl. From the start, Zhao Jiutian hadn't placed her in his heart. Subconsciously, Qin Yu's figure flashed in his mind. Zhao Jiutian paused for a moment, a mocking smile on his face. So what if he had the help of the 9th-level furnace? Chapter 330. The great desolate lake's young master that Zhao Jiutian looked down upon had also reached the time to form the pill. The last bit of medicinal efficacy condensed into a pill was thrown into the pill furnace. It was like a giant net that completely wrapped around the fused medicinal efficacy, solidifying it. Pill form. With a loud shout, White Feng Feng lifted a hand and pointed a finger. With a loud bang, the pill furnace exploded into countless pieces. At this moment, a green bead the size of a cat's eye on her wrist suddenly shot out a bright green light that covered the pill furnace fragments. Like ice in the void, all of the pill furnace fragments were frozen in place. At the same time, a thumb-sized, pure white, jade-like pill also appeared between the shards. White Feng Feng wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a long breath. This was her first time attempting this, and she was lucky enough to succeed. But no matter what the reason was, success was success. It seemed that she could still fight for the championship of this competition. She flipped her hand and took out a jade bottle from her storage ring. After opening it, as if there was an invisible attraction, the powder within the jade bottle flew out and evenly sprinkled onto each pill furnace fragment. Then, the powder began to burn on its own. Like flickering oil lamps, the powder surrounded the pill. Big brother Baoyu, you have to work harder. If someone else takes first place, I'm afraid it won't look good on your face. As White Feng Feng was speaking proudly, fellow student Qin Baoyu had smoothly finished refining the demon puppet pill. Compared to Zhao Jiutian and White Feng Feng's astonishing performance, the demon puppet pill could be called ordinary. It was just an ordinary opening of the furnace and the pill. The demon puppet pill was the size of a pigeon egg. Black and red wove together, forming extremely complex textures. Although Qin Yu's attainments in array formations weren't high, this pill still contained a great deal of his blood essence. He could faintly feel that these black and red textures were some sort of summoning array formation. Cough cough, of course, he immediately suppressed this thought. How could the textures on a pill possibly be an array formation? Qin Yu placed the demon puppet pill into the jade bottle and swallowed it. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. Don't worry, it's not dark yet. You will soon know just what my trump card is. The pill furnace was silent, as if it were saying, You had best guarantee that you won't disappoint me. Night fell. By this time, most of the participating cultivators had finished refining. Of course, some had failed and some had succeeded. The cultivators who failed, no matter how unwilling they were, could only sigh and leave. As for the successful ones, most of them stayed in the stone houses and used various methods to refine pills. That's right, the land of divinity and demons did indeed have pill refining technique. For instance, the methods that Zhao and Bai used. Of course, not everyone could be as heroic as the two of them and pay such a high price to forcefully raise the grade of the pill. Schwar in the darkness, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light surging within them. The losses he suffered from refining the demon puppet pill had been completely restored. The mouth of the furnace opened and closed. The clanging sound was ear-piercing in the darkness. It was clear that pill furnace brother was impatient from waiting. Qin Yu faintly smiled. With a thought, the small blue lamp atop the great Tao base in his Dantian Sea vanished from sight. He raised his hand and slowly spread his fingers. Then, that deep blue color, like flowing seawater, enveloped a radius of 1 foot. That's right, the range it covered had shrunk once more. But Qin Yu knew that this wasn't because its abilities had declined, but because it was hiding its strength. Perhaps because it was in the land of divinity and demons, it did indeed have some fears and needed to carefully conceal its own aura. Although Qin Yu had seen the little blue lamp appear countless times, he was still amazed by its magnificence. Just a single glance at it was enough to make one feel warm and comfortable from the depths of their hearts, making them unable to help but be enchanted by it. But at this time, the pill furnace was far more excited than Qin Yu. After seeing the little blue lamp, it fell silent for a short time and then began to gently tremble. Its appearance was that of someone who couldn't suppress their emotions at all. After a long time, the pill furnace calmed down. Then, strange syllables echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Although he couldn't understand them, he was able to magically understand their meaning. 9 provinces. These 2 simple words rumbled endlessly in Qin Yu's mind. It was like just this name alone possessed some invisible power. Qin Yu's complexion was dignified. He felt that he had underestimated this pill furnace. Just its name alone was able to cause such an astonishing phenomenon, it was hard to imagine. Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, "My name is Qin Yu." The pill furnace didn't respond, but through the contract, Qin Yu could feel its fluctuations. It was clear that it had remembered this name. Without saying anything else, they simply introduced each other's names. But Qin Yu could clearly feel that there was more harmony between him and the pill furnace called 9 Province. He opened the jade bottle and poured out the demon puppet pill, bathing it in the light of the little blue lamp. A moment later, he could see the surface of the demon puppet pill darken and the increasingly dark color of black blood, as well as the increasingly complex textures. Qin Yu relaxed a little. He was originally worried that he wouldn't be able to borrow the strength of the little blue lamp to advance the demon puppet pill he refined with his own blood. But now he could relax. 9 Province suddenly trembled. An invisible aura spread out, flooding the entire stone room. It was like a thick sponge had been stuffed into a spell, completely isolating it from the outside world and making it impossible for anyone to spy on it. Qin Yu smiled. He wasn't surprised that 9 Province had so easily recognized him. After all, this was the little blue lamp, a unique and precious treasure in the world. Taking out the pill, Qin Yu swallowed it and closed his eyes to refine it. There were still 2 days until the competition ended. He naturally couldn't waste this time. A journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step, and one's cultivation had to be accumulated step by step. There was no room for slacking off. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The competition was nearing its end. The South Shine Nation officials had loosened their restrictions on the major television stations and online platforms. Countless cameras had already locked onto the competition field, as well as the Jade Mountain Peak that was over 100 feet high. Currently, this mountain peak was covered with countless words. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these were the ranking results of the 4th stage. Hello everyone, I am Wang Ling, the exterior host of the Xiangnan television station. Today, I am honored to have obtained the qualifications to participate in the final ranking of the competition. Alright, I won't speak any more nonsense. I ask everyone to follow our cameras and focus on the ranking Jade Peak of the competition. As the image turned and the camera aimed, it was clear that it had extremely high resolution. Even though it was far away, it was still able to clearly record everything. First, what everyone should see is the most dazzling name, the one that sparkles with 7 colors. That's right, as you all think, he is the temporary first place of this competition. Wu Yuan, this seems to be a place name. To dare use this name, he is truly a proud son of heaven. Before today, fellow Taoist Wu Yuan's performance in the competition didn't have too many highlights, but it is clear that he was hiding his true strength. In this competition, he successfully refined an upper 5th grade fire path pill. It is extremely helpful to fire attribute cultivator's cultivation, so his first place ranking is well deserved. Wang Ling wore a wireless receiver in his ear. The signal light suddenly flashed and he revealed a listening expression. Then, his eyes brightened. Dear friends, long before the finals began, you should have already learned of the list of outstanding proud sons of heaven cultivators. For instance, Cleansing Temple's cruel Zhao Jiutian and the Great Desolate Lake's beautiful white Fengfeng. You should all be curious as to why their rankings haven't appeared on the Jade Peak. After keeping everyone in suspense for a moment, Wang Ling said in a low voice, I just obtained news that fellow Taoist Zhao and White Fengfeng's pills are temporarily difficult to appraise because of their grade, medicinal efficacy, and other problems. In order to ensure fairness, we will immediately conduct a public verification to determine the final ranking. On the live broadcast screen, a simple but not shabby platform was rapidly built beneath the Jade Peak. Over a dozen official alchemy grandmasters appeared in front of everyone for the first time, causing countless cultivators to cry out in alarm. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are seeing right now are the most famous and powerful alchemy grandmasters of my Southshine nation. They are the final judges of this competition. Now Wang Ling is incomparably curious. Just what pill did fellow Taoist Zhao and White Fengfeng refine that even these grandmasters can't judge? On the live broadcast screen, the voice of an official from the Southshine nation soon sounded out. Fellow participating Taoists, we will first verify the pill of fellow Taoist White Fengfeng from the Great Desolate Lake. He clapped his hands. Someone carried a jade bottle with both hands and quickly stepped onto the high platform, handing it over to the dozen grandmasters. After a simple judgment and confirming that there were no problems with the pill, the grandmasters all nodded, praise in their eyes. This expression caused the hearts of the countless cultivators watching the live broadcast to shake. They all revealed looks of anticipation. If this pill could cause the grandmasters to react like this, then the quality of this pill must be extraordinary. The official continued to say, after being verified by the grandmasters, there are no problems with the pill. Next, we will use a trial method to determine the medicinal efficacy of the pill. He paused for a moment and then continued to say, let me tell everyone in advance that what fellow Taoist White Fengfeng refined is an upper 5th grade sky soaring pill. Countless live broadcast cameras focused on the Great Desolate Lakes group, giving them a long close-up. White Fengfeng had a calm expression. Her fists were tightly clenched beneath her sleeves as she barely managed to control her surging emotions. An upper 5th grade sky soaring pill. Even her father and mother didn't think that this person could reach this step. Humph, she really is a genius. You dregs, just tremble in front of this miss. If others were to know that the cold and arrogant White Fengfeng was actually having such thoughts, they feared they would spit out a mouthful of blood dozens of meters away. Chapter 331. The fragrance of tea filled the air. Yun Yilan revealed a look of praise. Miss White is truly worthy of being the young master of the Great Desolate Lake. At such a young age, she was actually able to refine an upper 5th grade sky soaring pill. The White clan truly has a worthy successor. Ming Xiyuan's lips curved up in a smile. He never thought that this last Fengfeng's performance would be so amazing. An upper 5th grade sky soaring pill. Amongst the younger generation, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that she could show disdain for all others. He inadvertently swept his eyes over Yuan Tiangang and said, Exalted Yun is too kind. The young master only managed to do so today because of luck. Moreover, she borrowed external strength to promote the pill, not her own strength. Yuan Tiangang faintly smiled. For Miss White to have such a performance at such a young age, I am also surprised. Revered Ming should be proud of you. The juniors of Cleansing Temple aren't bad either. Haha, I won't hide it from Revered Ming, but I am quite confident in the 9 heavens. Yuan Tiangang pointed out. Ming Xiyuan frowned inwardly. Even after learning the rank of the sky soaring pill, Yuan Tiangang could still maintain such confidence. Could that Zhao Jiutian be able to refine an even higher pill? If it were anyone else, Ming Xiyuan wouldn't be worried. But Cleansing Temple, even if the relationship between the two sides was tense, he couldn't help but acknowledge that Cleansing Temple did have the background and strength to contend with the Great Desolate Lake. Ming Xiyuan didn't speak further. he revealed a cautious look, as well as a bit of disappointment. This was because he knew that only White Feng Feng and Zhao Jiutian's pills would participate in the final appraisal. As for that formidable existence Ning Qin, he wasn't included. He sighed inwardly. Perhaps he had guessed wrong from the start. Fellow Taoist Baoyu had already left and hadn't participated in the competition. Thinking about the bet between White Feng Feng and Zhao Jiutian, Ming Xiyuan's face darkened. Yuan Tiangang remained calm. A high-grade child and mother Yinyang pill was a peak existence amongst fifth-grade pills. So what if it was a sky-soaring pill? In this bet, the great desolate lake would undoubtedly lose. The two Blue Sea Realm superpowerhouses clashed in the void. Although there wasn't any substantial strength, the invisible oppressive aura caused the air to freeze. Yunilan smiled, a look of interest on his face. He didn't seem to notice the confrontation between the two. Whether it was the great desolate lake or cleansing temple, they were both titans of the South Shine nation. The officials were naturally happy to see them fight each other. The Lord Exalted's eyes fell on the distant Jade Peak. He locked onto an unremarkable ranking in the corner. In Ning Qin, number 9527, 376th place. He was actually ranked around 300. This ranking was far beyond his expectations. Yunilan couldn't understand how someone with such a mediocre performance could obtain the recognition of that pill furnace. The Flying Ascension pill was a type of explosive pill that could forcibly help a cultivator obtain the power to come into contact with the rules of the world for a short period of time. This was somewhat similar to the Divine Blood pill that Qin Yu refined before. It could barely be seen as a reduced version of the Divine Blood pill. In order to ensure fairness, the people who tested the pills weren't cultivators, but rather selected monster beasts that had completely lost their rationality after being stimulated by drugs. Presently, a completely jet-black cage had appeared on the platform. The steel bars that were thick like an arm were inscribed with countless talisman markings, and a wild boar that was over 3 m long was confined within the cage. 2 sharp teeth protruded from its lips, and its crimson-red little eyes surged with madness and ruthlessness. Suddenly, the runes on the cage dimmed and the wild boar immediately obtained its freedom. It angrily howled and smashed its massive body against the cage. Bang, bang, or there was a dull explosion like the roar of thunder, causing the ground to faintly tremble. 3 cultivators stood around the cage, each one holding a silver metal column. As the wild boar smashed into the cage, the metal columns constantly erupted with light, rapidly condensing into a series of numbers in the air. 3,673 horses. 3,744 horses. 3,651 horses. 3,703 horses. The runes on the cage lit up and the wild boar was imprisoned once more. An official walked in front of the cage. Without using much strength, he easily pried open the wild boar's mouth and tossed the Flying Ascension pill in. The imprisoned wild boar's eyes suddenly widened. Tiny blood vessels began to pop out from its small and round eyes. A moment later, the runes extinguished and the imprisoning strength vanished. The wild boar seemed to go crazy and began to crazily smash into the cage. With a loud bang, the cage that was fixed to the ground actually began to tremble. Countless runes rapidly surged on the steel bars. Even so, they still couldn't offset its strength. With light cracking sounds, cracks began to appear on the ground like a spiderweb. The metal columns shined with light once more. 12,436 horses. 13,421 horses. 11,987 horses. 12,744 horses. Countless cultivators widened their eyes in shock. After swallowing the Flying Ascension pill, this wild boar monster beast's strength had risen by nearly 4 times. On the high platform, the dozen or so alchemy grandmasters all revealed looks of shock and praise. They whispered to each other, and without any dispute they came to a conclusion. On the Jade Peak, the originally colorful words Wuyuan suddenly dimmed, and its position dropped to the second row from Overlook the Mountains. Replacing him was the Great Desolate Lake's White Fong, number 3216. There was a loud gasp. Countless cultivators revealed looks of envy, but no one expressed any dissatisfaction. Even that bitter fellow Taoist from Wuyuan couldn't help but admit that the rank of this flying ascension pill was indeed above his fire path pill. The runes on the cage lit up once more. But the wild boar that had its combat strength sharply increased wasn't willing to be imprisoned. It crazily howled and struggled, but the array formation wasn't able to suppress it for some time. The official that had fed the flying ascension pill arrived in front of the cage, his face expressionless. He slapped the wild boar's head with his palm. This cruel and violent monster beast didn't even have a chance to cough before it died, blood gushing out of its head. This scene caused many cultivators to subconsciously shrink back, endless awe in their eyes. This common-looking and callous uncle had at least the combat strength of a peak divine soul realm cultivator. Indeed, the officials were the greatest sects and families. They had the most powerhouses serving them, and they could casually frighten others. Next, we will proceed to the second person. Cleansing Temple's Zhao Jiutian's pill has been appraised. What fellow Taoist Zhao refined is the upper 5th grade child and mother Yinyang pill. As the official announced this, the entire martial field was thrown into an uproar. The child and mother Yinyang pill had a child pill and a mother pill as the main pill. Amongst 5th grade pills, it could be called the most difficult. This was because this was the same as refining 2 upper 5th grade pills at the same time. Moreover, the effects of the child and mother Yinyang pill, countless cultivators widened their eyes as they stared at the high platform. This time, what was brought up were 2 cages. They were exactly the same as before, but what was imprisoned inside were 2 powerful apes. The process was the same as the flying ascension pill. First, they released the cages and tested the combat strength of the 2 apes. 3,703 horses. 3,644 horses. 3,732 horses. 3,687 horses. It seemed that the officials had carefully chosen these 2 apes. The combat strength of these 2 apes was similar to that of the wild boar monster beast from before. What followed was the beginning of a horrifying scene. It was still the cold-looking official who had killed the wild boar. He fed the child and mother Yinyang pills to the 2 apes one by one. The moment the restrictions were lifted, everyone could clearly hear the agonized howls of the ape that had swallowed the child and mother pill. A faint layer of white frost first appeared, covering the ape's entire body. Then, it rapidly thickened. The white frost fused together, turning into a layer of ice. Because the ape fiercely struggled, the ice constantly shattered and fell. But as time passed, its movements became increasingly slow and it was finally sealed within. The layer of ice became increasingly thick, but it was incomparably clear. One could clearly see the pain in the eyes of the frozen ape. Unfortunately, it couldn't make a single sound. Everyone could clearly see that the ape's body was slowly withering away, as if there were invisible mouths stabbing into its body and sucking it dry. Then, its strong body gradually withered away. Finally, all that was left over was a giant skeleton. At this time, the ape still hadn't died. Through its paper-thin skin, one could clearly see its wriggling organs. From start to finish, everything was quiet. But this silence added an incomparably horrifying hue to the scene in front of them. Every cultivator that saw this felt a cold chill surge out from their hearts. Their heartbeats seemed to stop and their blood nearly froze. The child and mother Yinyang pill used the child as a guide to seize the blood vitality, magic power, and even the soul. It fused all of this strength, from yin to yang, into the body of the life form that swallowed the mother pill. Thus, a completely opposite scene appeared in the other cage. Raging flames burned and jumped like a scorching sun, causing the temperature in the air to rise crazily. But such terrifying flames didn't cause any damage to the ape in the cage at all. Instead, its aura began to rise at an astonishing speed. Roar with a cruel roar, the imprisoned ape suddenly regained its ability to move. The runes on the surface of the cage began to wildly shine. Then, they surpassed the limits of what they could withstand and began to disintegrate. Bang! The ape smashed into the cage. Steel bars as thick as an arm protruded out. With a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache, the ground that had just been restored to its original state was instantly shattered. Dazzling light erupted from the metal columns, rapidly condensing into numbers. 17,329 horses. 18,733 horses. 19,414 horses. 17,532 horses. 18,073 horses. The entire cage had been thoroughly twisted. One could hear the metal columns groaning in pain. Bang! The metal cage shattered. The broken steel bars carried with them a terrifying strength as they shot out in all directions. The three cultivators holding onto the metal columns paled. Although they had late nascent soul cultivations, in front of these broken steel bars, they were as weak as paper. Humph! The callous uncle teleported out. He lifted a hand and pressed down. Space twisted and everything fell silent. The ape that rushed out of the cage, the sharp steel bars that shot out in all directions, the crushed stones on the ground, everything fell silent. The callous uncle was expressionless. He pushed aside the debris in front of him and arrived in front of the ape. Ignoring the tumbling flames, he pointed a finger between the ape's eyebrows. Puff! Strength broke out of the ape's brain, rolling up a massive amount of red and white matter. The ape's bloodshot eyes were filled with madness. Then, like a falling tide, it faded away, turning dark. Walala! Crushed stones and steel bars fell to the ground. The ape fell backwards, its body slamming into the ground. Because of this sudden change, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Yun Elon had a look of praise on his face. This child and mother Enyang Pil has likely reached the peak of high grade and even has the shadow of a top grade pill. This is why it has such amazing medicinal efficacy. Cleansing Temple is truly filled with heroic talent. Yuan Tiangang laughed. Revered Cloud is too serious. This junior Jiutian still needs to be tempered, but he does have excellent talent in alchemy. After I return, I will propose to the temple master that Jiutian be my cleansing temple's young temple master and open the inheritance stone for him. Yun Elon nodded. With such talent, he should indeed be rewarded. The title of young temple master is well deserved.